What's so important about carrying these weights, struggling and cheering on your fellow comrades? It's so important because it gives people the belief in themselves. I am a warrior, I am strong, I am resilient. That warrior mythos, it exists in every human being. But many of these first world things need to be erased to get to that warrior ethos inside. Erased. The wind, the trees, the mud. Working together, running together, struggling together. It takes away all the noise.
That's so good. Don, you getting a count? We got hands up for everybody going for the full 24.
Eric, I don't see your hand up.
I can
Right here. Just seeing how this thing all goes.
I need hands up if you're going for the full 24. Now I need 2 hands up. 2 hands up if you're 99.9% certain that you're going to complete it. It's okay if you don't want to put 2 hands up. In other words, 2 hands is like, I got this. I've done shit much tougher than this. No problem. How many 2 hands up, Don, do we have?
Well, I bet you.
There you go. Alex. How many 2 hands do we have? Not many. Oh, we got, I see. I need you to mark down. Wait, everybody hit mute. Everybody hit mute. Everybody hit mute. And then we're going to start this workout. 2 hands up if you think you're going to get this done. Mark those people down, Don, because we're coming for them if they don't finish.
I've got screenshots. I got screenshots of each board. Okay. Bye. He said he has a mark. All right.
Do some jumping jacks.
Wow. All right. You ready? All right. Are we good? I need a hands up if you guys can see me. Can I see? Confirm that all the folks on Zoom can see me. Yes? Hands up. Say, can you see Alex? Can everybody see Alex? Hand up. Don, can you see Alex? Nice. Alex is going to be running the workout with Sam, Catherine, Charlie, Jack. I want to introduce Andy quick. Come here. Guys, this is Andy. Andy went to the Olympics in 2008. He's a wrestler. He's been training these kids nonstop for 50 days straight. Literally, they can carry boulders up the mountain. They said they might do the whole 24 hours. They're unsure. They're thinking about it. What do you think about 24 hours straight? No problem? I think she's shaking her head and saying no problem, right?
No, I'm not doing it.
She's not doing it. I don't know what she's saying. You mean you are doing it?
No.
All right, then you just do the workout. All right, here we go. We are watching you. If you screw this up, you're going to be pulled. Let's go.
We're going to do our jumping jack.
You're in charge. So we have no way of seeing. You're in charge. So if he puts the switcher on. Come here, Alberto.
Now we're going to run in place.
Run in place.
You had the switcher on.
Go to the right.
So get the switcher on.
Go to the left.
I didn't say I don't want the switcher.
And high knees now.
I want to switch. And we got 400 momentum right now.
Outside touches.
How do we do that, John?
How do I move the whole land to the now?
Inside touches. And now we're going to do our skipping. Shuffle. Now we're going to do our karaoke.
I have no idea.
I love this part. I love this part, Alexander.
Side to side. Circle to right. Circle to left. And wide. And shake it out. Now our other leg. Forward and back. Side to side. Circle to the right. Circle to left. And shake it out. Now we are going to do our level changes. Scoop up marbles. Pick up the dirty laundry. Now we're gonna do our squat. Have fun with it. Go to the side. Go to the other side. Do 60. 80. Now we're going to do our skipping, hopping on one foot. Up. Now we're going to do our 2 feet. To the side. Other side. 360. Just have fun with it. Now we are going to do our neck roll. Now our arms. Any direction.
William Phillips.
Now our hips.
William Phillips needs to have video on.
What, you want video on?
Now our knees. Inside to outside. Outside to inside. Now our ankles. And wrists.
Alberto, you need video on.
Wrists also need video. Now we're going to do our kick and twist.
Mark Nealon, you need video on. Jessica Johnson, you need video on. I know these names.
Kick to the side.
Thank you. Kane Lee, you need video
Now
on.
all the way up. Try to touch your hand. Go. Back. Back, back. Standing. Keep back.
Nicely done, Alex. Nicely done. Pablo, what do you
Thank you. Now Catherine will be. Oh, Sam.
Great job, Alex. I don't know about you guys, but I think that's a new standard SGX warm-up. I think I'm pretty tired, actually. And she just became an official SGX coach for all you SGX coaches out there. So, we're all warmed up. Now, get some water, because we're gonna get started with the workout. So stay tuned. You can be watching live right now on YouTube if you're not already, if you're not watching on the Kids Base Camp channel on Facebook. Tune in, follow along. We got a quick 20-minute workout to kick things off, and then it goes right into the sprint. So we have 4 easy to master exercises. I'm gonna demonstrate each one with the kids here, and then we're gonna get right into it. And then we're gonna end this thing with a conditioning circuit with 2 easy exercises, but it might get a little tricky afterwards. So if you're following along, first exercise we're gonna be doing is a simple jumping jack. The next exercise, we have the squat. Then we're gonna drop to the floor, and we got our push-up. And then last but not least, we're gonna roll over our back, and we've got sit-ups. Keep the legs out straight. So the setup is simple. We're going 30 seconds on, 15 seconds off for rest and recovery. And we're doing either 3 or 4 rounds. We're gonna see how we feel. I'm gonna get my stopwatch. Pretty simple. All you have to do, keep an eye on us and follow along. You guys are ready? Let's get started. Jumping jacks, 30 seconds. Here we go. How you doing, Charlie? Going right back there. Jackie, you want to get creative? Spin around. Catherine, how are you doing? Fingers are colliding. That's okay. We'll sit there all day long. 5 more seconds before we get a 15-second break.
Keep doing what Sam's doing. I just got to give you guys some information.
Great.
Keep going.
We have 15 seconds of rest.
We got 15 seconds of rest. Hey, you know there's like 400 lambs in a separate Zoom channel, and we just invited them all into this channel on YouTube Live, and all the lambs said no friggin' way, we are afraid to go into that channel.
All right, guys, squats. We got 30 seconds of squats. Make it slow, quality over quantity. How you guys doing over here?
Don't lean forward, Charlie. Hands on your chin on the way down.
And 15 seconds of rest. Shake it out. We got 2 more exercises. The first round, nice and easy. Remember, we got a long day ahead of us. So don't come out of the gate hot. Alrighty, push-ups, here we go. 30 seconds. Follow along. Push-up, Sam. Good work, Catherine. Jack, nice form. Charlie, how you doing back there? 3, 2, 1, break. 15 seconds of rest. We got our 4th and final exercise, which is sit-ups. That is the end of round 1. Easy peasy. I think the warm-up was harder. All right, on your back. Here we go. 30 seconds of sit-up. Starts now. Hands up tall.
Nicely done, Jack. Nicely done, Charlie.
15 seconds. Keep it strong. Push through.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm a lamb and I've been in apparently the wrong room here the whole time, but I'm running the Trident Bone Frog for Operation Third Ward.
Time. Back up to your feet. 15 seconds. And we're gonna move right on to the jumping jack. Round 2. This time, we're not taking any rest. We're gonna change it up. And for round 3, we're gonna go back to rest. All right, jumping jack start in 3, 2, 1, here we go. 30 seconds. Again, after this, we're gonna transition to our squats. You're gonna get right into it, no rest. Move up and down if you want. Change it up. We got 10 seconds, and we're gonna jump right into the squats. Two, 1, here we go. 30 seconds. Keep the form, keep the knees tracking over the toes. 15 seconds. After this, we're going to jump right to our push-ups. Quick transition. 8 seconds. 5, 2, 1. Down. We got push-ups. Let's go. Nice work, Jack. Good work back there, Charlie. Yeah, crank him out, buddy. Nice work, Catherine. 15 seconds. Keep pushing. 10. 5. And sit-ups, here we go. Let's go. Quick transition, 30 seconds. The sit-ups are your recovery. Focus on your breathing. Regroup for 15 seconds. Five, 3, 2, 1. All right, we got 15 seconds of rest. We're gonna jump right back in. We got another round of this. Back to the top. Whew. All right, jumping jacks, here we go. I see you guys on Zoom. Let's get that form up. Anybody else sweating? Or is it just me? It's just me. Charlie, you sweating? Good. 10 seconds. All right, for this round, we're gonna take our breaks. Relax, we got 15 seconds. Shake it out. Regroup your breathing. And we got our squats. All right, we got 3 seconds. Here we go. Get in position. All right, time it out. Keep the form. Keep consistent. Man, you kids are crushing it. Making me look bad.
Eric,
15 seconds.
A little bit deeper squat there. Thank you.
Five, 3, 2, 1. 15 seconds. We got our push-ups. Walk it out. Control your breathing. All right, let's get down to the ground. Here we go. 30 seconds on the clock. Starts now.
Just so everyone knows, is that we have Eric Herderer, the world record holder, the Guinness Book World Record holder, under barbed wire finisher here
15 seconds.
doing the workout with you. So we're going to be watching him closely.
And time. 15 seconds. Roll onto your back. We got our sit-ups. And that rest goes quick. All right, 3, 2, here we go. Knock them out. How we doing over there, John? Anybody fall off yet? Everybody still on?
They're all looking pretty good there.
And time.
They're looking pretty good.
Nice work. We got one more round of these 4 exercises, so let's make them count. Again, we're gonna knock them out straight through, no rest.
Our dog would just like to show some support to everybody, by the way.
Make it our best. We're gonna give ourselves 30 seconds rest between this last round. Gives us a couple more seconds to get our breathing under control and ready. Yep. Jack kicks off. What do we got? Let's go. 30 seconds. Jumping jack.
Part of the workout to a portion of the Unbreakable 24.
Así se pone cuando se ha pedido.
Evan, you got an eye on time?
It's all about the count. Exactly. Some of you guys will even conceive how so we don't have to revisit the count. We're just jumping straight into the workout.
Squats, let's go. Charlie, you're up. Squats in the front. 30 seconds. Keep the form, let's go. Charlie, you got time.
2.
Push-ups. Jack, switch with Charlie. Let's go. 30 seconds on the clock. Jack, you got time.
Well, I could really tell it's going to be a long day for some of these folks. It's going to be a long day.
So this is how we end up. Shades of blue and gray. I feel just like an empty bottle.
All right, sit-ups, Captain. Switch with Jack. Lead us through the sit-ups. 30 seconds.
Go.
As soon as you get started.
Ready?
Go. Stop. Sit for 40. Jack, get those feet out. Legs on the ground. Arms up high.
Arms up high at the top.
Reach to the ceiling.
Yeah.
Just drive all the way to the rainbow's end. Just drive, and we'll never turn our backs again.
What are we doing, Catherine? Okay. Get some water, take a breather. We got a minute on the clock. And I'm gonna go over instructions for the next round. And that will conclude our base camp workout tour, and then you guys are on to the next.
It might conclude your base camp workout tour. It might.
Mike, keyword.
Might. I have some other things in mind.
It will.
All right, so take this time to get your breathing down. I'm gonna cover the exercises. It's super simple. We got 2 exercises. We got
Take me far away before my mind spins off and I am all derailed, derailed. Just drive all the way to the rainbow's end. Just drive, and we'll never turn our backs again. Just drive.
Strong focus.
Five seconds. All right. Kirby's Catherine, you're in front. Catherine, move to the front. All right, here we go. Kirby's, let's go. Round 2. 2 down, 2 to go. Keep pace.
Yoga at the top.
right, mountain climbers, let's get through it. Five. All right, switch it up. 30 seconds burpees. Here we go. Jack, you're up, final round. Ready? Here we go. Let's start. Overhead on the jump, guys. Guys, this is the final round. Keep the form. Test your grit. Overhead, guys. Come on, guys. Looking at you. Overhead on the jump. All right, mountain climbers. Here we go. Knees touch elbows, guys. And time. Everybody relax. Catch your breath. Drink some water. We got a few more minutes and we're gonna do a cool down. I am sweating. These kids aren't even phased.
When's the Peloton
30,
section?
We've got 2 exercises to cool ourselves down. We're gonna get our breath ready before we transition into the next part of this thing. Sure. Okay, Jack, so for a second, I'll switch back with you. All right, first one, we're gonna get into a tricky position called the Spider-Man. Foot right outside of the hand, back knee is down. Everybody in that position? Okay, just rotate with me. Same hand as the knee. Follow along. I'll tell us when to switch. Make sure you're breathing. Don't go quickly. Take this time, cool down, regulate your breathing. All right, let's go ahead and switch. Slow it down. Bring yourself back to earth. Okay, go ahead and stand up. Widen your feet. You're gonna go as low as you can go. I understand some people aren't gonna be able to go all the way. Drop down, hands together and open up those hips. We're just gonna sit here and relax. We got a couple more minutes. Focus on your breathing. Breathe in through your nose. Long exhale out through the mouth. Nice and relaxed. Keep holding the position, keep breathing, feel the stretch. If you want, you can rotate. Okay, last one. Go ahead and sit. These are my favorite. They came to me yesterday. They might already exist, but I'm taking credit for them. It's called the bodyweight rower. Back straight, legs straight. Like you have oars in a boat. Reach forward, pull back as tight as you can, and let's go. Take it slow again. We're cooling down. Really rip those shoulders back, squeeze the back. I don't know about you guys, but during this quarantine, I've been stuck at a computer. My chest is getting tight. These feel amazing.
Acting like you're rowing.
Come on the boat, we're top heavy here. We're going in circles. Somebody's not pulling their weight. All right, just a few more. And I see Matt B. Davis at the ready. He's like, when's this gonna be over? He's like, I'm ready to get started.
Hey, I'm looking for the Peloton section.
Relax.
Is
How you guys
there a
feel?
Peloton section?
A little change of pace. How you feeling? Good. You guys alive? Did I destroy him? I think I destroyed your kids. The batteries went off.
When you're done, let me talk.
Done.
Hey guys, good job on the workout tour. You're going to a sprint next. Before we got started, hey Matt, I love your hair. Nice hair. Before we get started, are you clicking out of Facebook?
Yes.
Are we out?
We're out.
I was going to tell everybody to jump over to YouTube, but that's okay. Matt, before we get started, I want to challenge everybody. Earlier, I don't know if you heard it, Matt, I'd asked everybody to raise 2 hands if they were absolutely sure they were going to make it to 24 hours. There was no chance they were going to quit. And there were some people that put 2 hands up. A bunch of other people were afraid to even put 1 hand up. And so what I would challenge everybody to, because you're never going to get this opportunity, maybe never again in your life, where we are stuck at home, we're feeling sorry for ourselves, we're not socially distanced enough from our refrigerators. So what I would challenge you to is go a little further than you thought you could. If you were only going to do a sprint today, attempt a sprint super. If you're only going to go up to the Hurricane E, go a little further. So whatever you're going to do, go 1 step further. Matt, you're in charge. Good luck. Matt, my insurance covers me for 1 death per product. So only 1 person can die during the sprint. I'll see you.
Hey, buddy, were you talking to me this whole time?
I was talking to you.
Well, you know, I might actually give myself a haircut because it's been so long that I thought, you know, I keep the people entertained. I'd give myself a haircut during this portion.
Alberto did mine.
You haven't let Alberto go yet?
No way, Alberto's the man. He's over here, he does everything. He's cooking, he's doing haircuts, he's doing all the filming, the editing, everything.
I thought I was here for commentary. You want me to lead these people in something?
You could, or Alberto could do it.
I thought I was going to give commentary and whatnot.
Do your thing, you're in charge. Good luck.
Well, listen, I'm easy. I'll let him take a break for a little bit. Get some water, everybody.
Absolutely not.
There's no...
Joe, where's the Gatorade? Where's the aid stations for the death race?
There is no Gatorade, there's no aid stations. FFIO, all right? FFIO. We're going on the mountain later. We're stringing barbed wire right now. About midnight, we expect to be up on the mountain.
Okay. Well, I'm supposed to have some co-hosts. Where's Steve Hammond?
Hammond, where are you? Is Hammond in there? Do you know where he is? I'm gonna look for him right now. Hang on.
Hello, Matt B. Davis. Hello, Joe.
Hey, buddy.
There we are.
Hey guys, hey, Matt Hammond. We got a couple other hosts as well joining us. But before we get started with some friends here, I want to make sure that everyone's aligned. It's 3:33. If you haven't started already, the sprint is about to start. So with all our virtual races, we're going to be starting with the obstacles. So with the sprint, we'll start with those 20 bodyweight obstacles, followed by the cardio element. So if you haven't already, let's go ahead and get started in 3, 2, 1. And we're going. And while you guys are going ahead and getting those obstacles started, make sure you have your volume on mute, please. We're going to bring in our favorite Matt B. Davis from Obstacle Racing Media, our one and only Steve Hammond, and we've got a couple pro athletes as well, Callie Schweikart and Natalie Miano. So you guys, take it away.
Hey, Steve, you know what I think would be great while these people are doing their thing, to give them some inspiration? Talk to everybody about the last few days of the Hammond Challenge. So what Steve did was he decided to run a mile per day for the number of day it was. So on day 5, he ran the 5th mile. On the 15th of April, he ran 15 miles. I want to know how you cranked through those last few days of multiple marathon days back to back.
I think I worked it out. There was 189 miles in the last 7 days.
And I'm saying, how did you get up and do that? Because you had to be in a lot of pain.
Yeah, well, the pain was there, but I think it was the discipline of getting up. And I think the whole reason why I did the Hammond Challenge was to, you know, I needed a job. I needed something to do. I'm a very active person, and I was a little bit scared to try and, you know, just sit out this COVID thing wasn't very exciting for me. So yeah, I mean, it was just getting out, knowing that the end is in sight, and it's just one foot in front of the other. I've never had the chance to experience anything like this before, and I wanted to test and push myself to the limit, so I did.
So on like say day 25, were you doing like 13 and a half miles out and back, or were you just like going to run and tell your wife to come get you at the end?
I was doing a few things. I was doing a couple of out and backs. I realized very quickly that the out and backs were a lot better to do, because if I ran out with absolutely, no word of pickup or anything like that, I had to run back and I had to complete those miles. I found that a lot easier. I didn't think I would. And then some of the days, I'm full-time dad with Henry, and Stacy's working at the moment as well. So I was trying to figure out how to do it in the morning before Henry wakes up. And some days I couldn't get all the miles done in the morning, so I would get maybe 18 done, and then I would have to do the other 6 later on in the day. And I found that really difficult, so I just got up really early in the morning and tried to bash them all out.
That was actually going to be one of my questions too, is if you were allowed to break it up.
Yeah, you can break it up. It's actually I found it more detrimental to me to do that, because once I was on the roll, it was a lot easier to keep on going. I think on day 26, I can't quite remember now, they all merge into one. Say day 26, I split it up into 2. And when I had to do the second lot, my body hadn't recovered, it had just seized up. And to go back out in the afternoon was just horrific. So I decided to try and get them all in one go as the body was moving. And then I realized it didn't really matter if I was running 18 miles or 25 miles. The body would have a longer time to recover from, if I finished at 9 o'clock in the morning, I would have that much time till I wake up again at 3:30, 4:30 in the morning to recover.
And did one pair of shoes make it?
I did it in 4 different pairs of shoes, because what happens with, and I've got a lot of people who are sort of experts in this, and a lot of people who are sort of friends helping me out with, different tactics and stuff. Oh my gosh, you're doing it. Should I do mine too?
I'm gonna mute it because it's an annoying sound, but I do want to, I need to get this done anyway, so why not? Go ahead.
Good. It's Mohawk May. I was going to do my. Got to do a Mohawk.
Steve, how are you feeling now after everything?
Oh, hi, Callie.
Hi. I've been listening to this whole thing and waiting to ask you, how's everything going now? Like, how do you feel?
Well,
exhausted?
I'm actually going to give myself a full month of recovery. I know a lot of people say go running straight away. I've taken advice from the mighty Chris Brown, who he does err on the side of caution when it comes to recovery, but he's very experienced in recovery from big endurance runs like this. So although I feel great to go and run, I'm going to kind of maybe 3 or 4 weeks. I might end up doing Matt B. Davis's ultra virus race at the end of May, depending on how I feel. But I can't believe he just shaved his head. Oh, this is awesome. This is great. I am not shaving my beard, or maybe a little bit.
Hey guys, it's Natalie. How are you guys? I'm over here like, Matt, just leave it like that. I had to jump in. Just leave it like that. Don't keep going.
If you guys want to do speaker view right now, this is pretty amazing. This is like guys in the 70s would do this. They would, like, if they're going bald, right?
Well, it's called the comb over.
This is amazing. Oh, this guy's on his phone. Hey, this guy, DQ this guy, Devaney. This guy's on his phone. You're not allowed to be on your phone during the 24-hour death race.
Well,
hey, I have a quick question.
24-hour death race. It's everything race.
Right, it's everything. Callie, did you watch Fittest yet?
I didn't actually.
So it's only, I think it's $3.99 to rent, or maybe it's free. I don't know. It's amazing. I mean, it always is, but I know you like the lifting and the strong things, so I thought you might watch it.
I do, but I'm not like the CrossFit stuff. The CrossFit stuff makes me feel very awkward. I don't know. I'm very like lanky, so I like the lifts, but like compromised running, not necessarily like Olympic stuff or things like that.
Well, here's the thing. I have said before, who is this guy on the phone? Who is this? Spartan twins. Who are Spartan twins? Who is that? Like handstand walks are lame and push-ups in your head are lame, but it's what they call, workout porn, really slow motion, people doing amazing lifts. It's really cool. So anyway, I would check it out.
I've heard good things. I should watch that actually. Natalie, how was the ultravirus 12-hour crewing for Mark and everything?
It was awesome. That race was really, really well put together, Matt B. Davis.
It seems so.
We had a great time. Yeah, Mark crushed it, which was fun. I think he had, that inspiration from the Hammond challenge going on, and they're like soulmates. Mark and Steve, they have a similar disposition, so they probably both were feeling the need to do something, do something epic.
Congratulations to Mark on that. I think I see his arm.
Yeah, he's here.
Hi, Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Awesome.
Yeah, that these things are cool. I just want to point out, Ray De La Cruz, you're crushing it, dude. And I like can see in the background, signs from your kids. We love you, Daddy, and you got your workout all written down there. That's super cool. But similar to what the Ultravi was brought out in the people doing this like Zoom situation. I mean, it's not racing. We're not out there, but look at this. Like, it's the same. It's bringing some of that excitement on race day, and it helps you push finding your limits on a virtual race. Who would think? But people are doing it. Mark did it. Steve, you did it with your challenge. This is just, we're just like, we're making it work, so.
Well, what I thought was great was listening back to the podcast with Mark is, he said he was going to stop, and it was watching everyone else, let's just say the regular folks, the average athlete out there. And he's like, wait, these people are finding their best. I haven't done that yet. I'm going to get back out there. And that's like a F yeah. Can I say that on Spartan's show? Fuck yeah. Like moment, like I'm going to go out there and find my best. And then he did. He did this amazing thing. And that just got me like super pumped.
Yeah, big time. I mean, Mark, he did an amazing thing there. And that shows what an elite level is of an OCR athlete, but also a trail runner and a road runner. And I think what the Ultravirus race did was prove that the bridging the gap between trail running, road running, and OCR is actually very close together. And that was a pretty epic thing for sort of an OCR brand to be putting on a trail running event and having so many people do that. And there is a very, very small crossover, I think, closer than we all think, and that kind of proved it, which was awesome. And for Mark to run 85 miles is at the top of the game, and to there's not many people that be able to beat.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cool to see how people have adapted on the fly to all this stuff, from the virtual races to different events that have been canceled, even virtual like graduations and proms. I don't know if you guys have seen like John Krasinski and like the good news stuff he's putting out, all that fun stuff, but it's all something that we'd never consider doing, or like it'd just be weird for us to even try. But now that it's the best we have, everyone's just like embracing it and kind of just like we're all doing our best, and it's pretty awesome to see. So
I'm just slightly disturbed watching Matt B. Davis cut his hair right now. It's a little bit distracting. I'm like, should I really be watching this personal thing? I'm not sure.
It's very casual, no mirror, no anything.
Well, it's the problem I'm having is typically I'll use like the phone, right? And I'll just like do it outside or something. But like, I don't think my Mac is going to survive this. Like, like hair is getting all over my laptop.
Did you not think of that in the first place? Did you not like? I thought that you might have like a nice towel around your lap or something.
How long have you known me? Is the word like prepared or planning or like Let me look at the long-term consequences of this.
Matt, I can
Yes?
see the hair balls on your shoulders. Like you have hair balls on your shoulders. It's gross. But
We're able to start running once we're done with the body weight stuff, yeah?
Yes.
Nathan,
Okay, and then we just show you the Strava stuff?
Sure. Sounds good to me. Show me some Strava stuff, Ethan.
Yes.
For the last movement, correct?
That is correct. Yes.
Yeah, Don will answer those kind of questions. We're just going to make stuff up.
We just show our run on like our screen when we get back, like this, or just
Sure.
show it on our phone.
Well, here's the thing, Natalie. I have spared you. I typically would do this shirtless, but I have spared you, and I'm wearing a Spartan shirt, so I'm on brand, baby. Look at that.
If we're doing an alternative such as like jumping rope, how do you want us to track that?
If Don, are you there? Could you possibly break down the sprint format for us? That'd be great, and then we'll probably do the same for the super. But the sprint format for everyone, could you break it down for us?
I'm gonna translate for Steve. What he said was, Don, could you please break down the sprint format? Okay, go ahead.
Why, thank you, Matt. was that the Queen's English I heard?
Yes, mate. You don't want my real accent, that's for sure.
No. So the format was obviously the body weight exercises that most of you have accomplished so far. Then you will go down and do your run. The run can be either the bike, the run, or the jumping or the jump rope. Jump rope, those types of things are going to be on your honor system. We have talked about this repeatedly. You're going to count those. You know, obviously we can't count for you, and that would be, but if you come to a free virtual race, and supposed to cheat, well then, great job. You absolutely fantastic. But you know, we just want you to have a great time and have a great experience here. So you can come back, demonstrate that you accomplished your jump rope or your bicycle or your rowing or whatever those pieces are, and say, hey, I did this. Come up with some system. There's people that have whiteboards. There's people that are going to do Strava. There's people that are going to do Garmin. There's people that are going to do all of those types of things. And I think that we just have to continually strive for our best. That's what we're here for. Push yourself further, do more, do better, and we trust you implicitly. That's all there is to it.
If we're running, do we still need connected to Zoom, or can we just track it on a running app and then connect back and show you the screenshot?
Correct, Corey. We talked about this. Yes.
So I can disconnect completely from Zoom for the run. I won't be disqualified.
No, you have there at your place of residence where you are. You must be part of the Zoom piece. Then you can go out on your run. You can do however you'd like to track it, and then come back. You only have 10 minutes of disconnection on the Zoom for the 24 hours. That's the only way we were able to figure out to monitor you for this amount of time. So that's it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Don, can I just ask you a quick question? What's the comparison for a 5K run for the for rowing or for the jump rope or for cycling? Have you got the comparison charts?
I'm gonna have to look it up. Thank you for asking that. I hate you.
I could possibly go and go and look them up, but I don't know where to look them up from. I got them somewhere.
I'll find it.
You mean in the FAQs?
Yes.
Most probably. Nice work, Daniel.
How do y'all like Florida? Isn't this nice?
Looks too hot.
Oh.
5K run.
So the winner of this gets, what is it? Is it a lifetime season pass?
That's it.
I want to ask Don a question. Don Devaney. Many of these people have no idea what a death race is. So when they get to the end and something completely bleeping arbitrary happens, you might have some really unhappy customers.
What do you mean?
Well, once in a while, the death race can be arbitrary and capricious. So, meaning not based on merit necessarily. So,
I still don't understand what your question is.
That's a brilliant response.
Those are going to be the fun hours to watch, Natalie and Kelly. If you've never been around a death race,
are you going to bring on Hobie Call to? Maybe you just stole his big question.
Why would I bring on Hobie Call? He didn't make it through the death race ever.
Oh wow! Look at that. And anyhow, that's when I'm going to tune in. Like, I'm definitely tuning in for the 24-hour mark when it just gets wacky.
When it gets silly. We have.
Hey, Don.
Not gonna. Go ahead.
Hey, somebody had a question about the bike. It's 4 times.
Thank
If
you.
I can get. Yep, you're welcome.
There you go.
I was actually trying to look that up while I'm talking here. Hey,
I know I can't do 2 things at once either.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting old. I'm like I keep on saying, I'm the dinosaur out on the beach watching the little star come closer and closer, going, "Oh my God, look at that pretty star." That's basically. But I feel like, but here, you guys keep on going. I think that's a great. Thank you, James, for that. So I didn't have to look it up and get all. I'm gonna actually put that format on another laptop here, so I have all of those comparables, so we can keep on going. But it's your show, guys. Keep on going there, Mr. Davis.
So Matt, the Matt B. Davis grooming show, is your grooming finished, or are you carrying on?
Well, I think I'm gonna do the the final pieces when.
What's that?
When
Back crack and sack?
But this is what. Please don't be filthy, Steve. But again, I'm in my office, right? There's a printer down here. This was a horrible idea. I'm gonna get a vacuum out. Like this was I just didn't think this all the way through.
No, you didn't.
I should have brought the laptop like on my porch. You know what I mean? Like that would have been the move, right?
Yes.
You should have pushed your chair away to shave your head so that you didn't get hair in your laptop.
Right. Well, again, I realized that about halfway through.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I do that.
But I was really holding out for it, man. I really thought, like, again, I live in Georgia, and we're just a little different here. So they opened everything, and so I messaged my lady, and I was like, "Hey, I know it's, I understand if you say no, but can I come see you now?" And she's like, "No, I'm sorry." And I was like, "All right, well, buzz
Is she
cut it
booked
is."
solid, or is she just not?
No. She's like, "Hey, I have a kid and I'm concerned and I just don't want to do it." And it's like, that's her right. So, don't make this a political program. But,
Why do you say that
yes.
in English accent?
Are
we political or something? You're the political ones, mate.
So anyway, buzz get it is. Listen, here's the good news, guys. I'm super handsome either way, right? That's just the way it is. So, I just, I had to go this route.
So you guys, as much as I miss racing, I realized a couple of things. That I wasn't able to walk on Seattle, the day that would have been Seattle. So here I am, standing third in the series right now, and I wasn't able to walk on the day that Seattle would have taken place. And then tomorrow would be Montana, right? Tomorrow.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I can run, but only a few miles on the grass without pain a little bit. I probably wouldn't have been able to race. That would have been
What happened, Natalie?
Yes. I think I tore a tendon in my posterior, or not tore, but tendonitis in my posterior tibial tendon. After Jacksonville, I had arranged to go in and get some skin cancers removed on my ankles. So I got stitches. I came back to running right away, and I probably came back too soon, but I was fine, felt no pain. And a week later, I ended up getting really, really bad infections. But I think it was more because the stitches didn't come out. Like they were supposed to come out, and they pushed my appointment far ahead, and I got really bad infections. So when I was coming back to running with that infection, it was good. It felt no pain, but I think I was compensating and ended up having like I must have done something really bad to my attention. So, but anyway, I mean, hey, so, but I did really want to participate in the ultravirus and these races. So, yeah, that's a bummer, but.
Well, listen, Steve, why don't we just cut Natalie a check for 3rd place for the series, since it's probably not going to happen, right?
Probably not.
It's a few grand, right?
I mean, I've seen some race dates change to November, September, October, November.
Yeah, I think it's very, it's so up in the air, and nobody can really pinpoint, I mean, with anything, let alone races. But having said that, as soon as we are able to, we're going to, fly by the seat of our pants and get them all, get some races out there. And, it might be a little bit different, but at some point, I really, really hope that we can get the US National Series coming back online. But it's the same across a load of sports. I follow English football a lot, and there are teams in the relegation zone, and knows what's happening with them, and a bunch of different stuff. So it's very interesting what we will see across all types of sports. Especially in ours as well, of what can happen to the the standings.
Well, I had hopes of being in Montana this weekend for sure, which is kind of a bummer, but at least to get to some of the series. But I wasn't in Jacksonville. So Natalie, what was, take us through Jacksonville. That was like a big day for you. How was the course and like the start of the series and everything?
It was great. I really enjoyed the course a lot. The year prior, it was like, a little bit of a mess. So it got like really rainy, and temperatures were good. I mean, dude, I love that flat, like fast course. Steve, you kind of scared us with those videos you kept showing of like, I'm gonna say the sandbag carry, because that was probably the most treacherous, parts. But for the most part, that was definitely a fast course. So yeah, it was loads of fun. Those motocross courses are insanely fun. I don't know if anyone else agrees here. I know that they don't offer as much in terms of like technical and blind running and all that. But when you're a fan, I mean, the guys came out after their race, and we had, they were able to just run back and forth between the girls. And I mean, if you were spectating that day, you were able to see the last, mile and a half of the race, and it was loads of fun. I mean, it was really, really neat. Some of the sports that I've been hearing are talking about doing, limited spectator events. Is that something, for the sport side of it? And I know it's kind of different because Spartan isn't a sport. It's not just a sport, that it's a business as well. So is it ever something where it would be like, where there are races hosted in maybe a different way, but, the athletes are shown and it's like covered live. There's not necessarily an audience, or there's not like races running all day. That's something that Spartan would consider, you think?
Yeah, it's been talked about a lot. And, we've seen it in our sport before where, Battle Frog went that way of just doing it for basically just the TV. It's a huge balance of trying to, the cost of setting up an obstacle course race. We have on average 5,000 to 7,000 or 8,000 people come to an event, and that kind of covers costs to put on a race. If you have the same event put on for just 50 people, we would never be able to get our money back unless the sport elevates itself, and we'd be able to get the sponsors and the TV there. So it's kind of, I think it's a very it's like a chicken and egg, or what comes first. But I do feel that we got to build up the sport first, of having having the open races there as well, to be able to create the sport so that the elite runners can run as well. However, in this time, it could be a great opportunity to showcase, and that has been in discussion, but we have to wait to see if it comes to fruition or not. Yeah, it's a great point, and it could be really interesting. There's a ton of different avenues that have been discussed. What would be awesome? It's like Jacksonville was such an amazing spectator race, and imagine having a race which, if we were back to normal, so pre-COVID conditions, we would have the Saturday and Sunday all for age group and open races, and we would have a pro wave on a Friday night, and you'll have all the spectators come in, and it's set up as a kind of almost a 2-lap course. Something like that would be so much fun to sort of see, going backwards and forwards, and you can just constantly see them coming around. That I can see, that's kind of my ideal future of sport, where it comes to spectating, a ton of different obstacles over a small period of time, because you do the obstacles twice, so instead of doing 20 obstacles, you do 40 obstacles over this a similar distance, which could make for an amazing race and amazing TV and amazing spectating, but it's very difficult to have just that without the other.
Yeah, makes total sense. It's cool that we can kind of think of these ideas now and sort of adapt in different ways. I mean, we're seeing a lot of businesses, sports, whatever, adapt to the the current climate.
Yeah, for sure. Natalie, I mean, you've been in the sport a while. I mean, like, what's your ideal situation for the future of the sport? Where would you like to see it going? Not necessarily where you see it going, but where would you like to see it going?
I do think that the spectator friendly venue would be really neat, and I see that on like a motocross type course, or I see it on like a stadium where you've got like a motocross type course where people are looking down and seeing it, or just like the really, really good live coverage, and kind of I know that opens up the terrain a little bit more. Obviously, it doesn't offer as much of that like steep mountain climbing stuff, which I love that stuff too. So but yeah, I could see there being a more spectator friendly type of situation. I mean, and it's really fun too. So we've been watching these documentaries. I didn't see the fitness one, I think we saw like a Fitness Dubai one. Matt, is that what you were talking about with Callie earlier? The fitness, was that the same one?
So Fitness Dubai came out, it was last year, but that was out. But the same guys who make all of those made the one about last year's games. And okay. It's certainly, if you're hungry for sport, if you've missed watching things, this is last year. But even if you know how it ended, it's always inspiring to watch people who are the best in the world at something do something.
Yes, right.
So I highly recommend it.
Yeah, cool. I'll check it out. I did watch the Dubai one, and we watched a bunch of CrossFit. I think we watched 2017 last night. But that's what I was talking about when I said, would it be possible that like maybe just the pros race in certain situations for the early part of coming back for 2020. So we're talking about the 2020 series. We're talking about the season and how it'll continue, and how the World Championship, or how these championships will be carried out. I do think people are needing that. We need like sport, that that entertainment side of it. Yeah, I mean, when Mark ran the 85 miles in the ultra virus, I must have gotten like 30 texts from people who were like, I'm watching live right now. They were not participants. They were just trying to keep track of what was going on in that ultra virus race they heard about. You know what I mean?
I just want Spartan to know that I did not ask you guys or pay you guys to talk about my race. They might get, just so you don't get mad at me, I'm thrilled you guys are talking about it. Honestly, it is, it certainly was like at a great time. Like we were all, and I just feel like, yeah, it showed that like this can actually work, right? That those of us, a lot of us had been doing this already with family, with work, with whatever, but it did actually matter. You could go out and run and come back and like connect with people, right? Just like there's people who are going to watch this, who are going to like tune in and out over the next 24 hours and be like, wow, like, you know, just, I'm going to randomly name somebody. James Morris is still going, or whoever their friends are. So that's why we did it again, was like, well, shoot, like this actually works.
Yeah.
Because I honestly thought we'd get like 100. I thought we'd get like 100 people. I was bugging everybody. I was DMing everybody. And then it started to get a life of its own.
Hey guys, hey guys, can I just jump in just for a quick second?
Sure.
Hey, it's Bull.
Put some cheers on, Bull.
Hey, no, I can't do it. Hey, look, I've got one job every day at this time. My one job for Don every day that we've been doing this is to show him the sun's still going to come up every day.
Look at that.
I want to pay in, but Don, I don't know where you are. I don't care where you are. If you don't see this, man.
Thank you,
Sun's
Bull.
coming up.
So just so you know, is that Bull has been coming on every day since I've started this Beyond Your Limits show. And he has shown me the sunrise, so I know that the sunrise is going to happen tomorrow because he's a day ahead of us here on the East Coast. So thank you, Bull. I really appreciate it.
Don, mate, I thank you, mate, for everything you've been doing.
That's awesome.
This last month, mate, has been really, really hard.
Thank
and,
you,
mate,
brother.
you just, every morning you've kept me going and kept me up. There's been days I just couldn't get up.
Like
But I gotta keep going, mate.
Yeah, you got it.
I can't do blood root barefoot, but I can do barefoot.
Hey, like I said, Bull, I'll be here until you tell me the day that you say, hey, I got something to do tomorrow.
Roger that. Bull out.
You're killing it, Bull. Good work, fella.
That was pretty cool. But going back to the like future of the sport and kind of talking about how we might change things up, I think one thing to be talked about in terms of spectators is the multi-loop format that we saw at Big Bear last year when the snow came down and they couldn't go up the mountain. They changed
that last minute.
That was insane, but like it was you pulled it off. And watching that one, because I had raced the day before, I didn't race the sprint. The spectators were loving it, and the race seemed so cool. Hitting the spear throw twice, coming around, like that multi-loop format, I think would be something really cool to implement going forward.
I mean, it was fantastic, Kelly, but logistically, it didn't work for us when we opened it up to age group and open waves.
Oh, okay.
So we got huge backups, and like we made it work, and it was kind of slightly contrived, but for the actual championship race, it worked really, really well. And so that's what we gotta look at the big picture of seeing what works for everybody, not just elites, not just open, but everybody. And we kind of made we did that in about 2.5 hours from realizing that we couldn't do the rest of the course. Went out up on the mountain, there was a bunch of snow up there, and we made something of it, and it did work. But then later on in time, it didn't really work for our open heaters, and as I said, we kind of made a best of a bad situation. But what it did open our eyes to is that it can work for an elite race, for a limited elite race. So the first step was to have sort of a pro wave, which I think we're getting to now. And so, lots and lots of baby steps all the way to getting, which I can see in about 5 years' time, get into a product that we all really, really love. And, there's a bunch of guys at Spartan, and a huge shout out to, Watson, Dave Rackett, Nathan, and, Mike Morris, and all those guys are absolutely incredible, top of their game, to, you know, create something for everybody. So yeah, I mean, stay tuned because it's getting better and better.
Right, top of their game, top of the pops, bee's knees, great guys, great.
Oh no, he's doing his British accent again. He's gone. He's lost it. Mate,
How would you say?
I learned a new one yesterday. That was Bob on, Steve.
Bob on, mate.
Bob on.
Yeah. Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your
Bob on. Who did you learn that from?
Jack.
Oh yes.
Yeah. OCR Audio.
Oh, those guys are great. I love those guys.
Yeah, they did a 100th episode podcast yesterday.
Oh, I saw some of the
was a mock.
Instagram.
We ran amok.
Yeah, it ran amok.
Hey, Devaney or Nate, I see Matt Moore just like chilling out in his phone. Like, what do you like? There's no chilling out in this thing, dude. Go do some burpees or something.
He might have already finished his sprint. So
I don't care.
We can have a burger.
Refuel.
Is it?
Don't worry.
So
Don't
it's
worry,
5.
Matt.
Go ahead.
Don't worry, Matt's got a special date with Destiny later.
Oh yeah. I think the boys have some special plans for me.
Oh no, not another Aussie. Oh gosh.
Hey, watch it. There's a few of us here.
Oh gosh. They're all gonna call me a bunch of pommy bastards.
Callie, are you wearing a swatch?
What's a swatch? Oh God.
Oh my goodness. You actually just say swatch?
Swatch were these amazing watches we had in the 80s. If you were in middle school, high school in the 80s.
She wasn't. She
they
wasn't.
were- I'm
No,
saying
no,
for those that
okay,
for those
I have
that
a
were.
swatch. This is what a swatch is. I'm not wearing a swatch. It's a garment.
I gotta dig one of mine out.
They're
Well,
not too bad looking.
Don, you're even older than me, I think. Did adults wear them? Because we wore them in like middle school. I mean, I didn't have one, but the cool girls did.
No, I did. I was already an adult in the 80s.
I had a
There must be
Casio
one like-
Sporty Casual.
So, Steve, are your trails in Tahoe open right now for running?
Not really. They've literally just starting to open up. I mean, in terms of snow or terms of COVID?
COVID.
Oh, well, yes, we can go anywhere and run, or most places we can, but you can't run on most of the trails because they've still got about 5 feet of snow slightly higher up. Within the last week, it's melted up.
I have a question
all
for
your running on pavement?
I did about 70%.
Wow.
Yeah, we already asked that one, Natalie. We already asked that. I have a question for Callie.
What's that?
Callie, we know you were going to be a DecaFit champion. So how are you strength? We can all get out and run, right? We can run on the street, we can run on the trails. A lot of the gyms are closed. Did you order some weights? What have you been doing to strength train?
So I am fortunate enough that like I kind of grew up with equipment in my house because my parents are very active. So I have some like adjustable dumbbells and things like that to do like, you know, a lot of higher rep movements, I guess, because you don't have the heavy weights that you would have in the gym. But I mean, I'm kind of seeing this as a time, not to take like a full off season, but not to necessarily stress about getting in all that super intense training. So I have been doing like the strength training that, you know, you incorporate into the compromised running workouts, more of like using a dumbbell or two or things like that. But in terms of like, I never was into like max lifts and things like that anyway. So yeah, just there's a lot you can do with the limited equipment people have. And there's always a way to modify to accommodate people's situations. So yeah, I think just making do with, you know, the dumbbells that I have and like the running that I do.
But Matt, did you know that Callie was a basketball player like me? That's why
Yeah, we're like the two female basketball players in the sport. We need to like find a team. That'd be so fun. That post that Mark Gaudette put up.
When there's when we okay, well when there's un-COVID or whatever, let's do like a Friday night like free throw contest or something.
Yes. Matt, did you see the post that Mark Gaudette put up of like there were 10, I think he found an East Coast, West Coast team of all the old basketball players that are now OCR athletes. I think that'd be fun to do with the girls, Natalie.
How have I not seen this?
I don't know. It was on Instagram.
It's really fun.
Natalie, you're like, what are you like, 5'4"?
5'1".
Oh my god.
So were you a point guard?
I was good too.
Were you did you go to a Division I school?
I didn't. I went to Cal Poly. They were, at the time they had just won 2 national championships in a row, and I met Mark, and I thought.
Hey now, were they Division II?
They were Division II. Yeah.
Okay,
I actually signed with UCSD and their Division I, but I kind of got cold feet, and at the time I was training with one of the girls on Cal Poly. It made more sense for me to go to a school with a 2-time national championship than to go to a so-so D1 school. So I'd rather like win a national championship in a D2 school. But then I ended up running, and I met Mark, and I kind of just I don't know, decided to just stick with running. So.
Callie, where did you go to school, Callie?
Well, just before we go with that, there's about 15 minutes left in the sprint for people who are wondering. I was recruited to Boston University for soccer. So I played basketball in high school, and we went to like the state championship my senior year, but I didn't pursue that for college. But I still love playing. It's fun.
And you went to BU to play soccer?
I did, and I was there for a year. I was a goalkeeper, and then I was just really homesick and not ready to like decide what I wanted to study. And for like a private school like that, it was like, what am I doing here? So I actually came home and took a gap year, and that's when I first raced a Spartan. So it was interesting how that kind of led to that. But then I transferred to Marist, which is in Poughkeepsie, New York. It's a smaller D1, and I didn't play for them, but I loved it there, and I graduated there in 2018.
That's super cool. I feel like we're putting on a snooze fest here, but I just wanted to point out that, like,
What are you talking about? Anytime Steve and I are around, it's fun.
We have these,
what are you
like,
talking
power
about?
backgrounds, but we just somehow, make it work for a 10-mile race.
Definitely
But
not a
but that's
snooze
why she's got that DECA. She's got that DECA, like,
Good job,
power.
Ethan. Nice job, Ethan. If it's not on Strava, it didn't happen, baby. Let's see those sweet Strava works out. Good job, Ray. When you say there's 50 minutes left in the sprint, what does that mean?
Got
I thought they
15
just run a
minutes to
sprint.
complete it. Well, we're checking with Don.
Excuse me, sir. What would you like us to do if you don't want me to run?
You're more than welcome to take a break and have a seat for now, because you want to enjoy that time off while you can.
Natalie, can you pronounce that gentleman's name?
Lizard.
Is your name Natalie Dawn? God.
Pronounced Sealard.
No, I was just responding to him.
Where do we prove to you guys that we finished the 5K?
In your heart, in your heart of hearts, you can know if you did it.
Of course.
There's just some questions.
Thank you, Matt.
Right?
Hi, how are you? I just finished my 5. I can rest until a little bit more.
Oh,
Yes.
I don't know. I think you need to go another 2K.
No, it's
All
okay.
right.
I don't do it after.
Great job, Bia. Great job.
Nicely done.
Yes, thank you.
Where are you
That's
checking in
it.
from? Bia, where are you checking in from?
I am from Brazil.
Right now?
But I am in Abu Dhabi. I am in Abu Dhabi now.
Abu Dhabi.
Yes, I'm in Abu Dhabi. I am Brazilian and I teach jiu-jitsu here.
What is the current temperature in Fahrenheit?
Let's see. Wait, calculate. Wait, 31 now, and it's like 12. It's like midnight and have 31 degrees.
So what is that? You double it and add 11 to make it Fahrenheit?
Now in the day it's going
Hey,
to
guys.
40 something.
I'm logged into the LAN channel.
In the exercise? No, Colleen was. She was doing it for me, thinking that Alex is gonna get
All right, we gotta mute Nate. We gotta mute Alex, guys.
I'm like,
Oh my God,
All
you're
hell has
killing us,
broken
Alex.
loose.
There we go.
31 degrees in Celsius is 87 degrees in Fahrenheit.
Ooh, that's too hot.
At midnight.
It's midnight now.
Wow.
You got it, Bia.
Yeah,
Way to
you
go, girl.
crushed it.
Yeah.
I feel
But
like
in the day,
Going,
when
keep going.
the day it be 40, 42, 45, 40 something.
Oh my gosh.
Bia,
All right, go.
can I ask you a question? Are you able to run outside, like run around, or the closures? Are they stay at home?
Now it's closed for 10 until 6. Then I'm gonna run now. I went to the run in my parking. But the next one, I think I'm not to run down because the security complained. And then I need to do some exercise at home.
Okay.
I will substitute that for something. But for me, I think the parking would be okay, but the security complaint, you know?
Yeah. Well, keep going. You're an inspiration. Keep going.
Go to it now.
I feel like everybody who starts in the middle of the night should get extra credit.
Yeah, that's really hard.
We're doing that, Matt. We're doing that.
You're lying, Don. You are not giving them extra credit.
No, I didn't realize that she was a jujitsu instructor. I had been haranguing her all week, and now I'm going to get my butt kicked like this year at the death race or last year at the death race.
Oh boy, wasn't that a hoot and a holler,
That
ladies and
was a
gentlemen? I got to see big scary Don Devaney get taken down in about 3 seconds by this badass ex-collegiate wrestler. It was awesome.
I'm going to interject. Someone in the chat just said they're in the Hudson Valley. That's where I am. So keep going. Gavin, you're doing awesome. That's pretty cool.
Thank you.
Where
Gavin
are you?
Roca, Gavin Roca, are you in high school? How old are you, young man?
I am 16.
Woo!
Look at Nate. Look at Nate. He's as excited as I am. We've got him old, young, middle of the night. Spartan's like a cool. When did this Spartan thing start? What a cool idea.
Another Marist alumni in the chat too. This is pretty cool. All over the place.
And anyone out there who is not currently a college graduate, I am not a college graduate, and I turned out semi-okay, so no shame.
No shame at all. I was just saying I saw it in the chat. Go, Marist.
What's college?
What's college?
Mate, you got to be intellectual like me, mate. No, I didn't even finish high school.
Really?
No.
Oh my gosh, what did you do?
I went into, oh mate, you don't want to know my story. That's a Matt B. Davis podcast, that is.
Matt, get on that.
What's the short version? What's the 1 minute version?
Special needs school to homeschool to working it out to the outdoor life and then outdoor education. So basically rock climbing, skiing, whitewater rafting, adventuring, expeditions.
Oh, well, so cool. Well, Spartan was perfect for you then.
It is. That's it. That was the 30-second version.
You know, it is
That's
an
great.
interesting story though. It should be on the podcast.
Yeah, Matt, I think that's a future episode for sure.
Yeah, well, actually, Steve and Garfield, we were gonna do one together, right?
We are. I think we're still going to do that, but I want to interview you.
Right. Except I won't be able to understand you for the most part.
That's right. I'm going to send you over to Garfield, and you won't be able to understand him either. Me and Garfield are going to be on later, actually. We're going to talk about probably beer and cider, maybe.
What time are you guys on?
We are on about 5:30 Pacific Standard Time.
Nate and Don, is Joe making you sit there for 24 straight? Did you guys get to break yourselves?
Oh,
Nate, I'm not on
minutes,
television.
guys, 6
I'm
minutes.
right here. You can speak to me.
I was gonna let Don go first.
Okay.
No, we're
Well, Don likes this stuff. Don likes to stay up for 24 hours.
Don loves it. And it's funny, you mentioned 24 hours. You know, you assume that the thing's going to end in 24 hours. You know?
That's what I was just. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Nathan. I appreciate that.
I'm here for 24 hours. Don's here for 24 plus. That's all I'll say.
Whoever wants to finish the death race is going to be up until I say that we're not up. As you know, Matt can be any length of time.
Somebody changed their name to MBD. Are they trying to be silly?
Melanie Curry, could you unmute for a moment? Melanie Curry? Hello?
She's got some weird static coming in from her end.
Oh, shit. Okay. I'm going to get to, she's from Dobo, Australia. Which is way in the outback, and our very, very good friend, Dr. Del DeGrismo is out in Dobo.
Dubbo, mate. It's Dubbo.
Dubbo.
Dubai, but Dubbo. Use your word, Sean.
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry. All right.
It appears as though we're approaching the end of our hour. I can't believe time's gone so fast.
Always does with you, Matt B. Davis.
Yeah, unfortunately, the entertainment value is going to go down from here. It's okay. You guys can bring me back, though, if you'd like. In like 23 hours.
Who else have we got on next?
I ran a 10er today, Steve. I ran 10 miles. Got out there, did it.
I wanted to ask you, Matt, how's your marathon training going? Because you were cooking. You were cooking with gas, mate.
Well, we took a like April, I didn't want to stop completely, so we just sort of deloaded, as we say, right? Where my runner peeps at, deloaded, or lifting, whatever. And now the race is supposed to be in September, so we're back to like kind of starting with that 5-month sort of whatever. And I'm guessing somewhere between now and September they're going to cancel it. But if they don't, I'll stay on. But I'm enjoying it. I actually like running.
I'll run a marathon. We should set a date and we should both do a marathon together.
All right, how about this? If they don't do it, if they cancel on that date, that September date, we'll do it. How about that?
Okay, perfect. I'll do it. You know what? I don't think I've ever done an actual road running marathon. I've done lots of like ultras and like other stuff. I've never actually clocked my marathon time in a race.
Mark, he just kind of jumped in and said they're the worst.
Marathons? Well, for Mark, it's hard because he probably runs his heart out for, 2:30 or 3 hours or whatever it is. For those of us that are like a nice
3 hours, Matt. He ran faster than that in your ultra-virus race.
Whatever. For those of us that are cruising at a nice 4-hour marathon pace, like a 9:15, 9:30.
Just the cruising. His problem is that the 5-minute miles or whatever. Do that. It burns your feet on the asphalt going, sub 5:20 pace.
Oh wow, that really sucks to be that fast,
I know, right?
What a loser.
Gosh.
Thank you, Callie. Thank you.
I'm sure they're going to get introduced, but up next is Kevin Donahue and Kevin Gelati, I think. So that's going to be fun. But they'll hopefully talk a little bit more about the future of sport and that kind of stuff. Just wanted to throw that on there before we got kicked off for talking.
And there's this raise hand feature here in Zoom. So everybody on this call, if you raise hand, Kevin Donahue, and we get 50 hand raises, Kevin Donahue will shave his head.
So you do what you got to do. But I do want to point out that if the challenge comes our way that's going to either help or hurt your death racer and you're not here, I don't know. But what I would say is leave your Zoom on, even if you go take a nap. Let the referees do what the referees do.
Yeah. Is he talking to us?
No. My understanding was that I would help my contender.
when he rests, I go in and all. So that was thing. Anyways, I'm a Spartan, pure-blooded, but I'm in a personal race which ends today. I have to complete 1,300 push-ups today. So I really want to achieve that milestone. Right now, would any movies, any films of that help my contender? Because I really want to help you, because I really want to finish what I started. And this is what I started last Monday.
Yeah,
right?
well,
my understanding was, yeah.
Let's
my
do this.
understanding was, yeah.
So let's do this. You have some personal goals. That's amazing, first of all. You want to make sure you get your personal goals. You're also here sacrificing of your time, your body, and all that stuff for your death race. We want to make sure you still have access to all this fun. What I would say is, do what you have to do. Do what you think is the right thing to do. We're going to be here.
That was very motivated.
Thought I'd walked into like the end of a movie or something. Well, listen, I know you guys want to get rid of us, so I'm going to say thank you for having us, Nate. And good to see you, Callie, Nate, and Steve. Everybody else, keep going. You're an inspiration. I'm gonna post this a few times in the old ORMIG, and we'll get you guys some more viewers and whatnot.
That's fantastic. Thanks, guys, very, very much. It's been pretty awesome. We're going to go to a break very shortly. Oh, he's still going.
There he goes.
What are you showing next, Matt? He's
Good
gone.
job, guys. Keep it up. Thanks for having us.
Stuff.
Alrighty, guys. Just like they said, we're going to go ahead and take a break now. You may have been taking a break for a little while already, but we're going to take a break for 15 minutes, and then the Super is going to get started at 4:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Leave your cameras on, but we'll take a 15-minute break here. Back here at 4:45.
Thanks for having us, Nate, and everybody, keep working hard. Cheers.
Yeah, keep crushing it.
Cool. All right. Lots of finishers for the 24. Let's go for it. Bye, guys.
Hey, boys, the top obstacle course racer in the whole wide world. Say hello.
Gonna run the kids race tomorrow? What? Gonna run the kids race? Yeah. Awesome.
The energy here is unlike any obstacle course race in the world. I mean, you have literally the best competition in the entire world at this one race.
This is the World Championships. Like, this is it.
New York Marathon's easy. There's a marathon in New York, right? There's not 12 of them, there's one.
I'm 95% sure it's my last Spartan. This is the race I've focused my training on.
Hobie, he's the reason a lot of us got into the sport.
He's the godfather of obstacle course racing, essentially. Like, you know, he was the first professional athlete that everyone was out to beat.
This is it, you know, this is the one, and I was just so excited, and let's just do this thing.
What's gonna be carnage?
Twister,
Oh, yeah. I was thinking the swim was gonna be carnage, but yeah. It's all gonna be carnage.
So the women's race right now, you see them lining up, getting ready to start.
Going into this race, I mean, the women's field is stacked this year.
Zuzana is the defending champion 2 years in a row, so she's got, you know, tons of eyes on her back.
We don't see her a lot. We don't race against her because she's in Europe, and so it's always that wild card, and I think it's like, can somebody take her down?
My first victory was in 2015. I didn't know what to expect, so I wanted to be in the first 5. Everybody asked, was it just one good day for her last year, or is it her normal shape?
She's definitely kind of like a fierce competitor that I'm not sure what her strengths are. Probably everything.
The World Championships from Lake Tahoe, California, start right now.
That moment has come, but you just got to sit there, close your eyes for a second, and take it in, because it's about to be on.
There's nothing more exciting than just trusting in all that training and the things you've been doing, and just to go and run your own race and put it all out there.
One of the curious things as this race shakes out, will some of these athletes that are more used to front running run into issues where they have to push and redline way too early?
You can't win the race in the first 2 miles, but you can lose it. And one of the interesting things about this start is that it's uphill. So right now it looks like they're jogging, but in reality they're running up again a 15% incline. And you stay on this road for 7/10 of a mile, there is no need to sprint out to establish position.
The men's field, majority shaking together, hanging together. Ryan Woods made an early move to the front, which was, again, surprising, but Robert Killian shadowed him.
I like to say that I'm one of the best climbers in the world, and so I really wanted for this first climb to take it out hard, make guys work a little bit harder than maybe they wanted to. It's a very difficult decision, you know, should I push the pace? Am I gonna blow up? But that's the type of racer I am. I don't like to have other people in front of me, and that was one of my big strategies, to see who would hang with me, see who's gonna go with me. If you're just out there by yourself, it's really hard to, you know, to get that motivation, but when someone's right there, you just wanna push that much harder.
First few miles were great. The pace was good. I was comfortable with where Cody and I were at.
I've always been one to push the pace in the beginning, and I usually do it with Robert Killian. And Hobie said, just ought to hang back a little bit, run with me. And he's a very smart racer. But I've always thought, well, my strengths are different than your strengths. If I run your race, then I'm playing into your favor. But as I kind of thought about the years and different things, I thought, you know what do I have to lose? You know, it hasn't worked what I've been doing, so why not? I felt like if I could keep Robert in my sights, that things were okay.
Faye Stenning running probably her race of the year thus far.
So I get into first place, and it's somewhere I haven't been that much this year, so I want to like run away and just push. But I have to be careful because like we're third way done the course. In the past, like sometimes I get burned at the end of the race, and sometimes I don't know if my body's gonna hold on. And that's like it's kind of a scary thing. So it was a fine balance of what to really do with this lead. So put my butt in gear for sure.
So what you see right now is a little bit of separation from Robert Killian. The first spear throw, this is big for Robert Killian. We know his confidence has not really been here on the spear, but this has got to be something he's been practicing a ton of lately.
Yeah, he's here to win a world championship. He has not let any piece of his training go untouched, and spear throw, he knows, is the key to winning a world championship.
One of the things that's going through my head is I missed it last year at this race, so I really took my time, made sure to pull it in, throw my rope really far out. And man, when I hit it, it was awesome. Just tear out of there, didn't look back, didn't care if anyone else hit it or missed it. I just wanted to focus on my race and keep going.
Looks like Robert Killian stretching out a little bit of a gap. Can he run away with guys like Cody Mote and Ryan Woods on his heels? I think these are the three men that I expected to be near the top This is shaking out fairly similar to what we anticipated, but with Ryan Woods and Cody Mote's ability to run flats, I think it would be a hard ask for Robert Killian to just run away.
I was in third at that point, and I didn't feel like I gained really, and I might have even lost a little bit on the barbed wire crawl, but it was kind of all part of the plan. You know, stay a little relaxed, don't get carried away and winning right now.
I really like this position for Cody Mote. I look at him as a guy that's been on the podium like 3 of the last 4 or 5 years at World Championships. I think he's a guy that basically you can't write off ever, and were it not for his thyroid issues, I think he could have been on the podium basically every year.
I still fight some health issues I think a lot of people probably don't know a lot about. If I go online and I read about what people say about my autoimmune disease, Hashimoto's, it's an issue where your body attacks your thyroid. It's kind of depressing. People are like, no, I couldn't get out of bed. I had to quit my job. I think to myself, no, I'm gonna exercise. I'm gonna work hard. I'm gonna be mentally tough. But it's more than that. I want to be a world champion again. I want to win it.
So coming into the sandbag carry, I was of course excited because it was a double sandbag carry, and as I'm carrying, I'm like a little heavier than I was expecting. It was a little longer than I was expecting. So you got to kind of make sure that you're just like evenly distributing the weight so you're not getting too fatigued. And then so as I'm going down trying to figure all this out, I see Lindsay, and then I see Susanna, and then I see Faye, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like I'm actually in striking distance.
Oh yeah, like me seeing Alyssa made me get my butt in gear because she's great at the carries and she's great at the downhill and she closes hard.
If I can just keep chipping away and like I could get up there and I could really give them a run for their money.
So I'm like, this is who you should be afraid of. So I was running afraid from Alyssa, and it is the most exciting, scariest thing ever because she will fight.
We have a really close race because Ryan Woods has run back Robert Killian.
I think when I first grabbed the rope, I didn't realize how much mud and dirt were on it. It was so slippery, so I had to do a leg lock. And then I finally get a good lock, pulled 2 pulls, but now I got like mud on my hands. I pulled the bar, and the extra ladder that was wrapped on the top fell down. There's just too many things that are going wrong right now. Just take a breath, just continue mission, and keep going.
We have a dead neck-and-neck race for the lead, and honestly, with Cody Mote lurking, nobody is safe.
I was in third at that point, and I didn't feel like I gained really, but it was kind of all part of the plan. You know, stay a little relaxed. I knew there was another gear, but I didn't want to hit that other gear. You know, it was kind of like, don't get carried away and winning right now.
Cody Mote, 30 seconds away from the lead in this championship race. Farmers carry 2.0 with a very heavy, awkward weight. It's not a long carry, but it's enough that it engages some core muscles and taxes some that you are going to need for all these descents later.
This sport is not just about being able to run. Obviously, it's about being strong. A lot of the strength stuff is taxing. So your shoulders and traps are getting taxed and pulled down. Your grip strength is getting pressured by each of these little things as they add up and sap just a little bit more energy from you.
Robert actually had a pretty good lead on me there, but I have been working the double sandbag because it got me last year, and I picked those sandbags up, and I felt, I don't know why, but it was the best obstacle of the whole championship race for me.
And if Cody Mote is feeling good after this carry, then the field is in big trouble.
What I didn't expect was how strong Cody was at the carries.
Wow, so Robert Killian coming out, maybe exerting himself a little too much early on.
He's a hunter. He goes out and, you know, carries meat from his hunt, so I know he goes out there and works on that stuff. But I didn't expect him to be able to run the whole thing at the top with the double sandbags.
Well, I gained the 50 meters and then ended up putting possibly 100 meters on him there. Just in that double sandbag carry. The longer you carry that bag, the more effort you're putting in.
Cody Mote just annihilated that.
Perfect. Hey,
Nice.
All right, so everyone else on the call, we got the super starting up here in just about a minute or two. Same rules as the sprint. It'll be those same 20 obstacles plus the additional 5. You should all have them ready to go. Same running alternatives. This will be a 10K run, obviously. So you'll correspond that to a bike. It could be an air bike, step ups. There's a variety of replacements there if you aren't able to get outside. So that's going to get started up here in just about a minute.
How much time do we have total allotted for the super stuff?
Sorry, could you repeat that one?
How much time total do we have allotted for the super and obstacles?
There is, I believe, 2 hours on the dot.
Yeah, there's no allotted for the obstacle. It's only 2 hours total.
Correct.
Okay.
Right.
Correct. Yep. 2 hours total, and then there'll be another break as well. We have 2 hours total. And if everyone's ready, we'll go ahead and get started now. In 3, 2, 1. Let's get going.
Thanks for bringing us in there, Nathan. Kevin Gelati's here with us. What's up, Kevin Gelati?
What's up, guys?
Hi, Don.
What the hell is that?
Hi, Don.
Does
Nathan, you got red hair.
Oh my gosh.
What do we got?
Wow. We got,
Man,
Hey, Don,
some people are going next level.
yeah, hey, Don, can we get Matt Moore some extra credit or something with the Spartan helmet?
Oh, definitely getting extra.
This is how I run races, guys.
He is definitely getting extra credit.
Yeah,
That's awesome. All right, we got Kevin Donahue, Kevin Gelati here. Gelati, was that the puppy in the frame? Why'd you let her leave?
You know, first of all, it's a he. His name's Rambo. But he's not a puppy. He's 14 as of last week.
How about that?
But you know, he does what he wants to do. He came in, he heard the ruckus out here, and then he's like, I'm out of here. He was over it and left.
Hey, if Bill Belichick's dog Nike could sit there during the draft and basically run the New England Patriots draft, Rambo could sit in on his call all he wants.
Oh yeah, man. He runs this house. If he wants to come out here, he'll come out here. But if he's over it, he'll move on.
So we had some great dialogue earlier with Steve, Matt, Callie, and Natalie Miano. Did a great job bringing this all in. But then Natalie at the end said some random stuff. She's like, yeah, she had some challenge going on. She's like, and if you do this in whatever time you do it in, Kevin Donahue's going to shave his head. And I'm like, what? Look at this growth. I don't know if any of you guys can see yet. I have this monster fro right now that I'm growing out, and I'm really trying to get it big. I've been taking advantage of this no haircut stuff and going full out. So Natalie, not shaving the head.
But you don't have a beard.
No, Nathan's got the market cornered on the beard right now. It's looking good. And Nathan will have the beard, and I'm just going to go with the Sideshow Bob hair for the rest of our lockdown here.
I'm just going for the typical savage look.
You're always a savage.
I was gonna say, don't change anything up now, Gelati.
No, I'm too far down a certain path to go back.
I was about to say that. So jumping into that, you know, going along those paths, everyone knows you for just how active you are on social media and tracking all these incredible just workouts and training and mentality. You know, talk about that for a bit. How has anything changed for you? You know, during this outbreak, so many people are talking about, you know, shifting up workouts and body weights, keeping things indoors and things like that. But on your end, looks like business as usual. So maybe talk about that a bit.
For me, it is business as usual. You know, the only thing that's changed is the fact that I don't have races on the schedule. Other than that, I think it's super important to maintain as much consistency as you can in everything that you do. That just is going to make the I don't want to change up anything more than needs to be changed up. And at the same time, it's super important to me that when we finally get the green light to get back to racing, I've lost no fitness. I want to be able to come out swinging like nothing ever happened. And the only way that's going to happen is if I stay on it every single day and grind. So I've had to reduce the locations I can go to, like everybody has. There's nothing unique to me. But here is the thing that was fortunate for me. A lot of people, I've seen the news and television media talking about the fact that people that want to go out and make a garage gym like I have, they're having a hard time doing it. They can't get kettlebells. They can't get rowers. They can't get AROO bikes or Aerodyne bikes. Like, they can't even come up with the equipment because everybody is kind of everybody who's active has shifted to that natural direction. So fortunately for me, I had everything I feel like I've needed to continue to do and get the results I've always gotten without having to struggle and scramble and get anything. So that's a good peace of mind because I could transition right into doing what I always do without any loss of time trying to get gear or figure out how to program for myself. I think that's probably a struggle for a lot of people. How do they come up with the workout? So part of what I do by doing all of these workouts, like the one I'll post today is a big workout. It's 3 hours and almost 3,000 feet of vertical gain. The goal is not only to motivate people, but it also hopefully gives people a certain idea if they're at a loss for what they should be doing or could be doing, right? So if they want to copy what I do, they can copy it. That's why I put it out there, because I'll do this stuff irrespective of whether there's social media. I did it for decades before. If social media drops off the planet tomorrow, it's of no consequence to me. I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So hopefully that I can spread some of that passion and that motivation by just posting something every day so people are like, shit, he's out there, I gotta get out there.
Right on. And along those lines, so something a lot of athletes have been talking about nowadays is training under uncertainty, right? So how so many athletes throughout, you have someone like an athlete like you and so many others, they have their 12-month plan, right? They know exactly when their big races are. They know the national series, they know the world championships, things like that. And, they train in peaks and valleys and things like that. For you and Kevin and, Donahue, obviously you jumped in here as well, but, races can come back next week. Probably not, but they can go back in the shorter term, the next week or the next month or so, or 6 months away, a year away. I mean, sports across the globe obviously are dealing with this. So how are you guys managing, those expectations and being, like you said, Gelati, of being ready when that first race comes back, but also balancing that with, not trying to push yourself too hard and peak too early.
Yeah. Well, in my
for me, I'm going to jump in.
Yeah, go.
I'm going to jump in, Kev. For me, it was that whole adage, it's better to stay ready than to have to get ready, and if you lay back and you start waiting for things to happen, it could happen in 2 weeks or it could happen in 4 months. We just don't know. So it's so important, like Kevin's been doing and a lot of us have been doing, to try to maintain at least some kind of adequate level of race fitness, because you just never know when things are going to start again. And it's more of a mental battle than a physical battle, because the fact of the matter is, like, if we don't have all these races, the byproduct of that is we're also not beating ourselves up on race days when you're going full out every single time. So what you are missing is the ability to elevate up and get your race fitness real well. But what you're also taking advantage of is the ability to get a pretty high level of fitness and avoid injury. So great, stay ready, keep the body fresh at the same time. But we're going to look back on this in hindsight. We're going to be like, oh yeah, that was like, that was 2 months or that was 3 months or whatever until we got to start racing again. And people are going to look at it with a different perspective. We're living in it right now where we just don't know what's happening. It'll be easier in a year to look back and be like, oh yeah, those 3 months, I could have done all this or I did all that. We don't have that luxury right now. So trying to maintain as high level of fitness as you can without the racing is probably the most important thing. And what's great about Kevin and a lot of the other pros that we've had out there and a lot of the non-pros is they've been so great about showing all this different variety of exercises, whether you live in a New York City high-rise, whether you live way out in Idaho or Wyoming, whether you're down in Florida or if you're like Kevin in the beaches, closer to the beach in California, they've had their degree of resources that they could use, resources they didn't have, and it was all about taking what you have and making the best out of it, using the resources we have online, looking at social media, looking at some of the things that we had at Spartan as well as other entities, and then trying to make the best out of it.
Yeah, I'll jump in there if you don't mind. So in my case, I started to realize if we have no races on the schedule, although I can maintain my ability and go every single day, that's not a problem. I think I'm already at 65 or 66 days straight of working out. The problem is you can't maintain the intensity. And I can't, so for me, I have definitely lost some speed, but I've gained some endurance. So I'm able to go longer at a higher threshold, but I've lost that short end speed. So for example, sprints would be brutal for me right now because I haven't been getting into that zone where I'm willing to bang out speed work. I'm mostly doing endurance work to stay active.
And that goes to my point too. Because of that, the byproduct of that is you're not getting beat up. The easiest thing to do in fitness is to be able to work for 3 to 4 weeks to try to get that intensity back up. Gaining that aerobic fitness over a longer period of time and building out is much more difficult and actually more important in our sport, because you could jack it up really quick and get yourself back in fitness shape. So I think the strategy that you had has been really good, but it's been also great to see the things online. And I mean, that's where technology comes in. I mean, just what we're doing now, you can see all the example of what people are doing on TV is looking at all these other different combinations of exercises. I've seen more creativity in the past month than I've seen in the last 5 years of fitness total, with people posting things out there. It's been remarkable.
Yeah, and the other thing relative to the racing mindset, which is the mindset I live in 24/7, is always considering and putting everything through the filter of racing is, so normally I wouldn't be building this kind of endurance at this point in the season. I would save that because most of our longer events come mid to late season, our world championships, our Trifecta world championships, more beasts, etc. So right now, I'm building up an endurance level for those events. And in my mind, we might get, if we get 3 weeks of notification before the first race, that's all I need. I need a couple weeks to get my speed back under me, and then I'll be ready to go. But I'm holding out until we get that go-ahead, and then the day we get the go-ahead, I will start incorporating that higher end, higher intensity speed. But right now, it's just been more about trying to enjoy the time out there, stay productive. Every day I'm producing, and just stay consistent with the effort levels.
No, that's right on, guys. And Kevin. I keep saying Kevin. It's both of you. Donahue.
You're gonna say Donahue for me. There you go.
Yeah, I'll go with Donahue. You mentioned technology, and that's just it's not just on the social side and sharing things, but it's also in the sport itself and training and things like that. Gelati, I'll just point to your training. You hit on watts and different splits and things like that. Obsessively, it seems you're really pushing on certain days, things like that. And obviously, Kevin Donahue, you jump in here as well. But how something that Spartan almost prides itself on, right, is how it's just some of our top athletes, their training is just go out for a 10-mile run, pick a rock up along the way, and just run with it up a hill for a little while. And now all of a sudden they're one of the best athletes in the world because they're able to just take on just whatever we throw at them. What are you guys' thoughts on sort of where the sport has come and where it's going along the lines of technology and specificity in training versus just kind of throwing the kitchen sink at it and just being a phenomenal all-around athlete in general?
There's so many. This is Kevin again, Donahue. There's so many different ways of approaching that. You look at somebody like Robert Killian, who really uses technology to gauge his heart rate variability to decipher what kind of rest, whether he's gotten enough rest, throughout the week, and how that's going to affect his training and races. And he's someone who looks at that religiously. If that was me, there's no way I could do it. Just the way I'm wired. I'm not opposed to technology at all, but for me, it's difficult for me to focus on these numbers all the time, and I sometimes psych myself out of good training.
Yeah.
So I try to incorporate technology and understand, running at a certain heart rate and keeping at a certain heart rate to accomplish certain athletic goals, particularly when you're looking to train in that aerobic zone by not going so hard. And if you ever listen to Bracken Crocker, he talks about 80-20 all the time about, doing your long, 80% of your running should be long and slow at a very aerobic pace. And that other 20 you could save for some of your speed work, and how that incorporates and builds your aerobic engine more. For me, I could use that 80-20 and just kind of use it more as a feel, because if I wanted a heart rate monitor watch on all the time, I kind of get bored with it and I kind of get lost. So for me, that's not great. But for other people like Robert Killian, it works incredible and he swears by it. So I really think it goes by the person.
Yeah. For sure, let me jump in there because I have a lot of experience in this particular area, just because I've used heart rate monitors literally from the day they came out 15, 20 years ago with Polar. And although I use and value some technology, you'd have to be very careful about, and what you essentially said is you're describing analysis paralysis. People end up taking in so much information and they fret about the numbers so much, they stop producing high quality efforts. So I think there is a zone where you can pick data that's important to you. For example, if Robert wants to pay attention to heart rate, I don't pay attention to heart rate. I don't use a heart rate monitor. I don't use a GPS. I use a cheap Timex watch because there's only two things I want to know: splits and total time. With that, my body over decades of racing has been able to extrapolate that out to a system that works for me. So although you might see me talk about watts, that might just be for the bike. I don't collect that kind of data in my obstacle course racing training. So there definitely is a point where you have to be careful, because there is an endless number of metrics that you could pay attention to, and then you obsess about that, and you will lose out and lose sight of what you're actually trying to do. And
Right.
you see that a lot, especially with Strava. It's like, Strava this, fastest known time, I've got the KOM. It's like, who cares, man? That stuff is great, but it doesn't really get you down the road of preparing to race. It doesn't get you race fit. It's a cool number to talk about, but if you really want to get out there and race, it's not helpful. Let me say one other thing too, Nathan, that you started this question on. Everybody is so individualized that not everything that I do may not transcend to somebody else, and vice versa. So and you talked about somebody can go out there, run a 10K, pick up the rock, and the next thing you know, we have the new Hobie call, okay? Here's what inevitably happens with those people typically, is once they find out about this unknown ability they have, because we've seen that happen a few times in this sport. These people come out of nowhere and they're just monsters and they stay on the scene. What you typically see is then they start to hone their training and preparation to be more specific to what we do. In the beginning, it was just like, I'm going to do an OCR. Okay, I got to carry something heavy. I'll go run because we have to run, and I'll pick something up. And the next thing you know, they're winners, but they're winners because they are already genetically gifted. But you will inevitably see those same people, even Hobie Call, start to train very specifically, doing very specific things. So it's like, it goes from kind of nebulous to, you said the term specificity, which is in sports sciences, that's a key, and that's pretty much how I base all my training, specificity. You don't see me doing curls with dumbbells. Mm-hmm. You see me doing stuff that we're actually going to do. So I think that plays a huge role in each individual's beginning and progression through and into the sport.
Right. I totally hear you. And so for anyone listening here, or even the athletes out there still competing, we've got 275 participants still out there. You know, you mentioned just what you use is, I think it was just total time and splits. Whereas like, you know, Donahue,
everything.
Whereas Donahue, you mentioned, you know, what Rob Killian is known for, and so many other athletes are known for, is focusing on maybe certain aspects, heart rate or something like that. You know, for you, Gelati, that works for you, but for other athletes out there either just getting started or looking to shift things up and take it to the next level, what would you recommend are some of those metrics they should look for or should look to incorporate if they aren't now?
Yeah, I think if you're going to incorporate some sort of data collection and metrics and analysis, I think a couple of the key things, a great logical place to start is going to be heart rate. Resting heart rate is critical. If you pay attention to a lot of my stories, I'm constantly harping on the value of resting heart rate. I monitor that before everything else every day. I wake up and I look at my resting heart rate, because that resting heart rate is indicative of a lot of other things going on around you that are either helping you or hurting you. So the collection of heart rate data is probably where I would start for most people. And where I wouldn't start, for example, is there's no reason to go out and start getting blood tests. There's no reason to go out and start getting VO2 max tests at $500 a pop. There's no reason to go out and start doing lactate threshold tests, those kinds of things. Start with numbers and technology that's affordable, that pretty much anybody can get, that you could dive into it tomorrow if you wanted to. Order a heart rate monitor off Amazon. Next thing you know, you can use the Carbonium method, which isn't a very good method, but you can figure your max heart rate. You're better off going and doing a max heart rate test on a track bike. So I think heart rate for technology, that's probably where I would start for our sport. If you're a cyclist, I would talk something different. But for us, I would say heart rate monitor would be a great place to start.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What would your resting heart rate go? Like, what's an example of what your resting heart rate would tell you in the morning?
Okay, that's easy. So for example, I've got decades of resting heart rate information. So I know where I should be. So if I typically, when I'm really fit, my resting heart rate should be very low. Typically, and I've posted graphics on all of that, in the very high 30s to low 40s. So 38, 39, 41, okay? When my body, like I am right now, I'm on 65 days of working out straight. My body is thrashed. I'm hitting morning resting heart rates. And I can tell you about resting heart rates because a lot of people collect resting heart rate data incorrectly. But resting heart rates right now, I'm hitting 44, 45. That's extremely high. What's that tells me? It tells me I'm probably on the verge of overtraining. My body is tired. I'm not well rested. And all of these things will ultimately harm me if I'm preparing for something important like a big race. Right now, I don't care. I track the data, but it's not that important. So my resting heart rate number is not indicative of your resting heart rate number. The only way you're gonna know yours is if you start to pay attention to the trends.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's super well said. Donahue,
good question.
I know you've got a lot. I know you've got a lot to say on this topic as well.
Well, I'm going to go the opposite direction now and just talk about, like Kevin had brought up Strava. Right now, in the time that we're living in, where people don't have they have a little bit more time in their hands. A lot of people aren't working. There's a lot of people with a lot more free time. So using an app like Strava, and if you don't know what Strava is, for those of you that are watching it, most of you do, just quickly explain. It's an app on your phone, and it's GPS oriented. So you can go anywhere you want, basically, in the world. And once you hit that app and you start running, and when you finish that loop or whatever run you did, you hit an end, and it shows you like how far you ran, how fast you did it, and all the other people that have done that particular run. So if there's a mountain that has a path up it that everybody runs, you have what's called FKT.
Oh my God, he's got the coronavirus.
Yeah, oh my God, he coughed. My voice is just dry, man. It's like we finally got some nice weather today and like no humidity. So other people could look at this and say, hey, like, you know, so Hunter McIntyre did that one path and he did it in, you know, 25 minutes. I'm going to try to get as close to that as possible. So Strava is a great tool for you to be able to track your own progress. You can pick one place that's by your house if you only have one place to go. And I know that everybody has their limitations on where they could go right now. And you could set goals on that. You know, like say if you did a certain thing in 37 minutes, you're like, hey, I want to get that under 30 minutes by the end of the month. And then you could start a training program to do that. And Strava is a very inexpensive, it's free for a starter kit. And then I think you pay a little bit more money after that to maintain it. But it's very inexpensive and great to be able to track what you're doing and other people doing it, because maybe there's a great path or trail near you that you didn't know that has some times on it that you could do. If you don't have that app and you're looking to do something without technology, but with the exception of using a heart rate monitor, if you live in an urban area and there's a lot of stairwells, you can hit those stairwells and again, do challenges in the stairwells. So trying to match that small, expensive technology with the limited resources we have, whether it's outside or inside, a great way to stay motivated and continue to get better and set goals through the time that we're in.
Yeah, let me jump in. Person did this and this person did this. So it definitely has utility. It definitely has benefits. I will tell you one other tool that's also free that's awesome. There's an app out there you can get called All Trails. All Trails. And if you don't know about trails close to you, you can find the trails, you can find people's ratings of the difficulty of the trails, maps of the trails, and that's all free and that's all available. So that's another. So when I travel to our races, because I'll do 30-something races a year, I have All Trails because I'll go find trails close to the venue to use while I'm in town, like in Utah or Seattle or wherever. And so that's another great resource. You just got to be careful with how deep you go.
And I think everybody's going to have their own comfort level with that. But the great thing about those apps is that you can look at things and it'll show you things in your area. And it will show you how far they go. All Trails won't necessarily give you the difficulty of those. But if you find something on there, hop on Facebook, throw a message out there to people, ask a little bit, get a little more information so you know that's safe and appropriate for you. Maybe the thing's too easy, you don't want to do it. You need to find something harder. By using Facebook, using Strava, you can kind of get an idea for how hard things are and look at some of the times are on there and set some goals. Some of the stuff we have on the Spartan website is great too. I mean, we have all the Spartan coaching resources. We have Daily Burn Spartan, which is a 6-week workout video series. And we just have Spartan athletes. So there has been more free expert fitness information out there on the web than any other time in the history of the world right now. If you can't find a good workout right now by just turning on Instagram, there's something wrong with you.
It means you don't want to work out.
No, you don't want to do anything.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, the proliferation of data and the proliferation of information out there, but that's where talking to people that actually have real world experience, like you or I or Killian or any of these people, can help cut to the chase and weed out some of the nonsense that you do of the route you don't need to go down, so that you can focus on things that will actually get you where you want to go. Because this same amount of information that's free and that's available, there is a massive amount of it, too much to go through. So it's nice to have resources that you can turn to and say, okay, what's really the validity of this tool or this device or this metric or this information?
And one of the drawbacks of technology right now is the massive amount of crotch shots that we're getting on the feed right now.
Yeah, I just saw that too.
Yeah, a couple of our athletes are getting very close to the camera in their compressed shorts. Guys, 6 feet away, all right? Let's maintain social distancing with crotches towards the camera.
Yeah, I don't care about the social distancing part, but especially because fortunately, what's that?
No, we lost him.
Screen's still running.
Yeah, I'm hearing you now. There you are. I see you, Nathan.
Oh yeah, I'm here. I can't hide from you guys.
I think I'm on a little delay. I'm getting different shots. Nathan, we kind of started transitioning into like when this whole thing is over, and that leads us into kind of a conversation I would like to have about the projections for the future of the 2020 season, and what races. We kind of really look at the calendar, and we're looking at a lot of them out there that have been moved around. And one of the things I was thinking about, and I wanted to get your take on this, was some of the venues, like for example, like Tuxedo, for example, the Tri-State Sprint. For years, that was a double weekend sprint weekend. So they'd have like sprint, the Saturday and Sunday, and then the whole crew would stay a week. The entire setup would stay on the ground, and then they would do another full sprint weekend after that. Is there a possibility that we're going to have some of these venues to cut down on travel and giving people a chance to actually come back the next weekend and race, an opportunity to do that?
That's a great question. And along those lines, I know you guys both know Mike Morris. He's our vice president of production at Spartan. Him and his team and the product team and everyone involved in the sport. We're looking through every option possible, not just from a production perspective, right? Just physically putting on the events, but also the people coming in and what those events can look like. And us, along with every sport out there, are just surveying and analyzing every opportunity on various levels of lockdowns and how states and how different countries open up. Along the lines of the double weekend. It's a good question. I know you guys know the production crews well. That's a really tough ask, right? To have the production men and the guys and girls on the ground sticking around for that long. But something along those lines are as we see different states around the country. And this is U.S. specific, but it's just so different with every different region around the world. But in the U.S., every state has different guidelines, right? There's different regions around the country that are offering different solutions. And obviously we're working with them and we're learning from them as we go forward. But states have different procedures and different requirements. So some might say you can only have gatherings of 500 people. Some might say you can have gatherings of 2,000 people, but there need to be these guidelines or something like that. And what do gatherings of 500 people look like, right? Is that 500 people across an entire weekend? Is that 500 people on site at an event at one time? And those are the questions and those are the things we're looking through. So along those lines, there could be a possibility of events lasting, more than just a traditional Saturday, Sunday. If they spread out, whether that's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday setup, or potentially, just like you said, across 2 weekends, that could be a great solve as well. We'll see. On your guys' end, how do those sound? How would an event, in your eyes, that went across multiple days, maybe even during the week, or across 2 weekends?
Well, let me jump in on that, because Kevin and I actually had this conversation recently, because we have had in the past events where we did last 2 weeks, 2 weekends in a location. So although it may be a big ask for the staff, it doesn't necessarily mean the staff has to stay there the whole time, but you have to sit there and think about crunching the numbers on. At the same time, it's a big ask for the staff. The obstacles are already there. They're already built. Everything's in place. So, for example, if you have a destination location, or it may be tougher to do a 2-week type event because most people can't afford to come out, then come back, and then go back out. But if you have
It works better in the bigger metro areas.
Yeah, if you have a densely populated area like, for example, Southern California, there can be more than enough people to come from Orange County, Los Angeles, San Diego, because we've done it here, where we've had back-to-back weekends on more than one occasion, and we're dense enough here where that makes sense, because then the staff can walk away from all of that work for 4 or 5 days, come back on the following Friday, it's already built, do a little bit of cleanup, do a little bit of reorganization, check everything out, but it's already there, it's already built. That might be a reasonable way to transition into races when we start back up, because we'll already have the approval of whatever the venue is, the city, the governance, that's already there. So rather than trying to do that in 12 different states, if we get that many this year, we get to do it one time in one state and then and then stay longer in that location. And it's all about just getting back to race. It's not so much that it would be the greatest experience. It's not so much that it would be the perfect idea. It's not so much that it's what people want, but what it is
we'll never take our freedom
back into racing.
Yeah, I hear you there. And also, just for everybody out there, if you could just keep yourselves on mute, just so we can kind of make sure we hear each other well. No, it's great points. They're just, as you guys know, there's so many variables, right? Hey, Danny, if you could mute yourself, please. Thanks. You know, as we shuffle events around, right? As events may have been scheduled for March or April or May, as some of those events are being rescheduled, some of those events are unfortunately being canceled. You know, those events we're seeing already a very dense second half of the year, right? Of scheduled events. So we're already seeing a very dense second half. And for those of you that don't know out there, in the US, the way that our teams are structured and the way that events happen, we essentially have groups of teams that are just flying across the country and building these events and shipping. And sometimes, you know, an event will happen in Jacksonville and the team will fly out to maybe out to Texas, and then they have a week off, and then they're up in New York. You know, we try to keep them regional, but there's, you know, groups of teams that do this. We're already seeing in the second half of the year several occasions where these teams are going to have to go event to event to event to event. And obviously it's incredibly taxing on everybody involved. Like, when you mentioned the back-to-back weekend in the same location, you know, I think it's a great idea. I think definitely want to you know, think that through more. But there very well could be several scenarios where those obstacles that you mentioned in that San Diego race, they have to be up in Utah the next weekend.
Yeah. So let me jump on that, because I think this is an interesting topic that's broader than just this, that I think a lot of the people out there who are watching this right now might benefit from understanding. I've worked with this company as a contractor, like, besides my racing, since 2011. I've seen a lot of facets of this. I don't think that the average racer has a true understanding of the massive number of pieces and parts constantly in play. You mentioned the basics of lane teams. Let's talk about semis driving across the U.S. constantly. Let's talk about packing those trucks. Let's talk about organizing all of the rental stuff that we have to get equipment. Let's talk about getting all of the various pieces of venues that we need. So, like, when I sit here and hear you say that you guys are exploring all of these facets, all of these potentials, all of these ideas, talking to venues, talking to government municipalities, I have no doubt about that, because I've seen that at play firsthand before any of this issue unfolded. So I can only fathom right now, there's a lot of scramble mode. And even when you try to set into place certain ideas, next week, that whole idea could be blown out of the water by some new change or rule. Or so, like, I can only, and I can just only imagine how tough it is inside the actual company. The people with boots on the ground who are trying to deal with all of this fluctuation. It's kind of maddening.
Yeah, the logistics of Spartan Race are like something I've never seen before. And the people we have working on it, the fires that they have to put out every day, the ingenuity that they have to take, the races that we have, it might be the smallest race we have, like, you know, say like in Massachusetts. There is a year of planning going into that one weekend, and it's constant putting out fires and adjusting with different laws and all these different things that are happening in real time. And they consistently, Spartan that is, always come through. It's always coming through. And it's coming through right now. Like, not to embarrass you, Nathan, but if you don't know, Nathan basically had to change his job title to like 3 or 4 different things that he's doing right now. And he,
as with everyone, as with everyone.
Yeah.
The whole company is, but Nate on his own. I mean, you're doing this 24-hour challenge. This is the first time you guys actually had like an in-front kind of production that you've done. Every single day, you, Anthony Yepes, Mike Morris, just
Lost your cow.
Be grateful.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah, I think there is here's Nathan, you there? I'm seeing somebody else, but if you're there, if I can see
I'm
you.
here. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I think that one of the things that I'm hoping that really comes out of this is that people stop and take a moment before they lash out, before they complain about whatever pettiness they're going to complain about, and take in the sheer scope and size of what this takes to actually produce. And maybe before they gripe about the fact they don't like the freaking metal, they can stand back and say, holy cow, that's one of 3,000 pieces in play at any one moment. And they'll just have a greater appreciation of what this entire thing is beyond that myopic moment where they might be upset because there wasn't enough bananas or there wasn't enough fit aid, when those are 5 things that didn't work out well, but there are 2,500 other things that went off without a hitch. And I just hope that people from this moment can start to appreciate, oh my gosh, I miss these things. I miss being able to do this. I miss the camaraderie. I miss crossing the finish line and having a medal on my neck. I miss the photos. I miss all of these things. And maybe there'll just be a little bit more appreciation out there, and people won't be so apt to jump to trying to gaslight everything because of some small pettiness.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this takes me back. It just reminds how blessed I've been, and how lucky I've been for the last 10 years, because this, kind of reminded me of was it was working out without really a major goal, maybe a 5K here, maybe a 10K there, but you can't even do any of that right now. So it kind of takes you back to like 10 years ago. What was I doing before Spartan came in? And then seeing the company be able to grow over this last decade, I truly appreciated what we had beforehand, but I even appreciate it more now.
Yeah, for sure.
I hear you. And hey, Danny, if you could just, please, hear you zipping whatever that is.
Come on, Danny, get your shit together.
Hey, I gotta give a shout out to Mud, Sweat, and Tears. We saw one of our athletes working out, and it's an OCR/CrossFit gym in New Jersey. Great place to work out, and they have a lot of 2-scale Spartan obstacles there. So when this is all over, go check out Mud, Sweat, and Tears in New Jersey. Great place.
Hey, Nathan, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
So when people that are doing this challenge bail out, there's no way back in. You're done. You're out of the game.
You can start, you can finish, you cannot come back in.
Okay, so there's a couple people I want to talk about here really quick, like some of our age groupers. 2 people. So I don't know if you guys know. Kevin knows, I'm sure, but Mark Nealon and Christy Nealon.
Yes, Mark and Christy are both doing this.
Yeah, but see, here's the deal. They were both legit as age groupers in our sport. Like, we're talking podium legit, okay? And then in the last year or 2 years, they've kind of segued over to these more extreme types of events, like running up and down a 50-yard hill 7,000 times. I mean, this is the stuff they like to do. They're both taking this on. I would not be surprised in any way if one of the people left standing at the end of this is one of those two people.
Interesting.
Mark Nealon is definitely one of my favorites.
Mark Nealon, he's
that
one
challenge
of
you're
those
talking about.
He's one of those guys that's already proven himself in terms of our shorter distance events like super sprints and beasts, but he's really come on into these wacky kind of like longer, just brutal long-term events. So I wouldn't be surprised if that guy comes out somewhere in the top of however this is scored or ranked or whatever.
Yeah, that event you were talking about, it was called 12 Hours of Hill as opposed to 12 Hours of Hell. And it was basically like a 50-yard hill that's at like maybe a 35-degree pitch in some little resort in Connecticut. And you just run up and down this one hill doing laps as many times as you can for about 12 hours.
And
it's just absolutely brutal.
They get off on that. And so I think that they have the mindset to do something like this all out, not just to complete it, but to like do it.
Exactly, because it's an event. Like, that's a great example of an event in a very small space that you're doing repetitively for a very long period of time. So having that mental fortitude to be able to do that translates perfectly into the 24 Unbreakable Challenge.
Yep, for sure.
And my dog decided to join the party. Brody decided to say hi. All right, buddy.
Rambo's over it. You know, somebody, so Cole, you know Cole, obviously, Cole DeRosa, another real stud in age group. I mean, we're talking Trifecta world champion on the podium last year in his age group. The guy consistently produces. He told me this morning that he signed up to do it. So here's the interesting thing. Somebody like Cole is a guy who's proven super sprints and beasts. I mean, we're talking, he's one of the few guys, I mean, you might be close to him, but he's one of the few guys that has that hat trick 1-1-1. First overall age group, first overall in his category, first overall as males. Okay, 1-1-1s. But you don't know what he's got for endurance and something like this. So I'll be very curious to see how this pans out for him, because in the normal race series that we have, he's a proven entity. The guy is a freaking monster. But this change, trying to do something like this for 24 hours, this changes everything for some of these people we know to be real badasses in our typical distances. I'll be curious to see how it pans out for him at something like this Unbreakable 24 hours.
Absolutely, no. This thing is different than anything we've ever seen. That's for sure. How about you guys? I mean, you guys have been around the sport for so long. You're obviously incredible athletes yourselves. You've been on more podiums than anyone for you, Donahue. What about these types of events for you guys? You know, have you guys done death races, 24-hour events, multi-day events, something like that? If so, what were they like? How'd they go for you?
I've actually started off as a ultra marathoner before I got into Spartan, and that was kind of like my introduction into trail running. But I was actually in that second year of Spartan in 2012. I did the original Ultra Beast in Killington, and I did it as part of a team where there was 3 guys, and we had to carry a 26-pound weight in our backpack for the entire Ultra Beast. So we were able to share it, but somebody always had to be wearing that 26-pound pack. And we had to do it through all the obstacles that weren't like water submergible, like not the swim obstacles. So that was kind of like the last time I did any one of these major Spartan sufferfests, because I knew after that one, if I wanted to have a long career, doing a lot of those would probably be detrimental to it.
Yeah. You know, I have a pretty good history with longer events in my past. I've done a fair amount of what's not as popular as now, but is kind of making a comeback. Adventure racing. So I've done some of the high-tech challenge stuff, multi-day things, 24-hour type races. I've done events, for example, back when I worked in graduate school, before I went to graduate school, I did an event that was the 3 highest peaks in Southern California, Baldy, San Jacinto, Gorgonio. Had to be done in 24 hours. About 50 people started. Only about 10 of us or less actually finished, and I was one of those people that finished. I've done the rim to rim to rim, which is 50 miles over 11,000 feet of climbing. You know, from the south side, run down over, up the north side, turn around, come down, go back. So I've done a lot of stuff.
That's the Grand Canyon he's talking about, by the way.
But here is where my position is on these types of longer events. They're just not. I wasn't made to do those types of events. So just like Usain Bolt isn't going to run the 5,000 because that's not what he is genetically predisposed to do. It's not what he trains for. It makes no sense. I am more of a sprint super beast guy. Like, I prefer true red line, bump and elbows racing. I need that. I'm up against the clock. I'm up against my buddy. Whereas I find that in the longer events I've done, there's a clock, but it's not as precipitous as our super sprint and beast where it's like, go, 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 go. Like that red line effort, that red line racing, that's what I'm all about. That's the history of my duathlon with USA Triathlon, with these guys. Like, and so that's more my mentality. I think that's my better genetic makeup. I think it's more my mindset. So you aren't really going to see me get out and do stuff like this. Just like you won't see some of these people come out and try to race with Kevin and I and do a super or a sprint because it's just not their thing.
No, I don't know. We might get about 271 people come off mute here real quick and call you out for that one. But
call me out for what?
I hear you. Yeah. We've got about 10 minutes left here before we got a next group of hosts coming on. But you know, along those lines of the sort of the balance between shorter races and longer races. When it comes to the future of the sport, right? When it comes to, you know, both you guys have been around for so many years, and Donahue, you know, I saw you posted a picture the other day of your first Spartan race, which was what, 8 years ago? I'm not even sure.
10 years ago.
10 years ago. So you've been around since the beginning.
Yeah.
What do you guys, what do you guys see as the future? You know, Natalie Miano talked a little bit about the spectator side of the sport at the end of the last segment. You know, how do you guys see, and I know we could talk on this topic alone for the next 22 hours, but how do you guys see that transitioning? You know, shorter format, longer format, spectator, media, obviously combined with the hundreds of thousands, over 1 million participants around the globe every year. So how do you guys see that progressing?
I see us keep going with the evolution that we've had. We started this race with Sprint Super Beast, and then we added time trials. We added Stadion. We added the Ultra. Now we have this 24-hour challenge. Our Ultra has evolved into a 24-hour World Championship. We have DecaFit. So we have all these different facets of Spartan now, and Spartan is really truly turning into more of, as much as a race company as it is into a fitness company, as into a fitness icon. You know, we're kind of really dominating right now the fitness world. And I see the ninja format even somewhat coming into this, where I can see more in the future, more obstacle dense in a shorter geographic area, with tremendous spectator viewing, with a lot more people coming through per second than we normally see, as opposed to a wave going out and 15 minutes later another wave goes. I can see where it's more like time trial racing, or more like the stadions where we have people going out every minute, hitting smaller, shorter courses with really good spectators and very obstacle dense.
You know, it's funny, Kevin. I started to think about this the other night. I was like, what if after the COVID thing, we have to start to move into a time trial start rather than this mass start with everybody bumping elbows? It's like everybody lines up, keeps a little bit of distance, and then it's go 10 seconds, go 10 seconds, go. That was an interesting thought as I tried to play out how that would work. But relative to the future of the sport, I think if we're trying to go the route of an Olympic sport, which is a logical evolution. You've already talked about how much we've evolved, okay? So trying to get into the Olympics is a natural progression, all right? But the only way that's reasonably going to happen is when you're looking at a sprint or less distance, something that you can put on partially within a stadium and just outside a stadium that's very viewer friendly, that we can watch people the entire time, that the sponsors can be happy, the media can be happy, because as mountain biking found out, mountain biking is freaking awesome. If you have a mountain bike race, I suggest everybody at least tries it one time because it's awesome. But the simple fact is, a lot like what experienced mountain biking in the Olympics is, it's really hard to generate excitement when the mountain bikers are 12 miles out of town and only come back once, maybe twice to do a loop through. You kind of lose that hype and you lose that momentum. So I think the way it's going to have to go, that iteration will be higher, as Kevin said, higher density in obstacles, a much shorter format, like I'm talking a couple miles. We don't want to go to the ninja route of where it's like over in 30 seconds or 1 minute. Like, so I could see a couple miles in or near and around a stadium with multiple loops so that everybody gets what they need in terms of media, spectators, sponsors, and the athletes. I think that's the most logical iteration of how this would play out. It's not what I want to do per se. I love the super sprint and beasts. I'll keep racing those, but I think that's a logical next iteration.
Yeah, I think having all of them is great. Who here, you guys saw, Kevin, I know you have, the movie Rad from like 1986. Okay. Hell Track. It's going to look like Rad. Multiple laps around a short course. It's a huge like crowd around the whole thing with bleachers, being able to see every single move, every single obstacle, and maybe even Lori Loughlin could come out and do a cameo with Bill Allen.
And the thing about that is, it also is a little bit more exciting because it's like, if you screw up one obstacle in a format like that, you're done. Just like in track and field.
Jacksonville.
In the Olympics, for example, like you make one stumble, what looks to the average outsider like a little bit of a stumble in your stride, it's over, man. Well, the same would be in these obstacles. If you make one bumble in these obstacles in that type of fast-paced format, there's no coming back. I mean, it's over. You're done. And I think that has some interesting aspects, the potential to it, especially from a media perspective.
And we've already seen how that coincides in stadium racing. You know how one mistake could cost you a race. So it puts more premium and more stress and more pressure on each of the athletes at all these different obstacles. And that's what a true sport should be. It should be stress at every single moment. And not only the strongest body, but the strongest mind shall survive.
Not only that, but if something goes wrong and you foul something up, there's a penalty for it. And I'm not talking burpee penalty. I'm talking you just took yourself out of the race type level penalty, because in almost every Olympic sport, that's ultimately what happens. You make that one fatal error and you don't move on to the next round. You're done. And I think that has a lot of potential interest for even for the people that aren't into our sport, just to watch it happen, watch somebody fail a monkey bar or a twister while they're running a 5.5 minute mile and the heart rate's at 190. That's very different than what we see in some of our super sprint beast distances out in the wilderness, where you have time to make up for a flub that you make. You can run your way back in a super. You can run your way back in a beast, not in a really short course, high intensity race.
I hear you.
I think
Super quick to wrap that up. Or yeah, Kevin, go ahead.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just going to ask, I think we're all making just super valid points and great points here from a sport perspective, from a media perspective, sponsorship, things like that. How about for the thousands of athletes out there in the open division, right? We see at our biggest races, we might get 10, 12, 15,000 people. But only a very, very, very small subset of those people are in that elite category, even the age group category, right? The vast majority of the racers out there are in the open category. When we talk about shorter races, more obstacle dense, maybe not to the level of a ninja, but slightly more obstacle dense, you absolutely run the risk of a variety of things, right? Backups at obstacles, failing 3 obstacles in a row and then having to deal with those penalties, whether they're burpees, whether they're, however that would look. How would you balance that? The sport aspect of trying to increase engagement there, but also balancing, the vast majority of the racer community that are really out there to have a good time, have fun, work together, literally overcome obstacles.
Yeah, I would say that when you have your open waves out there, and this has been a talk that a lot of us have had in the OCR over the past few years. Is for example, you have some obstacles set up on some of these courses, and a lot of the open waves, it could be their choice on whether they could go to certain obstacles. So you have a certain obstacle course set up for the pro waves or the hardcore competitive age group waves, which everyone has to do. There's no optional obstacles. And obstacles that say, the open racer could just buy those, or on those same obstacles, there are retry lanes where if they jump on and they can't do it, well, then they could go to the retry lane that they don't mind if there's a line or a backup. And then you have a few lanes that are designated for the people that are the first timers coming through that are able to get it on the first run, right? So there's a couple of different ways to manage that. But I think that's the beauty of Spartan too, is that we do have those different distances in the races that we'll never get rid of, sprint, super beast, ultra, where they are still spread out and we still have that variety.
I just saw Mark Nealand point out that he just finished his super. He gave his time 50 something minutes with his 10K. So I just happened to see it at the bottom of the screen.
Crushing it.
Mark.
Guys, for everyone that's finishing up their supers, well done. We're still going to take another hour to finish this thing. So if you've already finished, leave the video on, but you're welcome to take a break now. If you're still out there, still working on the cardio element, keep going. Everyone's looking great. Any last words here, Gelati and Donahue, before we bring in some next guests from across the pond?
Yeah, I'll just say this. Everybody out there just needs to stay consistent, man. It doesn't really matter what you're doing, how much you're doing. Like, you don't have to focus on trying to race at the level Kevin and I do. And one of the things I always try to pass on, you talk about open waivers and you talk about age groupers. I mean, these are the people that I really want to speak to. There's enough elites talking to elites. I want to get these people fired up. We got enough of these voices. And here's something I pass on as often as possible to everybody in the age group who wants to race at the level that Kevin and I race at, or who wants to move up from open but is worried about moving into age group because they don't feel concerned. And here it is. There's only one real difference between me and everybody else out there racing, and that's the time that we complete the race in. Other than that, you're doing the same obstacles I am. You're encountering the same crap I'm encountering. You're having to put up with the same things I have to put up. So you're already doing a vast majority of the work. The only difference is I can do it faster. That's it. So if you kind of keep that in your mind, it shouldn't seem so daunting, because you're really not doing I'm really not doing anything that you aren't doing. I'm just doing it quicker than you. But that stands to reason after 30 years of racing. But the point is, anybody can be doing this, man. Anybody can be doing this. It's just a matter of how fast you want to do it, and that'll help you determine what group you should be in.
Well said, KG. And I would just say, we're in a time that like everybody, around the world has been, applauding essential personnel. The Spartan staff has been essential personnel in all our lives, doing what you do every single day to give us our love for Spartan and the best way that you can, and putting on events like this. So thank you to all the Spartan staff and everybody, like Nathan and Joe and Mike Morris and Anthony Eppes, who are working so hard for us and keeping our dreams alive by keeping the company alive. So thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I appreciate that. There's so many out there that are just busting it every day, 7 days a week. So if you have your mic on, Danny, I think that's you again. Just mute, please, Danny.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt, but can you let my other phone in? My phone's about to die, so I'm trying to switch it.
Sure. We'll make sure you get
It's
that
under,
in. Yep. Thank you.
It's under Teresa.
Okay. Thank you.
Go, Teresa, go.
Yeah, Teresa.
All right, Danny, if you could please mute your phone here. All right, Kevin Gelati, Kevin Donahue, thanks, guys. We've got a pretty cool group coming up here from over in Europe. We've got Thomas Blanc.
Yeah,
my man.
Thomas.
Which some of you guys know as race director / adventure racer / just incredible person all around. So we've got Thomas.
Agreed.
Absolutely. We've got him. We've got Richard Hynek, one of our top athletes of all time. He's going to be joining. Graham Roberts, who's just a phenomenal coach, mental coach, but person all around. I was running around with him in Sweden during our Ultra World Championships. Incredible guy. And most importantly, we got Spartan Phil. That's really who I think we're all looking forward to here the most. So
is he coming up full dress regalia?
I was told that he's wearing the helmet and shirtless.
Of course he's shirtless.
Promise. So yeah, Spartan Phil, Graham, Tomas, and Richard Hynek.
Awesome.
Come on, jump on, guys.
All right, man. I think I'll see you in a couple hours.
See you guys later.
Later.
Yeah, I'll be back on 9:30 Eastern time with you.
Yep. See you then, dude.
You got it, man.
Go do something, you lazy ass.
Jesus Christ, is Kevin ever going to shut up?
Hey!
I just said, actually, Kev, that to be honest, the person I'm most interested in speaking to tonight is your dog, as I suspect he may have some of the most pertinent, salient information available.
I don't know if that's serious or if I'm being played.
Phil, is that Kevin's dog, or is it Kevin's inner thigh that seems to have got a star view in for the last hour?
Oh, a lot of good crotching tonight, Kev.
Hey, man, I'm just living my life. I'm not trying to be all perfect.
We loved it, man. We loved it, buddy.
I don't care about that kind of stuff.
To be honest, Kevin, you need to admit that right from the beginning, I'm just in envy of you. I mean, literally, this isn't even my hair, but I'm wearing it in honor of you.
Yeah, but you got the abs I don't have. I told you, I'll trade you some of this for some of that.
Dude, if there's a way that modern medicine can make that happen, Spartan Phil is 100% in.
All right, and super quick,
guys.
one last thing before these guys jump on. There's a Spartan TV channel in here in the Zoom meeting. If everyone can pin that, because after these guys are going to chat for a little bit, and then we're going to play a video of the 2019 Trifecta World Championships recap. So if everyone can pin that, so when the video plays, everyone gets a chance to see it on their screen. That would be awesome. But Spartan Phil, Graham, Tomas, Richard, take it away, guys.
See you guys.
Bye, Kev. Say bye to Rambo for us. Was it Rambo or Rocky? I can't remember.
It's Rambo.
Rambo. Say bye to Rambo. Big cuddles from Europe.
Right on, man. I'll catch you guys later.
All right, man. Take care.
Yep.
So I don't know about you guys, Graham and Tom. This is perhaps not quite such a big concern for you, but I'm trying to work out whether I'm going to use this voice for the next 25 minutes, or whether I might just drop down to sort of normal Phil stuff.
If you step out of Spartan Phil voice, you will disappoint the whole Spartan global population. So stick with it, brother.
Sounds good then, Matt. Looks like a day of not speaking to anyone tomorrow.
Richard, how you doing, buddy? You right?
Yeah, I'm all right. It's actually it's midnight in our country, so
I think it's midnight where Thomas is as well, right?
Yeah, as well. Yeah. Hope you can hear me. Yeah, good.
You sound good, buddy.
Richard, I'm assuming
good,
by
good.
now, normally you would have been in bed for about, what, 7 hours?
Yeah.
Richard, maybe.
Sorry?
I know Thomas won't. Thomas doesn't sleep, so I don't expect him to go to bed anytime this month.
I don't know. He's recovering from like an ultra virus or some ridiculous thing, aren't you, Thomas?
Yeah, I'm still dealing with it.
I'm assuming this is not the virus that we're talking about here. This is a different virus.
Yeah, I like to do stuff differently. I like to be a bit original.
Yeah.
I'm interested to know, how much have you guys been watching of what's been going on at the event so far? Tom, can I go to you first of all?
Yeah, sure. So I've been watching the event since the beginning now, and yeah, I see a lot of people's interiors, gyms, and it's quite cool. It's quite cool to watch. But obviously, it's not like watching a race. I'm missing that.
It's interesting though, because I was listening to what Kevin was talking about earlier on when he was saying about the potential difference that we might have in what's going to become a Spartan race in the next year. Because obviously, as soon as the COVID lockdown starts to relinquish a little bit, we're going to see things like hopefully shops becoming open, restaurants, etc. But that notion of a huge meeting where you've got potentially several thousand people gathered together in one spot, is that the kind of thing that we're actually going to be looking to be pushed a little bit longer away? And if it is, what impact does that have for the actual structure of a Spartan race in general?
Well, so far, big events like over 5,000 participants have been postponed officially, like in France and Germany, till next September. So it's official. We won't be able to do big events before that. So obviously, we're gonna have to change the format. If we have smaller events, less than 5,000, maybe we can try to squeeze some before that time. But looking at the event after September, we're gonna have to figure it out. And as much as we all have ideas on how to do it, we're gonna have to adapt to every country, because every country have different rules and regulations. And as we've been saying since the beginning of that evening, like, we don't know. It's the unknown. So we are gathering ideas, we are making plans, and we'll have strategies to face that and to bring Spartan back to our community, because we know that they want it, and actually the world needs that. So we'll be back. We'll find a way to make it work.
This is the issue, is that obviously everyone in the community is missing the live aspect of what we're doing. But I think it's important to harken back to what Nathan was saying a minute ago about, everybody at Spartan is just desperately trying to work out what we can do to assist the community to make sure that we are giving you everything that we possibly can, short of actually physically having you there. I mean, I know, for example, that my kids and I did a Spartan race last weekend, with a virtual one. And that was lovely. It was such a nice community effort. Social media was going crazy with it. And what was lovely about it is, and I guess you could say this is sort of, endemic of the whole lockdown situation at the moment, but it's the positivity that's coming out of it, which has been such a lovely thing for me to watch and to embrace and to be a part of. Like I said, all over social media, certainly from the stuff that I've been seeing, you just don't see any negative comments. Everybody understands that we're all in this. Everybody at Spartan, and every other OCR event around the world, is doing the best they can to ensure that if we can't do it now, we will do it in the future. And if it can't be live right now, we'll put whatever else we can. Graham, I wanted to come to you and just say, how is this affecting? Because for those of you that don't know Graham, Graham is not only a top OCR coach, he's also a motivational speaker. He does a huge amount of work in not only physically, but mentally preparing the athletes that he works with. Graham, I'm just wondering if there's anything that you've been saying to Ryan, to Lynn, to any of those guys about what they should be doing mentally to look after themselves during this period. Because a lot of us will talk about the physical acclimatization, but actually mentally, I think there's a lot more to be spoken about, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. I think it's checking in with their ability to stay flexible and sort of present with what's going on. That's been the thing that most of my athletes and the ones that seem to, I've seen just generally around the world, be really sort of balanced with where they're at right now. We know that the circumstances for the season have changed. And the people who hold on to what was in the past are the ones that really tend to struggle the most. And the moment they allow themselves to sort of just stay there and say, this is where we're at, let's make the best of it as we can, you start to then opening, the whole brain up to ideas of what could I do? So some people are joining in the virtual races. Some people are going after badges that their sports watch might provide for recognizing performance. And, social media channels like Strava, they have activities that you can go and pursue, little goals that people can start getting after and pursuing themselves, which is why I think so many people have sort of made the efforts over this week to take part in this virtual, on this Unbreakable challenge, because they've seen it and gone, that's going to test me a little bit. I want to see what I'm made of and see what I can do, in the same way that they find when they find the races out there too.
I think it's interesting that the guys that were on before us, Kevin, Nathan, were sort of talking about the other aspect of so many people that want to actually start to get fit now, or look for sort of ways that they could engage their own health, look to pursue new ways, are actually finding it so difficult to do, because if you go and try and buy any sort of fitness at the moment, you just can't get it. There's nothing. Which is why something like the virtual events, which require absolutely no equipment whatsoever, but in essence are also essentially providing you with your own personal trainer, because they're going, look, here's the exercises that you're going to be doing. Off you go do them. You don't need any equipment other than, maybe a bike if you've got one, or if not that, you can still get out and run. So I think actually, in some ways, the lockdown at the moment could see us attracting more clients to OCR, or certainly to events like Spartan, who are doing their best to cater for things in a virtual market. What do you guys think?
Richard?
Yeah, sorry. Can you speak a bit slowly? It's very difficult for me. Sorry, I'm sorry.
No worries. Speaking loud and slow anyway, don't worry. So, what we were saying was, because so many people now who are on lockdown can't get access to fitness, to gyms, to equipment, having things like the Spartan virtual races, which require no equipment at all, and you can literally do from the comfort of your own home, I suspect might actually be a bit of a plus to Spartan Race, because it could draw in new racers and new people who will then want to get involved in the actual races when they become live next year. Do you think that's a possibility?
Yeah, maybe. I think this is also a new possibility. And I like virtual races as well. I have tried one, and I have been training on my garden also. And yeah, it's good.
I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I'm obviously in a very privileged position in that I've got a home gym set up here. So for me, this is all the lockdown stuff. It's not having a huge impact on me. I can still train when I want to. I've got access to, all the other things to keep me entertained. I've got loads of musical instruments around and stuff. But I keep thinking back to those people that are stuck in flats, and just don't have access to a garden. Even if they do have access to some outside space, they've got to go past however many hundred other people. So they've got to be exercising social distancing. And I'm just wondering whether the training regimen that a lot of our upper athletes would be going through right now is going to differ dependent upon where they are geographically in the world. Tom, any thoughts? What do you think?
Yeah, definitely. We're seeing a lot of differences between the different kind of lockdown countries are putting on. For example, here in France, I'm allowed to train if I want, but outside only for 1 hour, only running, and no more than 1 kilometer away from my house. So I've been doing a lot of circles, and there is no mountains around my place. So athletes in France that are not close to any mountains, I mean, that are not living inside the mountains, they're not able to train on that kind of terrain. In Spain, it's even more strict on the north of Italy as well. You cannot go outside to train. You have to train indoor. So let's say for the general population, it's fine. You can do a lot of things indoor, virtual races, and so on. But for our best athletes, if they are stuck in a place where they cannot exercise outside, especially running, I know a lot of them have bought a treadmill. So there's a lot of stuff you can do on that, but still it's not the same, and they will suffer definitely if this restriction doesn't ease up soon.
Graham, check, because obviously you all are linked to the North American athletes. How are people like Ryan and Lindsay and any of their friends coping? What's the situation like in the States with them with regards to what they can and can't do training-wise?
Well, it seems like people can get out. You know, if you look on social media, for a lot of the US and Canada-based athletes, it seems like it varies by state or what is possible. But I've seen a lot of people getting out. I know some athletes took part in a virtual race that had a 5-mile loop recently, and that had they were able to do that outside and get out for a full loop. I've seen athletes doing 100-mile bike rides. I've seen, so it kind of really depends on, like Thomas says, it really depends on where people are around the world, and I think that's going to pay. I think that's really going to come in when doors start opening and races are able to put on again. I sense that athletes are really going to have to look at, you know, what their goals are now for the 6 months ahead and what might qualify as the rest of this season or into next season, and then start to make some really smart choices about where they can go to race. And it might mean that they have to travel to 1 race or 2 races in another country and possibly put a little bit of time in before then, because they've then got that time to acclimatize and get maybe some elevation training in because they've been in a country where they can't get to mountains, or they've got a real chance to sort of put in an effort in a race that's going to get them, say, to a bigger ticket race. You know, there's the Trifecta World Championships, from what I can understand, is still intended to take place. There's other races like that. So I think, yeah, athletes have got to, again, stay smart, nimble, present, think about what they're trying to do, think slightly outside of the box, like the idea of a virtual death race, and then start to think, how can I go and get through those stages that are going to get me to the dance that I really want to perform in.
And it's interesting, you mentioned at least a couple of things that I wanted to kind of bring all of you guys in on. Obviously, you have the whole notion of, you know, basic things like you said, elevation training. You know, if you're stuck somewhere like me in Norfolk, got a massive amount of hills around here. So if I want to do any sort of training and I'm limited to where I am, you know, that's an absolute no-no. But I think one of the other interesting things that I wanted to talk to you guys about is, Ron was obviously talking about the notion that, okay, so races may look to have to travel perhaps a little more than they would want to. Now, this might be getting all a little bit hypothetical and almost away from the realms of OCR, but what do we think about the notion, is global travel going to be affected in general as we come out of this epidemic? Do you think that governments are going to start to look at the actual amount of travel that people are doing? And are we going to see a slightly, and almost in opposition to what Graham was saying, and almost sort of more insular turning in? I mean, we know that politically, a lot of Europe has been getting a lot more inward recently in a way that's not made a huge amount of us in the OCR community very comfortable. Is there a knock-on with this? Are we going to potentially start to be seeing races limited more to their own countries as global travel becomes a less acceptable alternative?
Yeah. I hope that government will allow to go abroad, and I hope that they will allow it, and I hope that the race will be located again. And sorry, it's very difficult to understand you because my network connectivity is very bad, and I'm almost hear nothing, and so
Richard, bearing in mind that you don't speak this as your first language and your Wi-Fi connection is terrible, I think you're pretty much putting the rest of us to shame. So good on you.
It's very hard and so sorry. I will say some words, but not a lot.
Well, the thing is, I mean, from a personal perspective, for those of you guys that know me, I've worked as the MC for Spartan UK, but I also do several of the international events, including the Trifecta, which I think Tom's going to be talking about in a moment. But actually, this was the first year. So last year, I went out and did the European Championships, the Youthful Dolomite Mountains in Italy, which is an amazing event. And off the back of that, the Italian team invited me to come back and do a lot of their Pro Series this year. So I was like, great! Really good. More work for Spartan still, and then sure enough, COVID hits, and it is having that knock-on effect with everyone. So I'm just wondering whether we will see races being a little more limited to their own countries. But Tom,
we found out that on Saturday a lot is happening during the day. So we do the super usually first, and then we have the sprint, and in between there are just a few hours. So for like sport aspect, we really gain on. We have a clearer picture at the end of the day. In the morning, we just do the super, and then we have to rush to the next format. There is also a capacity thing. So when the elites race the sprint in the afternoon this year, they were catching up with the last super racer from the morning. So we really wanted to separate those distances and have one day dedicated to each, which we hope will be better for the athletes and better for the spectators, better for the suspense. We'll have a different story to say every night, and it will be a bigger weekend. So more time for the community to come together. You just have your.
And that's really important. Obviously, for those of you guys who are watching tonight who haven't had a chance to actually get to the Trifecta World Championships in Sparta, Graham, you and I know this best backwards. Why don't you tell the guys a little bit about what an experience the Trifecta World Championships is? I mean, I'd like to get Richard's version as well, because he's got a pretty good understanding of it.
Yeah, it's the best way to describe it is like going to a Spartan race anywhere around the world and multiplying the atmosphere by 10. There's a real focus on the community all coming together. There's a real buzz at these events for why people love this sport, why people love the Spartan brand. You get people coming from all over the world. I remember in the Dolomites saying hello to Tom Al when he was running past with a camera at the top of the mountain in the European Championships last year, and you get to see friends that you've not seen for a while, and it really shows like today what a global community this is and how people have those shared experiences that bring them all together. So if people can do any race, I would say go to something like the Trifecta World Championships. If you can stretch to Abu Dhabi, go to Abu Dhabi if that's happening. If you can get to one of the bigger events in the Spartan calendar, do it. It's an adventure that's worth it.
Richard, obviously you will know better than almost anyone exactly how important and what an incredible event the Trifecta World Championship is. Could you just share with the guys that are watching now some of your favorite moments from it?
Yes, I think for me, the Spartan Trifecta World Championship is the most incredible race I have ever run. And I love the atmosphere. I like everything in here. I think this is the best venue I have ever been to. And of course, the atmosphere is absolutely awesome. A lot of people and a lot of fans are cheering you, especially for the last kilometer to the finish line. And it's incredible. And also there is a huge competition. A lot of good athletes are here. And always nothing is sure until the end. So, for example, last year Ryan Woods didn't lift Heckler's weight, and he finished fourth, or 200 before the finish line. So anything can happen here. And also the venue is absolutely great because there is a hot. I like the hot, so it's good for me. I don't like winter, such was in Tahoe this year. Tahoe wasn't good for me. And also there are.
Richard, I very much agree with you on the whole preferring to run in hot weather.
Yeah.
Dresses like this for the most part usually.
yeah, exactly.
I really want the sun. I was also going to say as well just how much I wanted to agree with you about that final stretch that you come into as you finish the Trifecta. So again, for those of you that haven't been to the Trifecta before, obviously it takes place in Spartan, at the birthplace of Spartan. But you are literally running through history, aren't you?
Yeah, exactly. You are running through history, and I think that there is a lot of sightseeing, such as Menelaus and Helena's Comb, and a lot of olive trees that I liked. And I think that Sparta is the best venue I have ever been to. We will see. Maybe Abu Dhabi will be also great, but I think that Sparta will be the best.
Even the very beginning of the race is unlike any other race, isn't it? Because normally you get me or somebody else giving you your warm-up speech, getting you really, really G'd up and then sending you off. But of course, Sparta, you can't run that first part of the race.
Yeah, exactly. You cannot run. you have to just vote, and everybody is looking for us to run, but you cannot. So it's also very interesting and very good experiment. And also, these are just Spartan World Championship in Tahoe or European Championship. This is just one race. These Trifecta World Championships are 3 races, and everything is possible. So last year and also this year, I was at the 5th place before the last race, and I always get better. So everything can happen.
It's a really interesting race, that one, because of course, like Tom said, this year, so we're going to be moving to a 3-day event, but historically it's been only a 2-day. Trying to cram that much racing in is so exciting because you're constantly seeing people shift and move and change, and times from one day designate what time you're going to leave the next day. So it really is a super exciting race to be a part of.
Yeah, I'm super excited for it. I'm super excited, and I hope that COVID will be defeated and the race will be held in Sparta this year.
Well, with any luck, that'll be a perfect opportunity for all 4 of us to get together and hopefully share a beer in a slightly more happy environment.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Tom, I'm conscious of the fact that we've got a video to show. Is that correct?
Yep. Coming up in a few minutes, I think there is the recap from the event last year. I'm really looking forward to see it. I haven't watched it yet. And yeah, as Richard was saying, like so many things happen during these different distances. Richard left in 5th place, and he won the event. And for the people who don't know how the last race works for the Beast, we actually let the people go. It's a chase basically. So you start. Last year, Ryan Wood was first with his combined time of sprint and super. So he started first. And I think then it was maybe Robert Killian 1 minute behind. So Ryan would start alone for 1 minute, and then Robert Killian starts 1 minute after. I don't know how far behind you were in terms of timing, Richard, which means that at the end, the winner, the guy crossing the finish line, is the overall winner. And that really had something really special to that last day. So yeah, and I think the thing that we were quite not happy, but it was really interesting to witness. It was that on the podium, at least for the mains, we had 3 Europeans trusting the podium, which shows that when you race at home, when you race on your continent, it's not the same as racing somewhere else. So when the Europeans are coming to Tahoe, I was always a bit disappointed to never witness them on the podium, apart from John Albon, something else. but it was cool to see that when you move the World Championship around, you can have different sort of results. That's why I'm really looking forward to that end of the season with a World Championship in the US, with the Ultra, a World Championship in Europe, with the Trifecta World Championship, and a World Championship in the Middle East, hopefully. So yeah, the sport is going, and the level is everyone is pushing it, the athletes are pushing each other, and the level is getting higher and higher, and that's the best thing I can wish for the sport.
Well, at the risk of repeating what Nathan and the guys were saying earlier on, I think it's probably beholden upon all of us here on this little chat right now just to say a massive thank you to all the guys at Spartan. I think all of us understand exactly how hard everybody is working behind the scenes to put on everything possible for the community, to make sure that we're not only staying in contact, but also that we're trying to put together events, whether they be online or whatever, so that people still know that the community is strong. We are here, we are thinking about everybody, and obviously we are now really looking forward to getting through this and getting to a point where we can actually start to see each other in the flesh, start to say hi to some of us, and then eventually start to get to a position where we can actually get racing again.
Morgan McKay, you out there?
Hi.
Hello, hello. So you, along with, there's still 250 people left, but you've finished a little workout, a sprint, a super. How you feeling out there?
So far so good. I'm excited to do the beast and then do the ultra, and then I feel like that's when the race really starts.
Yeah, well, there's a quote, right? It's something like anybody can do the first 50% of a workout, right? It's like, hey, if everyone can just mute their, make sure that you muted your mic, please. Thank you. Yeah, but right, like, you know, anyone can do the first 50%. You know, the race really starts, I guess, at what it'll be, 6 a.m., 7 a.m., something like that.
Yeah, that's when it's gonna start for sure.
So have you done any of the virtual races that we've done over the last like month or so, or is this your first time doing any type of virtual like race format?
Yeah, this is my first Spartan virtual race. I did about 2 hours of Matt B. Davis's virus race.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't done one of the Spartans yet. So now I get to do them all in 24 hours.
Exactly. Some people do like a trifecta, like a virtual trifecta over 3 weekends, 4 weekends. Everyone here might as well just knock it out in about 6 hours. So
yeah, may as well.
Yeah, you did 2 hours of Matt B. Davis's one. How did that go? How far did you get?
I didn't get very far. I did like 2 loops and then half of another loop, and then I called it a day. I actually got chased by a bylaw officer because I was like, hey, I'm gonna go for the vertical challenge, and I was going up and down this hill, and then I was like, I see this bylaw coming. I'm like, oh my God, I'm in a park, and then I ran away.
So you're someone, I mean, everyone in here has done some phenomenal things, right? We've got over 30 countries represented here. We've got people who've done death races and agogis and 24-hour races and things like that. You definitely have done your fair share of them. I think you did the death race with Joe in 2013. Is that right?
2012.
2012. How did that experience go for you?
It was literally like the best experience of my entire life. Like, I remember there was one point in the race, like I legitimately thought, this is how I'm going to die. Like, I was by myself hiking up this ravine up a mountain with like my axe and my big like ruck and everything, and I was like, this is how I go. Like, I had trench foot. I lost like 10 pounds in 3 days. It was like the craziest experience of my life.
And I'm pretty sure if you scroll through here, I see a good amount of people kind of nodding their heads. I'm pretty sure everyone here has a similar experience. And so for you, like, that was 2012, and then fast forward a few years, and then you won Ultra World Championships in 2017, I believe. So was that sort of before that 2012 death race experience, had you been training for these longer distances? Is that sort of your background? Was that just sort of a crazy thing that happened, and then you found this new area to focus in, or what?
Yeah. Before the death race, like, I didn't Like I wasn't a competitive athlete. I wasn't in any sort of competitive sports growing up. I had done a 5K Spartan race, and it was the hardest thing I had ever done. Like I was literally dying hiking up this mountain, and I went home and I Googled like anything to do with Spartan race because I thought it was like the craziest thing ever. And then that's when I found the Spartan death race at like their web URL was like youmaydie.com. And I was like, I wonder if I trained for this, if this is something that I could do. So I trained for the death race for like 8 months, like 2 workouts a day. And then I went and did that race, and it was like.
It opened your mind. That's pretty cool. So for everyone out there that's still waiting, or maybe even still finishing their super, we've got another few minutes before the beast is going to start. We're going to bring on a few more hosts to talk some pretty cool things, all data and sport related. So Morgan, that 2017 race in Iceland, what did for everyone that's listening and isn't aware that you are a world champion in Spartan, is obviously Tough Mudder as well, and you've got a long history there. What was that race like in 2017? Did you come in with expectations to that race of going the distance and winning, or do you kind of go in eyes open and seeing what was going to happen?
Yeah, for that race, I went in with like full vengeance. So I had done World's Toughest Mudder, I would say maybe like a month prior, and I literally got knocked out of the competition. And then I was given the opportunity to go to the Iceland Spartan race, and I was just in there full attack mode, like I want to win. And it was such an amazing experience. Like I pushed myself so hard, and it was just so cool to race in Iceland because I remember it was like 3 a.m. and the northern lights were out. Mm-hmm. And you're like, oh my God, like how epic is this that I get to run a 24-hour race in Iceland?
Mm-hmm. And so in those races, how, you we're doing loops, essentially 5-mile loops or 6-mile loops. And hydration is key. So in this type of race, we've got about 5 minutes left until the beast is about to go out. Obviously a bit longer than the sprint and super that have just happened. How would you recommend everyone that's out there from a hydration and nutrition perspective? What are you doing in between the events? What are you doing during the events? And for the people out there that have about 5 minutes left before the beast kicks off, what are your tips?
You want to hydrate frequently. I'm always sort of like sipping on water. I mix it with either Gatorade or Tailwind because you want to make sure that you're getting electrolytes. You're sweating a ton, so you really want to replenish that. I'm always constantly fueling. Every 45 minutes, I'm gonna have some sort of fuel. Like I'm gonna have a gel. I'm gonna have half a banana. Something you want to eat small, frequent amounts of food.
And I've heard different strategies on this, right? There are some people that want to eat the food that they've practiced eating and the nutrition they've practiced with. And there's others, like Chris Brown is an example that I know, a phenomenal ultra distance runner, who he sort of shifts his entire nutrition when he's doing these long distance races. He's just doing caffeine, sugar. What's your strategy there?
I've failed so hard trying foods that I haven't practiced with. So I try and stick with things that my body's used to, like bananas, peanut butter, sandwiches. Tailwind is like a huge, like really good thing for me. Yeah, it's funny actually, Chris Brown, I think he was the guy that I stole some of his food from at World's Toughest Mudder. I came through on a lap and my crew wasn't there, and like his crew member had like a plate, and she's like, you can have some of his stuff. And then like I remember he was like drinking his noodles, and I was like, hey, can I finish that?
Can I get some of that? Is that
so thank you.
Chris, if you're out there, Morgan says thank you.
Morgan says thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Pretty cool. So we're about to jump into the beast, right? We've got 4 minutes left. Everyone out there has finished the sprint and the super. Hopefully we've finished. I see kind of a few people still moving around. We started with 280 athletes roughly. We're at 245, 248 now. So there haven't been too many dropouts. Seen in the comments a few people, with some injuries and things like that. But everyone's just been super, super positive here. You see people all around the world. I think I mentioned before, we've got over 30 countries represented here. So some really inspiring things going on. Morgan, to wrap it up here, how are you feeling? Do you see yourself going another, what has it been, 4 hours, another 20 hours or so?
I mean, so far so good, but I mean, I don't want to say I feel great because I know what's coming. So I'm just going slow, easy, keeping my heart rate down. And then I think the race is really going to start in that second 12 hours. And then, oh God, we're going to get smashed.
Exactly. No, just like we said, anyone can do the first 50%, right? So some people who do know a good bit about data and sport and everything we've talked about are our next 4 guests here. If anybody knows anything about the OCR world, there's a couple of people that can dig into just about any number anywhere, and that's Jack Bauer and Yancey Culp. So we got Jack and Yancey, as well as a couple leaders in Spartan world and in Spartan community. David Watson from Singapore and Mike Morris, our Vice President of Product and Vice President of Production. So if you guys are on, take it away.
Oh, we're on. Good
David,
morning, everybody from
David.
Singapore, actually. Yeah.
David, on here for a second. Just let me do a little housekeeping.
Let's do housekeeping, then we'll go. You go first, Don. Let's set the tone for the next big one.
You got it, brother. You got it. Here it comes. Hey, listen, I've been on the phone with some of our technical folks, and people are not listening or following the directions that had been set from the get-go. We have been very specific about what you need to do if your phone or your device lags out for 10 minutes. I've gotten about 35 to 40 messages. I can't get back on. What's happening is that you're using 2 devices and they are not syncing up, or they are 2 separate lines trying to get onto the same host or the host position.
Thumbs up.
Do not do that, or you will not be allowed back in. That's it. I mean, I can't, we try to be incredibly understanding, and Peter and David and Nathan and John and everyone here has really tried to work all of these problems out. We want you to have an amazing experience. That's it. We want you to have the best experience we can possibly provide to you. But we need to have people that follow direction, because at the end of the day, you're not going to make it through the death race if you can't follow the directions.
Amen to that.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you for the moment of that. But take it away, Yancey. Take it away, David. And Mike, it's good to see you.
Good luck, guys. Have a good time.
There we go. These guys, you're going to, everybody who's competing right now is going to meet these guys. Let's say really meet these guys in quite a few hours' time. And Don tends to take on quite a different tone once the death race starts. That's the nice Don.
Oh yeah.
There you go. Well, it is a very, very good morning from Singapore to you all. And now we are starting the beast. So if you're competing, you are starting right now. Go. Whatever your chosen mode is. What was that question there, Ethan?
About 10:30 is the end of the beast.
This is more end shade.
Just get it done, buddy. That's when the end comes, right, Yancey?
Yeah, I had freaking every time I hear Don's voice, I get the flashbacks. I'm telling you, he wants to be in all these garages, all these living rooms. If he could clone himself, he would be in your face right now, all up in you.
I love it. Yancey's bringing it today. We've got Mike Morris with us as well. Mike, I haven't seen you since. I'm assuming Mike is with us. Mike, give us a shout. I think
hey, about maybe 12 hours ago you saw me.
There you go. Mike and I have not been together in the commentary position since Sparta, Greece, I think, Mike. So it's good to be back.
A big debate for me getting ready for this call. Do I wear my Sparta shirt or do I wear my 2013 Killington, Vermont shirt? And I went with the throwback one.
Ooh, that is a good question. Actually,
and just to check, this is the call for the Cats musical, right? Everyone here is doing
exactly. Yeah, everybody's auditioning right now. Maybe that's a little insight into what's to come. Yeah.
This is a casting call for the movie Taxi Driver. Robert De Niro right there.
There you go. I'll take it.
That's probably a little bit more in line with the insanity that we're about to experience. Now, we've also got Jack Bauer on the line. Jack, good evening.
Yeah, good morning to you, David, and good sort of afternoon, night for Yancey and Mike.
Thank you, Jack. Actually, Jack, shout a little bit more into your mic or crank up the levels a little bit. We want your voice echoing out to everybody.
Is this working out better?
Just talk like Yancey. Talk like Yancey.
Yeah, I've got a professional microphone, so it should be good. But
there you go. That looks like a professional microphone from about 1955. It's about
I think it was $30 from Amazon once.
Yeah. There you go. When Amazon first started. Love it. Good to see you guys. This is going to be such an exciting session, and we can see everybody kicking off right now. I mean, let's just think about what's been done so far physically. Maybe, I mean, Mike, you're a trainer. Keep it on mute there, Ewan Campbell. Otherwise, you're going to be right out of the contention.
Yeah, are there mute penalties? How does this work? Are there mute penalties?
I think there might be a mute. Oh, see, Campbell, you got to be careful right there. This is death race rules. Mike, you run a series of gyms, and you've got a background in training. Of course, Yancey trains the best OCR athletes in the world. Jack, you're a professional athlete yourself. This is a challenge that on paper, I guess, might look fairly straightforward. I mean, workout to a sprint, super, beast, ultra, right? I mean, we know all these names really well, but virtual or not, you can see what people are doing right now. This is a serious challenge, isn't it? I mean, that is a lot of work, physical work.
Yeah, and it's not like this is the first 5 minutes of their day. They've been going at this for a long time, and I am just doing lunges gets me going. I blow out my hamstring doing those every time. So can't imagine I have to go for a run after this and how many hours. What hour are we on now? Hour 4. This is hour 4, right? 4th hour.
Yeah. So basically, the way that this is working for everybody watching and that's not competing is that you can choose your mode of completion. So let's say we're in the beast right now. We're talking a half marathon run. Now, I've noticed that a lot of these competitors are choosing to do the body weight versions, and I probably would too. It'd be a long day out to actually try and run these things, which is of course an option. You can run this outdoors or indoors if you have a treadmill. You can do it on a bike. You can do it on a rower. You can do it on a ski erg, right? But you can also do it with a bunch of simple things like step ups and jump rope. So, and then in between the obstacles are all the body weight movements. So 30 obstacles for the beast, and these guys have got to crank through 30 different body weight exercises, and and you can do it in any order. So, I just think that we might have created an absolute monster here, Yancey. This isn't just a workout. Like this is just as hard as an outdoor race.
Yeah, that old acronym DOMS. That's going to be tomorrow. That's going to be a very real acronym. I'm seeing some really good reps. I saw Ethan Tuck doing the tuck jumps. This is I haven't actually read down through all 30 movements, the bodyweight movements you speak of, but I've already seen 5 or 6 that are. It's not like this is nice and easy stuff. There's going to be some real good soreness later tomorrow evening.
It's pretty much only for a week. Yeah. Well, there's pretty much in terms of bodyweight movements. I mean, when we design this thing, there's really only so many you could pull out. I mean, there's a lot of variations, right? But to keep it simple, there is really around 30 or 40, so we got them all, put it that way.
The hardest obstacle I ever did in my life in Spartan history since 2011 was waking up and getting out of bed after the 2014 beast to come back and do the double, do the ultra beast. Just getting my butt out of bed and getting to that start line was one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life.
That's impressive. I didn't know that was you that did that. I know a few folks did it, but well done.
That was a fun little challenge back in the early days, the old guard days.
What did Amy think of that?
I can't. I've gotten my wife to one Spartan sprint in my
Oh, no,
life.
no, no. I'm saying when you were like wheeling around in a wheelchair for a month, what was she thinking after that? Was she happy that you did it?
I had to cowboy up real quick.
Yeah.
No, I live with like a female Joe DeSena. Yeah, don't tell her. You don't tell her no. I've never told Joe no. I've never told my wife no.
Yancy actually hates Spartan. No. That's funny. Actually,
So she wakes you up every morning and makes you do 300 burpees at 5 a.m.
Yeah. Actually, that's a
Go
story.
ahead.
Well, no, that's a story. I mean, talk about wait, there's this rule actually. I'm sure Joe's watching right now, and he's got a big screen set up in the barn there.
Tom and Katie, you have to mute.
That is very cute, by the way, Tom Folkowski. We like that. We like when kids jump on, especially when they unmute. Morris, you got to tell us about this. Speaking of Joe Center, we got to tell us that story about waking up. There's a bit of a there's a kind of a rule at Spartan, isn't there, that if you have to stay with Joe, make sure the night before like you got like 15 hours sleep. And if you can possibly get out of it, you do. Is that right, Morris? Is there a rule you never stay with Joe in a hotel room because you're getting up at 3?
Yeah, you gotta be smart about your time with Joe. There's definitely a strategy around it, right? If you want FaceTime with Joe, like being in the same bedroom with him is not always smart, because at 5 a.m. you wake up to a tap on the shoulder or the sound of burpees in your hotel room. And burpees are surprisingly loud at 5 a.m., right? Trying to sleep and like there's just repetitive like don't, right? You can like oh, there's the chest. Yep, there you go. Kind of the feet sliding on the carpet in the hotel bedroom.
Yeah,
I gotta tell a story about this, and then I want to hear more from you guys. But once we were in France, and we were at the European Championship, and we had a room at like, I don't know, one of the top floors of this chalet in Morzine in France, you know, and exactly that happened. Joe wakes up, it's like 4 a.m. He's like, "You awake?" I'm like, "No," but I am now. And he's like, "All right, we're gonna do a circuit." I'm like, "Dude, it's 4 a.m. He's like, "No, we're gonna do burpees. We're gonna do like pull-ups off this massive, like, you know, the typical chalet, right? Massive wooden beams." And it's like, "Oh, we're gonna do like stutter runs and all this shit." And so we start doing this thing at 4 a.m. and like boom, 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 boom. That's exactly what we were doing, Morris. And the next day, actually that was that night, we got back to the chalet. There was a note in broken English on the door, and it was like, please, no more exercising, or I am coming tomorrow morning to your room.
Oh boy.
And we sort of imagined like the guy that wrote that, like just kind of like a French Popeye downstairs, you know, trying to sleep in, coming up to our room. And
I got a similar one real quick.
Yeah.
2018, I'm up in Dallas for the AT&T Stadium race. It's Thursday night at about 1 a.m. I get a call from Joe. He's like, "Meet me and Cal Fussman at the courtyard foyer, 4:30 in the morning. You're going to put us through a workout." And like I said, you guys know, you just don't say no. And I said, "Okay, I'll be there." And so 4:30 in the morning, we're hitting it, and we're going till 6 a.m. And in the courtyard runs us out of there. Like, you're done. You're done. You've been in the foyer for an hour and a half. People are starting to come down. This looks weird. And so now at 6 o'clock, and he's like, we're all sweaty. He's like, "Okay, now we're gonna get in the car and we're gonna go see the mind doc, Dr. Laura." We went and had breakfast. And so as this turned into the full day of just like, you know, the question, it comes in a way where you're set up to begin with where you can't say no. So you snap your fingers and it's 8 p.m. and you just been with Joe running like a wild man all day long.
Yeah.
That's when I met Cal and I met Dr. Laura, the mind doc. I'm telling you, talk about a quick, funny story. I was behind the camera watching Dr. L interview Cal Fussman and Joe DeSena, and that's one of the funniest things I have ever watched happen in the history of the world. It was like Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau and Grumpy Old Men, like bam, 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 and Dr. Laura mediated that like a UFC referee. It was pure it was pure poetry from her standpoint. One day they need to air Joe and Cal's debate, the Jack Lemmon Walter Matthau debate. That was epic stuff. So
I haven't put that there yet. That's got to happen, man. We'll dig it up. We'll dig it up. Hey, we've got people from all around the world on this Unbreakable 24, and it's pretty cool. Over 30 countries, I believe, which is outstanding. And there's 257 people right now who are still getting after it. And I wonder what their strategy is. To be honest, what would you be doing, Jack, as a you know, an elite athlete right now? Would you be taking it slow and steady and using the full time allocated, or would you try and crack through it and then, you know, get some downtime?
I would 100% be doing the Ryan Atkins method, where it doesn't matter where you are after the first mile, you're always going to sneak up towards the end when you have a little bit more in the tank than everyone else who went out a little too fast. And just think of a course like Big Bear or something where it's just a hill. Oh wait, you have to go up it 7-8 times. Like that thing wears on you, and it's just like this. It's like, oh, it's only, you know, 30 squats or something, and you know, you do that several times for hours on end. Like, good luck. You're not going to be moving too well at the end of the day. So definitely.
Chris Chan there we can see is on the treadmill. That's awesome. Well done, Chris. Knocking out the miles. He's got 13 miles to get through right now. So that's rock and roll. Good thumbs up there. Thanks very much, Chris. He's getting into the run too. This is serious stuff. I mean, there's an ultra coming up after this, but I tell you what, maybe stretching the legs out, Morris, is the way to go.
Yeah, I know. It's I think variety is the spice of life in this. I mean, if you're going to and I forget the rules, I apologize. Can you mix up the modes? Can you go from like jumping rope to treadmill, or do you have to pick one mode the entire time?
You got to pick one mode for to complete per race level. So yeah, you could do the treadmill like Jack's doing right now. And actually, There's a few other people. John Stanley there on the treadmill, which is awesome. And I'm sure there's a lot more. I just can't see all you guys right now, which is really fantastic. I'll scan through in a sec and see if I can find anybody who's actually outside.
I'll tell you what's nice about the treadmill is, assuming it's not like a motorless one, like a curve, you can engineer your pace, right? You know, you've got, if you want to use your strategy and engineer how much time it takes you to get this done. I don't think anyone's running at their lactic threshold this entire time. So say you want to run like a 13-minute mile, you just set it and forget it and just pick your feet up, as opposed to like jumping rope, riding a bike. You gotta actually will those things around.
Yeah, I've heard the saying. I've heard the saying before in ultra marathons: if you think you're going too slow, you're not. And if you kind of think of that, like, just slow it down. It's a survival game, and so don't worry about going too fast too early. You have a lot more ahead of you. So that's the way that I see it.
Yeah, Jim Board down in Sydney. He's joins us every morning on the Spartan Warrior call, and Jim's getting into it out there, which is awesome. He's saying strategy. We need a strategy. That could be it. I think that could be it. The Ryan Atkins method. I would agree, and I've watched it in action. Speaking of watching these guys in action, you mentioned Killington before, Morris. We're gonna get into some Killington a bit later on. Actually, I think we've got a recap of the 2014 Killington race to watch, which is going to be awesome. What would be your favorite beast course in the world, Morris? You had to pick one.
Oh wow, that's a tough one. We're talking domestic, because there's certainly some that have some allure that never actually done internationally, right? Some of the ones in Europe. But
what are the rules? What are the rules, guys? Can you pick a course you've never done?
David, you said, what is your favorite beast course in the world? That's all that I'm saying. So you said world.
There you go. Yeah, no, world. Yeah. And do you have to have done it? No.
How about do your favorite that you have done, and then your favorite that you wish you could do?
All right, that'll do. All right, that's a good one.
I'll say Killington, only because it's like, you know, the original beast, and humble brag into the ultra there, and that destroyed me. So I think that's definitely one of our toughest ones. But then what's the one in is it Austria?
Oberndorf.
Yes.
Yeah.
I look at that and I'm like, ooh, I gotta see.
Yeah. Looks like
Melanie, jump on mute there for us. Everybody go on mute while you're working out. I know you're already into the beast.
I tell you what's an underrated course though is Dallas Glen Rose. That is in my opinion, a really cool beast too.
You love the speed of that.
Something really neat about, and Jack and I can dive into this, but how some athletes, like you look at Tahoe versus Killington, Tahoe, a lot of it the ascents and descents are very runnable, where Killington they're not. And certain athletes they'll do well on both. And either or course could crush certain athletes that would do good on the other one. You know what I mean? There's
yeah, agreed. I'm definitely a power hiker, and but you put me on a flat course, have to run like 6-minute miles for 13 miles. Forget it, can't do that. But I can power hike like the best of them.
Yeah,
definitely. But it goes to show you, it's been very interesting since the start of the sport. Yancey was kind of alluding to it. If you are one of the best in the sport, it doesn't matter what element Spartan has thrown at them, they've been able to succeed. Like Robert Killian, one of the best endurance runners, like just period. He's won the beast multiple times, never been off the podium at Tahoe. And yet he's been the Stadium Series champion before. Like that amount of versatility is just incredible. And you see that over and over again, like John Albin, kind of undefeatable in most races, period. And he was still trying to do Iceland for a 24-hour race. And it's just the spectrum that these guys can perform so well at. It's just amazing. And I don't think that you see that in any other sport, having such ability on both ends of the spectrum.
When did it first click for you guys that we have some legit athletes that come to play for these races, right? I know in my mind I know what it is, but when was it for you? When did it click?
For me, it's funny that we're getting ready to dive into the 2014 Killington World Championships. That was a race. One, I was there and I got to see it, and that was the first year I was working with a multitude of pro level athletes. That was where I said, okay, the fields are getting deep. You know, I think from the beginning, you know, we had Hobie in 11. We always had some of the best to ever exist over the past 10 years. But all of a sudden, around 14, it was like, man, it's getting deep. Like in the top 10, very legit athletes. We're back in 2011. That just wasn't the case. 14 for me was probably the first year where I was like, wow, man, we're dragging in athletes from 10 different sports, high levels. People are leaving that sport, coming in. So 14 for me.
How about you, Jack?
I would also agree, probably 2013. I sort of think of the way competition, and like, you know how technology, they say that it doubles, and like your USB storage, it doubles every 18 months to 24 months. Like I feel as if you get twice as many really, really high quality athletes every year at this rate, or every year and a half at this rate. And at the beginning it was like 1 or 2, and then it was 4 or 5, and then 8, and like 20. So I feel like it keeps getting doubling every couple of years. And 2014 was that first time where you saw kind of some unknowns who are still very relevant today. But before that, it was just kind of the Hobie and Cody show, and Claude, she was dominating with Amelia on the women's side. But yeah, I'd say about that 2014, that was really when people realized it was legit.
Yeah, I think depth is certainly a good indicator of the sport and the progression of it. I think back specifically when I remember Hobie had just won like Killington, I don't know, 2012 or 13. And obviously we all knew like marathon trial guy, and that's fast, right? But then I remember walking by him, and he was in the festival and he was doing this dip challenge with this guy we brought in. He was one of those dudes who could like he could like hang upside down on one arm with his legs above his head, like just a gymnast. Like, and Hobie was going dip for dip with this guy and did like 75 dips or 90 dips. And then he did like 35 pull-ups. And I was like, this dude just like smoked the beast. And then he did all that. And I'm like, all right, these guys are legit. He's not just a runner, but he's strong, right? He can do dips and pull-ups like way more than I can. And so I was like, all right, I think we're on to something here.
I know that there's a story out there that who was it? Herman Silva. He was a Mexican marathoner. I think he got second place in the Olympics one time. It's like a 2:09 marathoner, and he did Killington, and he ended up injuring himself. Yancey, you might have been there. I thought he like fell off the monkey bars or so, but he wasn't winning the race. He's a 2:09 marathoner, and he comes onto a Spartan course in the early years before it's even at the current level of depth. And he wasn't even winning the race. Like, to me, that's just incredible. And he went up to Hunter McIntyre after the race. I heard him say this on a podcast recently, and he was like, "You were the best athlete out there." Because who's ever seen a 200-pound man run up a mountain at the same pace as a sub 210 marathoner? Like that stuff, like that, just the well-roundedness, the strength to weight ratio. You don't find that anywhere else. And I think that when you have those other athletes who are top of the game in another sport come in here and not succeed, that just kind of puts a little bit more legitimacy to the athletes here.
Yeah, and you still get the naysayers that are like, you know what? Oh, just bring in so and so from this sport, and there's always this, people always doubt it, and then they show up and they can't produce. Remember, 2011, Glenn Rose, Josiah Middow, like top Xterra triathlete in the world, came and raced Hobie, and Hobie, it was a great race. Don't get me wrong, Josiah did great, but Hobie beat him. And here's the guy you're like, oh, we're gonna bring in this ringer, just like school everybody.
I have
Josiah's gone on since that 2011 race. He has like owned Xterra. I mean, that's a guy that I look at it as almost differently. Like I look at it when somebody like Josiah comes in, or other athletes, and they do, like, let's say they go top 5. I think that's actually pretty epic, because it's shown, the years have shown over the years that it takes a lot of adapting. When you're coming in, like very, very few have we ever seen just come in and dominate that first year. Now, after a couple years, the ones that stay with it, like, Ryan Woods, who came from an epic trail racing background, he stayed with it for a while. And now at 40, he's running his best and he's very relevant. I mean, he lives on the podium now. So it's been so interesting seeing some of those top level athletes come in, and how long it takes some of them. We either run them off or they stay, and they, Jack and I have run data before. It's almost like that. Okay, you're a 14-minute 5K guy. You need to become a 15-minute 5K guy and put on 12 pounds. And all of a sudden you find yourself living on the podium now, and you're slower than you were in your other sport.
I have
it
a
really
name.
Goes against,
yeah.
I was just going to say, it really goes against the psychology of a traditional athletics backgrounded runner, doesn't it? Hang on a minute. What, you want me to put on weight?
Get slow to get fast.
Weight to get on the podium? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And it's the antithesis of distance running.
Yeah,
But,
I have a name. Speaking of this 2014 Killington course, 12th place that year, Max King. He's one of the best trail runners in the world. He finished 38 minutes behind the win. And Max King, he's won Mount Marathon, one of the best. His athlinks basically looks like Ryan Atkins. It's just 1s and 2s everywhere, and he comes in here and he gets 12th. Like that. That's just amazing. Yeah. It's not a close 12th. It's 38 minutes behind. So,
hey, Jack, I have to pause you there. We've got Marco. Marco, where are you? Can you unmute for a sec? We're not letting you pull out of this. There's Marco from Set. Marco, where are you?
I'm right here.
What are you doing?
Dude, my knee just went. I had a hard time finishing the super. The pounding of the pavement just did it in. Sorry, guys.
Yancey, you got to keep him in. Give me some words.
Man, from a coaching perspective, are you able to deviate your plan at all? That's not going to cause any additional injury.
Like
I got it. I can't come at this from a Don Devaney approach. I got to come at this from the coach approach. So I need a quick assessment of exactly what's going on. And are you able to totally deviate? Like, are you able to get on the elliptical and go and have zero pain?
I don't have an elliptical. I don't have, like, I'm at home.
Right.
I don't know.
Well, you've seen the other things you can switch to, though, Marco. We might even let you switch if you can complete the whole thing, starting from scratch right now.
I don't know that I can do the jump rope, because that was going to take so much pounding on my knee. Mm-hmm. The step up, step down, maybe.
Step up, step down. Give it a try before you pull out. Why don't you switch to the step up, step down? I know Pete Borden's grabbed his camera and he's watching. He wants to make sure that no one's pulling out.
Marco, I can tell you something from Yancey. He's been my coach for several years, and several times he has come up to me where it's that pain cave moment in a race, and he's basically come up to me. He's like, pretend that there's someone who's going to just kick your ass in an alleyway, and it's like, you have to fight if you want to make it anymore, and it's either you're going to get the crap kicked out of you or you're going to keep going. And that's kind of that mentality that you need right now. And it's going to hurt, but unless you're not able to walk home or, provide for your family afterwards, you got to try to see if.
Well, I still have to work because I'm in wine sales and we're just rocking it. So
you're crushing it.
I still have a job, so I'm super happy about that.
Yeah, I'm kind of torn on this because I got to come at it from the SGX coaching.
Yeah, you do. You do. That's why I threw to you, Yance. If you say he's got to pull, he's got to pull. That's all right. You got to do the right thing.
Yeah.
You gotta get those wine. You gotta protect that wine. That wine.
Right.
that
Marco,
wine bee.
listen, that's always been my rule because I have the opportunity to coach a lot of ultra athletes. My rule has been, if your injury is going to prevent you from providing for your family when you get home, but that's the only excuse.
Yeah.
Rules out a lot of stuff. The reason why 99% of people quit things like the death race and ultras, it normally doesn't fall into that category. Now, if it falls into that category and you're not going to be able to provide, you got to go. You got to run. You got to crawl off the pitcher.
Yeah. You better be crawling, Marco, but that's all right. We got you. Well done, mate. You've done a good job. If you can't hang in, we get it. And we appreciate you getting this far.
I absolutely. I'm in it for as long as I can. My goal was to finish the beast. So I might start with the step up. I've got one step in the house. I'm gonna show you.
There you go. Still in.
Right there.
Stop talking and get to work, man. Let's go.
I'm gonna start with those. And how many do I got to do for the beast?
A lot.
A lot.
That's a lot.
Thank you. Thousands.
Just start. We'll tell you when to stop.
Thousands.
Yeah.
You can finish the beast without pain, brother.
Yeah, you got it, Marco.
Yeah, you got it.
I'm gonna start with
thanks, Marco. There you go, everybody. He's staying in. One quick question for Nathan when you can come back. I want to check that, a lot of people obviously they might be worried about their coverage while they go out on a run. But if you can run and keep filming, you should be doing it. If you're out going for a run and you can keep filming, you should be doing it. I want to get back to discuss, just to finish the swing on on athletes turning from traditional athletics. So there's Nathan. Nathan, what's the story, Nate? I can see Tony Vega out on a run there. Like, these people should be keeping their cameras on though, right, when they're running?
If at all possible, yes. There are some people with data issues going out. So the solve was keeping Zoom on at home at all times and then coming back and just providing some form of proof of that cardio. Going a bit off the honor system, but
got it. Yep. No worries. There's Kale. Maybe I pronounced it right, on his treadmill right there. Getting it done. Well done. Talk about athletes that could make the switch across. You reckon Mo Farah could stack on a few kgs and step out there? What do you reckon, Jack?
I would like to think so, but I don't know if I feel like Ryan Woods is the perfect example, and Mark Batris, like the two of them, very elite runners, and Hobie obviously was before, but Hobie kind of jumped in. He was a natural. Mark Batris and Ryan Woods, they kind of took their lumps for a couple of years. And I feel like people like a Mo Farah, if he's so successful at what he does, why would he want to settle for 18th place or something and get beat up going up a mountain and not have the immediate success? I feel like a lot of people don't have that personal drive to kind of fail for a little bit and then go into it. But if they stuck with it and were willing to drop from a 12:55K to a 13:50, like, okay, I think you're still going to do pretty well if you put on 2 pounds.
It's such a great topic, because there's, over the years, we've seen, I don't know, maybe 50-50, or the very high level athletes that come over. Some of them are like, oh my God, I will never go back to that boring 5K, 10K road race or whatever that I was world class at. This is heaven on earth. I've got obstacles now. And some just run for the frick. They run and don't want to ever come back. Some of those true road racers, the trail racers over the years have seemed to be, because this trail, it's not quite as much of a shock, but really and truly, we're onto something here, because we have pure runners that are really good athletes, and we have pure runners that are just good runners. They just born with a high VO2 max. They're not very athletic. They'll trip over a stick in the road in the middle of their 14-minute 5K. Those really good athletes and I've coached them where, I can pepper in OCR specific strength training once a week, and that's all they'll need. They're not going to fail anything first year, and there's just a little bit of adapting. And then some, it really takes a couple years of OCR specific training to where they're no longer, until now they're finally running clean races. And we're at a point now where if you don't run a clean race, man, you're in serious trouble from a top 10 elite perspective. So there's a lot of difference in the pure the well-rounded athleticism versus just, hey, I'm a world-class runner. Yeah,
I've got something to add on that, Yancey. So I kind of looked at the background. I've been kind of compiling some stuff through the past month or so. If you look at the top athletes, like the tier 1 athletes that you think about, the only ones that ran in college were Robert Killian and Ryan Woods, like, and Kirk DeWint and Tyler Grimmer did, but like and Ryan Kent, but like John Albin, he played roller hockey. Ryan Atkins, he was like a downhill mountain biker and a unicyclist, and he did like all the traditional high school sports as well, but not like a college runner. Johnny Luna Lima, soccer player. Ryan Kempson, college basketball player. VJ, I feel like he was the first person who really like came up with OCR as his sport. He ran track in high school, but like he wasn't he didn't have any plans on doing college track after that. Like Albert Soleil, he did Xterra for a lot of those races, and Richard Heineck was a soccer. But like you have all these diverse backgrounds, so I feel like the athletic runners do well, but not the runners, like the runners without athleticism. But it just goes to show you that I just named off some of the best in the sport, and they don't necessarily come from a running background. Yes, like maybe at the world championship level, you kind of might need that. But then again, you have Claude and Susanna, like they come from cross-country skiing backgrounds, and they've been female women champions before. So there's such variety, and I think it's inviting to new athletes to show you don't have to fit this exact mold if you want to do really well.
I think just pause for a sec. I'll come back to you just a second, Nancy. We've got a bunch of lambs joining us here. So there's another channel, the Slaughterhouse, I believe it's called, and it's full of about 400 people called the Sacrificial Lambs, and we're merging those people across right here. So we got what, 313, 314 and counting. This number in this Zoom right here is growing. So if you're on the lambs side of things, you better get to work right now. We've got a beast to do. What I was going to say was,
explain this lamb thing. What is this lamb thing all about?
Yeah. So Joe had a fantastic idea with the Death Race crew that there was a bunch of people that wanted to take part, but maybe they were a bit scared, and so they were over in another channel called the Slaughterhouse, where if this one was full, they come in and start taking part. So
just
you
roll
can see
in.
lots of the lambs joining right now. Lambs, welcome to the party. You better get to work. We've got a beast to do. So I know you guys have been doing it.
If they don't survive, are they lamb chopped?
They're lamb chopped.
Oh,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
joke. That joke.
No,
That joke.
sorry.
There you go.
I'm sure there are plenty listening who just groaned.
There you go.
Dad and me was really excited about that one.
Yeah.
Love it.
Hey, one point, David, real quick. We mentioned VJ. Just to think about this sport's been going on for 10 years, and we're about to reach our 10-year anniversary, everybody, in about actually 13 days to be exact.
Yeah.
That means kids that were in high school, like entering high school, looking at the sport, theoretically could be coming on the scene like real strong, like or were in high school. So I think that's going to be interesting to see how many people who started in the kids product
I know
over to the adult.
I know for sure if I wasn't a poor college student back when Spartan started, like my first race for Spartan was 2015 and graduated with a ton of student loan debt. But if I actually had the financial means to do it, I never would have run in college, and then I would have done Spartan right away had I known that this existed. And I'm sure plenty of people who weren't the top of their team in college, but they were pretty good athletes. I'm sure that a lot of people would have skipped it and done the VJ approach.
We're about to have, you know how it's like an NFL, NBA, it's so fun seeing people that we grew up watching, their sons are now, or their daughters are now playing professional sports. Trust me, guys, you better follow Hawk Call.
Hawk Call
in 2019 had a freaking breakout season, and he's got the genetics. That boy he's training right alongside Dad, and right now he's pushing Dad, and he's probably he and Dad are probably having knockdown, drag out battles in the workouts, and it's going to be fun following that kid, and there's a couple more calls coming up.
Yeah, Hawk actually, his time in Utah last year was faster than Mark Battress's, just to give you a perspective. He ran in the age group heat, but he's just started college, and he's basically as fast as Mark Battress was.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the key to the sport, and we got interrupted by a pandemic, but when that goes away, I think one of the big things that you'll see, certainly we're working on, is that growth of talent. Working with more people like you, Yancey, and you, Jack, and basically, we have to foster the growth of the sport. On this point, I was going to say earlier that when we talk about someone like Zuzana, right? Cross country skiing background, we know that these athletes have some of the biggest VO2 max capabilities, in all sports. And I think the great thing about our sport of OCR is the fact that you can come into that sport from a variety of backgrounds and do well. If you're focused on the marathon, you might do some form of middle distance running in your career, but probably you're starting off with the 10,000 meters and working your way up from there. And it's the specificity throughout the sport remains, the window remains very small. Whereas us, and I think that's why you're not seeing such a diverse background in other sports, because let's say you want to play football, you can play football from a young age. I mean, if you really want to be at the highest level, that's what you do. Wow. Whereas with us, and probably because we are such a young sport, people have to do other sports, and they come from other sports, and then they can do well. Maybe that would exist, in other fields as well, and sometimes it does. I mean, you see the occasional crossover happen, but I think that we are unlocking just the strengths of other sports like cross country skiing and revealing them to be the powerhouses that they really are, versus other sports that we may be much more used to, like road cycling.
Yeah, I also think that it's becoming more socially acceptable to not have your kids sign up for the traditional team sports. Because I have a few cousins who are all under the age 10. All that they want to do is become American Ninja Warriors. Like when I was growing up, I'm like, I want to be in the NHL or MLB. And now it's like, I want to be really good at doing rigs. And to me, I feel like the sport of fitness and like just being functionally fit, that's accepted for kids to have a goal for doing that. And I think that 5 years from now, when they, put on a little bit of size and develop more, you're going to have a lot of people who are just a bunch of young studs, a bunch of VJs, not just one. And I think that's the future of the sport. Like Lily Elkin, she's 19. She just got 5th in Jacksonville, the U.S. National Series. Like they're out there. They just haven't developed in the amount of numbers that we're going to see pretty soon.
Let's look at a Hunter McIntyre type athlete on the female side and do a little fun throwback. Krenikoff in 2014, 20-year-old college sophomore, jumps onto the scene, barely loses to Claude, 2-time Spartan World Championship by 3 minutes, takes second place at Spartan Worlds, goes on to dabble with CrossFit, goes and competes at the CrossFit Games, wins, decides not to, take the broad brush approach and race everything, wins the Stadium Series Championship last year. The people behind her, April D, Rose Wetzel, Tyann Clark, Jenny Tobin, Lindsay Webster finished behind her.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what when you look up cyborg in the dictionary, those are the kind of athletes. You see a picture of Krenikoff, and that's the type of athletes that are doing this for Spartan. It's amazing to follow them over the course of several years and see the epicness. That girl was 20 years old and beat Lindsay, Rose, these girls that have gone on to do epic stuff, and they were epic back then. They're still relevant now. And hey, I'm going to show up and show you girls what this is all about.
Yeah, so you mentioned that one of the women that Corinna beat was Lindsay Webster. Did you know that this was her first ever Spartan race, and she got 4th at the World Championship? Yeah. That's incredible. And do you want to know something even crazier? So her first 2 races that she ever ran, where she did not make the podium. Every single race since then, she has made the podium. She lost to 6 separate women in those first 2 races. Every race since, she's only lost to 6 women total. Like Nicole's beat her a couple times, but like 6 unique women. So basically, in close to 40 races since then, she's only lost to 6 different women since 2015. That's incredible.
It's an incredible record, isn't it? Yeah. That level of consistency. Maybe we need to start a little bit later tonight, because Mike Morris and I are coming back on around 11 for the Ultra, and we're going to have Nicole Miracle and Rhea Cole will join us. So, I think there's going to be a lot of good chatting there. We're actually in about 10 minutes time, we're going to do some throwback to Killington. We mentioned that at the top of the show, and we're going to be able to watch some 2014 Killington action. I want to tell a quick story. About it must have been June, July last year. I headed over to Iten in Kenya, and it was the start of a project that we're working on at Spartan, and I've been working with a team here to get the video out for everybody. We've got to get that done, and basically my goal was to do an experiment, and I wanted to see whether really fast guys and girls from the town of Iten could display some rudimentary skill, let's say, at the sport of Spartan OCR. And so I got on a plane, had no contacts, and flew over to Iten, and I met some amazing people there, some great coaches, all of them from an athletics background, right? None of them had heard of OCR before. And so I had 3 days to convince them that we were going to put on this sprint. And we drove around the town of Iten in a truck, picking up obstacles. Had about 20 or 30 guys from Iten helping me out, and we got buckets full of sand. We made spears. We did jerry can carries. There was jump rope. Right? There was some fairly backyard wall climbs, and burpees, of course. And we put on a 5K sprint. And these guys set off, and the women as well. They set off at I was clocking them at a 3:10K pace, right, for the 5K.
Sub 5,
right? Yeah, they were moving, right? And I was like, maybe they didn't know it's coming. But not only did they hold that pace for the 5K, they did it while completing the obstacles as well. I mean, they'd finished an obstacle and they'd set off at that pace. And they turned to me at the end and they said, one particularly good runner, I remember when I met him, I said, "Oh, what do you do?" He said, "I run marathon." I said, "Oh yeah, what's your best time?" He goes, "It's not very good." I go, "Just tell me, well, what's your best time?" He goes, "Oh, 2:14. I'm like, dude. So he's not winning Berlin, but he's whooping ass, and he's probably one of the best runners around there in the world.
He's got the ACE standard, and if he wasn't in Kenya, he'd be on the team for almost every other country out there. That's crazy.
That's almost exactly what Hobie Call's best time was. He ran a 2:15.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Mike and David. Say that there is a lot more diversity in terms of bringing in those elite pure runners. Do you think that you would kind of switch up the way the Spartan is, the direction of races, and the way that they're laid out, in order to kind of make it a less runner favorable race, or bring back more double carries, or some of the longer barbed wire crawls, something to try to mitigate their top end speed? Or would you kind of let it in and you're just hey, they're the better athletes, that's why they won?
Mike, you have a go first, and then I'll tell you what I think.
Oh man, I mean, I think that assumes that we have a runner-dominated product right now, and I don't know. I look at I just look at who keeps winning. Obviously, they're great runners, but they're still good at obstacles. So I don't know if I would necessarily maybe look at some stats. We'd probably call up the Jack Bauers of the world and say, hey, what are the numbers showing? But I don't know. I certainly it certainly would not be a knee-jerk reaction. I think we have to see what the trend is.
Of course,
yeah. Look, I mean, look at by the way, look at John Stanley there cracking it out on the treadmill. Well done, John. Basically, I'm sure you'd agree that to this point, the running component of OCR is the foundation of OCR. You could be an absolute rock star on obstacles, but if you can't run, you're pretty much screwed. Now, can you do the opposite and kind of get through? If you have the cardio fitness to bang out some lightning fast sets of 30 burpees, maybe you can get away with 60, on a longer format race,
like an Isaiah, a really gritty guy or something like that.
Yeah, just someone who can bang it out. Less so these days, with stadium and sprint, because the course the time on course is too short. But in a beast, can you afford to? I mean, look at Miriam, for example. You know what I mean? She was knocking out burpees like nothing in Sweden, but she was hanging in there. So, but she can run, she can keep it going. So, I think fundamentally, running is a core of our sport. So to try and take that away, I think would be a really detrimental thing to the sport. I think you'd be changing the face of the sport. Now that said, there's a different answer to your question, Jack, and that is we're seeing the crafting of athletes and their specificity to different race levels more than ever in our sport. I'm sure, Yancey, you'd agree with this as a coach. We're seeing the stadium set of athletes, for example, developing more and more, and I'm really pleased to see that competition growing. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we're seeing the ultra specificity kicking in much more these days. And I think by another year or two, we're going to see even more than ever professionals in this sport and the top elites of this sport sticking to one category and staying to it. We've seen a lot of crossover, and Ryan Atkins I think is going to be the exception rather than the norm in the future. Where it won't be possible to drop down and win a sprint, and then go back and win an ultra. I think that with the way the sport's going, it won't allow it.
Yeah.
You mind if I take one?
Yes, go for it. I was going to ask for your opinion as well.
So there's a unique way to look at this. Let's take the Ryan Kents, the Hunter McIntyres, and the Isaiah Vidals, the 185 to 210 range. You have Ryan Atkins at about 165. That's what he races at. It's absolutely amazing what he's able to pull off. Our top 10 best male and female OCR athletes, they're all freaking cyborgs. There's not a single one of them that could step into any world-class marathon and come close to probably finishing top 20. Not a single one of them. Maybe top 10, a few of them. But here's the thing. I feel they're more relevant stepping into that marathon with their performance. We take those top 10, top 20 marathoners, they're going to get soul crushed in our sport. And there's a level of kind of mesh and, like the specialization that happens. I'll use Ryan Kent as an example because I get a chance to work with him. Last year, we really kind of specialized on stadium. You're a 185-pound guy. What I look at when a Ryan Kent, Isaiah, and Hunter, who have those three guys together have a crap ton of top 10 world championship finishes. I think Isaiah and Hunter have five or six each, and Ryan Kent, five each, and Ryan Kent has two. I look at that as really amazing because you nailed it, David. Let's take swimming and track and field. Michael Phelps, we know he could swim a great 1,500 meters, but he's totally irrelevant at world championships or the Olympics. We're going to get that way in Spartan as well. And Ryan Kent and Isaiah and Hunter have to specialize if they want to be relevant because they can come race the beast, but you're never going to win the beast. I mean, physically speaking, Hunter did get a podium, but that was a long time ago. Really and truly, those guys can't go win that against the 145 to 160 pound guys. I don't think it's possible anymore because the field is so deep. But Ryan Kent won every single stadium race he signed up for. If Ryan Kent wasn't there, Isaiah was winning all those. These are those big cyborg bodies. So I love the fact that we have all these offerings, and you're seeing, like if you go to a start line at a stadium race, you see Krenikoffen, Isaiah Vidal, Ryan Kent, these big guys that could go do CrossFit the next day and do well. So there's a lot of, we've got the Michael Phelps 100-meter swimmer, we got the 1,500-meter swimmer, we got the half mile, we're getting there, and it's been so stinking fun to watch. And we're almost to a point where if you don't specialize, you're just going to kind of be relevant.
I've got one thing to add to that, Yancey. And David, you mentioned with the World Championship, and Yancey, you're saying that bigger athletes probably won't be relevant they'll never really be able to win that beast distance, but they'll hold their own in the shorter ones. This 2014 Killington race, it actually had a short course championship afterwards. I wasn't there, but Hunter McIntyre, he had a top 5 finish in the beast, and then he crushed everybody in the short course. So it just goes to show you, like, within their own element, some people are unbeatable with it in one spectrum where, John Albin ran away with the win in the beast, but and Ryan Atkins got second, but they didn't win the short course one. So it just kind of shows you that differentiation and the skill sets that you need to specialize in each of them.
David, Morris and I were there, and I'm telling you, that's one of the most fun events I've ever witnessed in OCR freaking history.
Agreed. I'm still waiting for that footage. Like someone's got it somewhere.
There is a YouTube. I'll send it to you after this.
Oh, I want to see it. It was super exciting.
This girl named Cassidy Watton, who's about 5'11" freaking. She's another cyborg. She blew everybody off the side of the mountain.
Yeah.
There you go. Jack, send that over and we'll try and roll it later on. If you and Yancey can come back, at 11 Eastern, and maybe we can fire it up then, and we can have a look at it. Mike and I will be on. It'd be great.
It's a 15-minute video. That's
slam a couple of Spartan tees. Speaking of videos, we got a really good one coming up right now, and then we're gonna throw to this video while everybody's completing the rest of this beast, and then we'll come back and Steve Hammond and Garfield Griffiths will be joining you guys from the commentary position after this. But we're going to go and check out the 2014 race from Killington. Mike, you listed this as your favorite course, and boy, was that a brilliant race, and I can't wait to relive this one. So we're going to watch this now. Before we go to it, everyone is doing an absolutely fantastic job. Congratulations. You can see people completing all sorts of different modes. We've got Michael there on the air dyne. I think he's cracking out some serious calorie burn right there. Well done, Michael. We've got some jump rope going on. That's a pretty good way to complete things, because you can get a lot of reps done really fast. This is incredible to see all this. We've got people on the treadmill.
Are you looking at Donna Boots? She's running laps in her house.
Oh, Donna is a extremely accomplished agoge athlete and amazing person. Donna won a very prestigious award in Mongolia when we were out there near the Siberian border. I'll never forget it. Donna, it's great to see you. So anyway, let's get into it. We've got our producer standing by to roll some tape. Guys, I hope we'll see you later on tonight for the Ultra with a couple of special guests. Thanks for jumping on here, and congratulations, everybody. We'll be back real soon.
All right, thanks for your time. Appreciate it.
The sprint that was attached to that. Yeah, we had to find that golf course, remember, next to the dead golf course, and actually add to it just to make it long enough. Oh, that's when we met, mate. It was such a happy day.
That was good. I feel like I'm getting in between something here, so I'm going to let you guys chat away for a bit. I'll come back on in about 45 minutes, and I'll let you two lovebirds chat away.
We can't wait to interview you at some point, Nathan.
Cheers, mate.
The hidden stud of Spartan. All right, thanks very much, Nathan. Well, I'm Steve Hammond, guys, and I hope you're all well. We have a special guest on our show as well, Garfield Griffiths, who is
everyone.
Race director extraordinaire for Spartan, but has been a race director in the OCR scene for many, many years. But even back before then, yes, he's British as well. You're an all-star DJ.
Well, I'm never all-star, mate, but yeah, I did my bit flying around. Actually, what brought me to the US originally, nearly 20 years ago, to DJ in Miami, and just decided I liked it. I'm gonna stay here. And eventually, put on mud runs.
The British American dream. That's it.
Absolutely, mate.
Like, if you ever grew up in Newcastle, living in Florida, it's just the life, huh?
Oh my God, yeah. from anyone who doesn't know, like Newcastle is in the northeast of England, or the grim north, as they call it in England. And it's a steel coal. Well, it was when the mines were open, steel and coal mining, and pretty rough and ready. But yeah, Miami South Beach was a bit of a culture shock for me. But you know, we fit in eventually.
Oh, crazy! Very, very good. Well, I think we're having some a few issues here and there, but I kind of wanted to take it back before we carry on about you, Garfield, to this amazing 24-hour endeavor that people are taking on, this Unbreakable challenge. It is insane what some of these guys are doing and what they're you know, putting themselves through, and I admire very much. You know, you've been watching bits and bobs. How do you find watching people exercise while we sip on some beer and cider?
No, I just finished a beer, but my fridge is downstairs, so I'm struggling. I'm not sure what to do, but I mean, I'm quite happy to watch. I mean, you got to remember, my job is to build, well, with my team and yourself and everyone else, is to build these races and design these races and then put, you know, operate everything on race day. So in theory, my job is to watch people exercise, because I stand around all day on Saturday and Sunday and watch 10,000 people do the course. You know, so in theory, I'm quite comfortable watching it from the comfort of my own home.
Well, we did do a race together. We raced in Jacksonville this year.
We did. Well, we didn't race. I mean, you sort of ran and I hobbled, but yeah, it was
well, it was fun. We went around as a team with you know, a bunch of the other guys, and I think that was a good camaraderie to, you know, bring the team around.
Nathan was there, gone, but Nathan was there.
Yeah, Nathan was there as well. That was fantastic. Very good. Good.
And we all got to stay home for 3 months. We all got a time out. Over.
So going on to that, how's the lockdown treating you and your family?
My lockdown, I mean, you know, I'm in South Florida, Steve, and at this time of year, it's before it gets too brutal. I mean, it's still pretty hot, so it's actually quite pleasant. I mean, not that we can do a great deal, but you know, we popped around, and we've got a golf course near us, which is closed down, so we've been sort of hanging out, not on the golf course. Obviously, I want to protect the grass, but around there, and there's some trails, so we've been allowed to do that. So it's not been too bad. I'm not going too stir crazy. So, you know, it's been fine. And all of my children are still alive with the homeschooling. So that's a bonus.
You haven't killed them.
But never mind me. Forget my sitting around on my butt. Tell me what you've been doing on your lockdown, Steve. I believe you've been fairly busy.
Reasonably busy. Well, I think the my lockdown was pretty interesting because I literally came off the course. We had just finished it. We had just finished the finishing touches to the San Luis Obispo race, which was on a winery. I think Ancient Peaks they do a nice wine, and that's their winery there. And so we were going to do an awesome race. We're going to do an ultra. We had literally just finished it. We're run round, and that's when it all kicked in, and we got told to go home. So I literally, you know, we helped. There was a bunch of people. We tore down some of the course, and I had to go home early, and I went back home. And I think it's been 51 days now that we've been kind of, you know, I wouldn't say stuck inside, because I'll go on to that next bit in a minute, but pretty much, you know, 51 days. That's when it all began with us here. And we've been pretty lucky here in Tahoe, where they haven't closed up much of the stuff. They closed all the ski resorts, and we had a lot of snow earlier on in the lockdown. But we pretty much started that lockdown here. Everything was covered in snow. We were allowed out the house. You know, we did a bit of kind of cross-country skiing. That was fun. But I very, very quickly realized I needed a purpose. I needed something to do.
Right.
I was very, very frustrated with not having, you know, a purpose or a job. You know, that's yeah, pretty difficult. I mean, I have a full-time, you know, a full-time family. That's what I was going to say.
All right, those part-time ones are all right.
The part-time ones, you know. The full-time family. So yes, I'm a full-time dad pretty much because Stacey's still working, my wife, and I have a little 2-year-old Henry who's pretty rad.
Where is
yeah.
Henry?
What's that?
Where is Henry?
Henry is running around. If I let him in, then that's it. All hell was let loose.
So let me guess. Just like myself, you also locked yourself in one of the bedrooms to do this.
Yes, I did lock myself into our little spare bedroom. So before I go on to explaining what the Hammond Challenge is, I do want to kind of like look around. I want to get onto the gallery view a little bit because there are some pretty epic people. I mean, there's people carrying like massive loads. There's people on exercise bikes. Guys, if you're listening, I just want to give you a massive well done. You guys are doing utterly fantastic. You've got still a long way to go, so pace yourself. Make sure you get things completed. And I'll come back to the Hammond Challenge, but one of the biggest things for my success in this challenge, and this goes to all your competitors out there, is make sure you eat. Like eating food is the key. That is like running out of gas into your car, you refuel it. And I know it sounds very cheesy, but you like eating, Garfield, don't you?
I do, mate. In fact, I've been doing all of the eating on lockdown, but I've been skipping the exercise so that my food lasts longer. So yeah, I've just been fueling up a lot, and then I'll get round to running at some point.
So my aim was to eat like over 10,000 calories a day, and I definitely succeeded that, which was pretty good. To my wife's dismay of like thinking that she got 2.5 weeks of shopping in, we polished that all off in a week.
So we've been doing well. Like we spent nothing on gasoline for the car, nothing on gym memberships, and then $4,000 on food. So
right, like
saving money everywhere, gym memberships, all that. But we've blown it on food, and I've been 6 times to the off license already just to get beer for the month.
Well, what are you drinking right now? Did you manage to?
I got cider downstairs. I got Angry Orchard for tonight, but I don't. I had it and then I ran upstairs because my kids were being cray.
Very good. Well, I am drinking a very nice IPA, which is sponsored by Ryan Atkins. For my little challenge that I did, he sent this over. So thank you very much, Mr. Atkins. Which was pretty awesome watching him for the first time on the 2014 World Championships. Him and John Albion battle it out, which was very, very good. Yeah,
that's actually when I first met Atkins and those guys. Actually, quite a few. I was just talking to you before on the phone, but that 2014 was a big year. I was working for another race company. We won't go into brands, but we had Ryan and Cloud and a few of them. They were actually our pro athletes back in the day, and that was when I first got to know them all. And I met them all, and I think you were there, but in Ohio at that other race.
Yes. I think so. I was at the OCR World Championships. We're all encompassing here at Spartan, so we are a sport, and we can talk about other brands, we can talk about other competitors and all that kind of stuff, and what they have achieved outside of Spartan. We're not one-dimensional here. We're very, very, very open to all sides of the sport. We just feel that what we're doing is we're trying to be as professional as we can, and I think that's a good way to go. We're setting the standards for everybody else.
Michael Scary just finished his beast. So hey, Michael, nice work, mate.
Very, very good. That's awesome.
I'm trying to read the chat at the same time here as I'm talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll do that. I mean, fortunately, I can't read, so I'll let you do the reading. And
it's all big words, Steve. Forget about it.
Oh, good. That's why I like Zoom. I can just see pictures.
Yeah. So, all right, Steve. So, if you want me to explain what craziness you decided to.
Yeah. So we can kind of we can start on the beginning of so boredom set in, and then it didn't.
Yeah, boredom set in, and I believe we were on it. Weren't you and I on a live? We were on a phone call, or we were on something when you suggested it. Where was it when you suggested this? the challenge?
I can't remember.
We were on something. We were live on something. Might have been on a Spartan thing.
Might have been. Yeah, I think so, because we were doing some stuff and you said, yeah. I was like, yep, this is what I'm doing. And a lot of people were like, yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah,
and
that
then
was
they were
it,
like,
yeah.
what? And then I had a lot of people like, remind me to tell you the story about the bet, because that's kind of fun too. But anyway, for those who don't know, the Hammond Challenge is running the days of the month in April. So basically running the days of the month in miles. So 1st of April, and a lot of, obviously being the 1st of April, a lot of people thought it was April Fool's joke. Kevin Gelotti sent me a text and he said, yeah, nice one, good April Fool's joke. And I texted him back and I was like, no, I think I'm gonna do it. And he was just like, oh, good on you. So April 1st, you run 1 mile. 2nd, you run 2 miles. 3rd, you run 3 miles, and so on and so forth. 15 miles, 20th, 20 miles, all the way through. And basically the idea of the challenge, it gets, the first week's super easy, 2nd week's nice and fun, normal mileage, 3rd week is brutal, and then it just goes into like, a different dimension, where I've never ever achieved that amount of miles. So the last 7 days totals 189 miles in 1 week.
That's insane. I can't even imagine. All right, so here's the first question for you, Steve. Just a quick one to throw out there. At what point, after you did 1 mile on the first, you did 2 miles on the second, at what point did you go, crap, this might have been a crazy idea? What day?
The oh shit moment was.
Yeah, we'll talk about that later. That was on the 29th. We're going to come back to that.
I didn't even mean that pun, but we'll go back to the real oh shit moment. Oh my gosh, the body wasn't playing well with me. Anyway, going to the oh gosh moment of the undertaking in hand was probably around day 12 to 15. In amongst that, I was like, oh God, this is brutal. And the reason why I thought that is because I had actually gone out the first week and a half, kind of not really knowing what I had taken on and hammering it. Like I was doing, sub 7 minute miles, running. And I remember having a chat with a few of the pros, but having a chat with, I kind of gotten very well with Chris Brown, who is an ultra runner, and he's got good experience with that. And he was just
Steve, Chris with a K?
Yes, Chris with a K, trail race director.
Yeah.
Awesome chap. Did 100 miles in the Western States, came top 10 in that. He's achieved a lot, done a lot of really, really good stuff. And he's joined the team of race directors for Spartan, top guy. But anyway, he gave me the advice, was just like, it's a completion, not a race. He was just like, slow the heck down. And I did the next day I went out, I think it was day 13 or day 12 or something. And you can see on my Strava where I kind of really changed from going way too quick to, 12-minute miles to 11-minute miles. And that saved me completely and utterly. But I did have an oh God moment of like, oh my gosh, this is, this is starting to get brutal.
So how many, I'm guessing there's a lot of people out there, I don't know who can hear us, but I'm watching the chat. There's a few people saying, right, the beast is done, but this Spartan is out of here. Congrats to everyone else. So do you reckon there's anyone here? They're probably getting to that, oh gosh, moment, as you want to call it.
Yeah.
Any advice for those guys?
Absolutely. And if that is the case, guys, if you are struggling, then it's the one step at a time moment. Try not to think of the big picture, because especially in my Unbreakable challenge of the Hammond challenge, it's really, really easy to get transfixed on the finish. And you can't. You just got to get over the next obstacle. For me, that next obstacle was the next day, and 1 mile at a time. So for you guys doing this challenge, it's we're doing the beast right now, right? And don't focus on the ultra next. Focus on the beast and get that done. Get that finished and eat a bunch, and then don't pull out until you fail. So and this is it's interesting. So okay, take the analogy of a rock climber. Okay, do you fall off or do you let go? Okay, that is two completely different stuff. And I got taught that a lot when I was rock climbing. It was like, do you go to the point of where you let go? Then you didn't go far enough. If you go off to the point where you actually fall off, that's not letting go. That's not being able to grip. So you're using all your grip strength. And it's the same with if you look at people when they fall off an obstacle, they think they haven't got the strength to get to the next one. They just let go. And there's a big difference. And even in running, there is letting go and there is falling off. It's like, stay on the horse until you fall off. That's my advice for you guys.
Yeah, that's good. And so that's funny. When I worked, I can mention it. When I worked with Battle Frog, obviously the CEO was a former Navy SEAL, very, very fit gentleman. And he once said, because he used to do a lot of ultra running with Joe, actually from Spartan. Had they known each other for many, many years. And one of the things he said is that the mind will give up long before the body, which is kind of akin to what you just said. The mind will let go before the body lets go.
Yeah, exactly, and that is it. So I would really encourage you guys to keep to keep at it and keep going, but one step at a time. One obstacle at a time. Get that finished, and then focus on the next one. Get that done. Eat some food. Focus on the next one, and little chunks, and it'll soon wither away, and all of a sudden you'll be on that last home stretch, and. It's a huge undertaking, this 24-hour for most people really, because our bodies aren't, we don't ever really train for it. We never train even 12 hours at a time. So to go on for this amount of time is going to really affect your body, your mind, especially finishing with the death race, which is going to be nuts as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, can't really skirt around it anymore. You mentioned little chunks, so it just reminded me of something. So, apparently on your challenge, there was an incident. Was it day 28?
I think so.
I'm not letting it go. We're not getting past it.
So when you're going on to this kind of taking this on, I'm gonna go back a few steps. Like day 25, 26, like you're doing back-to-back marathons every morning. Now I have to be back by a certain time so I can look after Henry and start our normal day, so Stacy can work and all that kind of stuff, and eat as much food as I can. We've got the fire alarm going off right now in our house. It's awesome.
One of the participants pacemaker.
Maybe, but anyway, there was this one time that I did go out and I started running. I didn't feel great, and it might have been the spicy sausage the night before, who knows, but I kind of am quite stubborn, and I was doing actually, we've got this beautiful mile loop around the house, but it's very residential area, and we do back up to forest, but I was as far from the forest as I was the house. So I was like, I actually need the toilet, and I need it quite urgently. But I kind of knew it beforehand, but I would start another lap and keep going. And I got to the point of no return, and I ended up going in the house and coming back out with a new pair of shorts. So I might have had to run half a mile soiled.
You were in the woods, so Steve does Steve poop in the woods?
Well, I would, and I would have, but this was in and around houses, and I wasn't going to poop in somebody's front garden.
Well, say that now, but well, anyway, to be honest, I would have just died by about day 5. So major props to you. You ever going to do it again?
Maybe. I might do something a little bit different. I like, like mixing it around a bit, and that was a great completion.
Try February.
I know, right? A non-leap year February. That would have been great.
Absolutely.
But yeah, I mean, it was awesome. I learned a huge amount about myself in terms of just like being able to accomplish something and how much time we actually have in a day to be able to like get up and it's like, how much time do we waste just watching Netflix, or how much time do we waste being on the phone and
listening?
Exactly, listening to a Geordie talk rubbish. And it's quite amazing. I mean, look how much these guys are accomplishing now.
Right.
24 hours, and there's a lot you can do in 24 hours, and it's a lot that these guys are going to learn about themselves and be able to put to a day-to-day basis. And I think I woke up on the 1st of May, and I woke up early, and I was like, because I was used to getting up at 3:30, but I woke up at 5, and I was just like, I can do a bunch of stuff. Yes, my body is just completely and utterly tanked itself. It's realized it's finished its challenge and kind of like gave out on me, but I was still able to accomplish a load of stuff. And I am gonna, I learned a lot of stuff this last month that I want to put into action in my real, in my day-to-day life, and how much we can actually do. So yeah, that's one thing I wanna. That's one thing I've learned from this experience.
All right, well that's good. As long as you took something away from it, that's good. Other than shin splints. Hey?
And a lot of pain, and it's actually so I posted it on Instagram, the fact that I shot myself, and there was a load of comments underneath saying, "Oh, great, well done, you're doing amazing, blah blah blah." And this one guy commented, it was probably the best comment ever. It was just like, I wish I got that much encouragement from shitting myself. It's like it's like, yeah. So I post about soiling myself, and I get positive feedback back. So
see, that's a good thing. Everything's a plus. You just have to look at it from a different angle.
There's somebody from Lewis who says, I can't feel my legs. I'm done. Off to eat and rest. Good luck to all. Well, can you move them?
Move them, Lewis. Get some pickle juice.
You like your pickle juice?
No, God, I can't stand that stuff. But I guess if I've been doing what these guys are doing today, I'd probably just anything for the oh, there you go, Lewis. You did the virtual super sprint bit. It all hurts.
Yep. There's a lot of great job, guys. I mean, there is just awesome people. There's a few people dropping out here and there. If you're on the verge, just keep it going, guys. You've got an ultra coming up. You've got it, guys. You've got it. It's fuel is the key thing. So make sure that you guys, I mean, I'm looking around and there's not a lot of people taking even water, but yeah, take lots of fuels. You won't feel like eating. Trust me, you will not feel like eating. I had to force food down me, and that's that's saying a lot, because me, Garfield, I like to eat, but sometimes when you're pushing your body to the limits, it doesn't want any food, and you have to give it. So if you're at that level, guys, then yeah, force some food down more than ever, guys.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
talking of fuel, keep going, Steve. I'm gonna go get some fuel.
Oh, you're gonna go get some cider, aren't you?
Apples are fuel.
Well, while Garfield is going off to get some fuel, I'll take a few questions online if everyone's got some. Steve knows it. Go get some food. Awesome, Dashi. So if you've got any questions for me, I'm looking at the messenger thing. You can say, give me your beer. I know, right? It's awesome. So thanks, Ryan Atkins. He gave me some Pliny the Elder. It's one of my favorite IPAs. Very, very good. Just up the road in California and Russian River Valley, I think they do wine, but they do good beer too. Anyway, you're all working out and I'm talking about beer. So tomorrow you'll be able to, once you finish, you'll be able to drink some beer. Woo! Oh, there we go. So Pliny. Oh, so someone's we're talking about beer. Someone said, "Give me your beer."
Nope.
Was that to me? Did I not fancy the event? Yeah, I just came off my Hammond Challenge. I do fancy the event. Yes, I would absolutely love to do this type of event. I don't think I was in the position to do it. Plus, if I had done it, my wife probably would have killed me because I've been kind of out of action for a wee while. So yeah, I will probably do an event at the end of May. But what? Oh, here's a good one, Garfield. I'm going to ask you this. What was the funniest way that you have been injured?
What's up, Matt? How you doing, buddy? I'm almost done.
Oh, look at you go. Nice job.
Hang on. I don't know, Steve. I've been hurt and injured so many times. I guess you're referring to me falling down the side of a mountain at the West Virginia Beast?
Yes.
Yeah, it wasn't the funniest at the time because I knocked myself out for 30 minutes. But apparently jumping out of a moving vehicle on the side of a hill is not a good idea. Who knew?
Send it. That was a great question. Someone said, is pizza a good fuel? Oh my gosh, if you ask any ultra runner about pizza, like pizza is amazing. More toppings the better. You know, tons of olive oil on top of it. Yeah, you know, greasy, loads of fat. Fat is actually fantastic for you. Loads of cheese, loads of calories, calzones. I love it. So yes, so eat lots of pizza, even what you're doing now. It's awesome. So if you get a chance to rest, pizza's great. 7 hours wait for Pliny the Younger. Yes, I know. I've never tried Pliny I've got Pliny the Elder, Pliny the Younger, not tasted it yet. There's a waiting list for it. It's a very, very, very good beer, apparently. I still want your beer. Awesome stuff. How would I do it? I'd probably run rather than the bike. I'm not the greatest biker. I'm okay on the bike, but not too. Do you like biking?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
I do. I don't mind it. I saw your bike though. It has no saddle on it. Why is that?
Oh boy.
Yeah. I do have a bike. I do like to potter around. It's just I live in Florida where the drivers are like completely insane. So it's just not wise to drive anywhere in Florida on a bike. So I'm trying to get back onto the bike stuff, but I gotta find some good trails to go to or something.
Oh, awesome.
All right. I just saw someone, one of my Facebook buddies. Nice, ordering pizza now. Adam Hensley. He's one of my Facebook buds. How you doing, mate?
Good. Yeah. Eat lots of pizza. You'll complete the whole challenge because you ate 2 pizzas.
Oh, absolutely. I'm sure. Yeah. I've seen what was that guy? Was it the Berkeley Challenge? And they went through his food list. I think one of the guys doing Berkeley, and it was just insane the amount of food he ate. Like just massive quantities of food, and it was all, like you say, pizzas and Snickers bars and just all kinds of garbage basically, but the body was just turning it into power fuel and he kept going.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, someone made a comment here, depends if you can digest cheese during your activity, and that is right. You gotta sort of mind your body, but when you go on endurance events, generally you'll go in about 50% of what your max is usually. So you're going a lot slower. So therefore your body can handle food and digestion and that kind of stuff. And that's all comes in training. And so when you go out for long runs, and I've been doing this bits and bobs, I've been doing a lot of longer runs with a ton of food. And through this challenge, they've got this amazing bakery. So through this Hammond challenge I've been doing, they've got a bakery about mile 9, and they have the best, probably the best in the US of ham and cheese croissants, loaded with cheese, loaded with ham, and I just they're huge. I neck one of them down and, like, you know, sip a bit of water and carry on running. And if you look at all my mileage, it goes up a lot faster than the previous 9. So yeah, ham and cheese croissants was my fuel. Yes, mate.
Question for you then. So did you take your fuel with you, or did you literally plan your run to, like, hit the right places to fuel, or what do you have with you?
Bits and bobs, you know. So a couple of times I did some loops around the house, and I staged fuel by the house and went in. And, you know, a couple of times I did like 10 miles, then went in, took a load of fuel, like used my house as an aid station.
Yeah.
Had a cup of coffee, had a chat with the wife, and went back out again. And then I would use this bakery stop, which was awesome for a cup of coffee. And because I wasn't stressed about, you know, time, I could just go run and enjoy it. And you know, on some of the bigger miles, especially when you're doing 20 and the next day 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, you had to be pretty disciplined at getting up. And so I almost taught my body when it needed fuel, because it was so regimented. So I got up in the morning, ate some food, drank a coffee, did the same thing back to back, and therefore my body got very used to. And I did that in the early stages, even when my body didn't really need it. My body got used to when it did need it, and I think that's a great training plan.
Nice. Big shout out to Jessica Beach. Jessica, 4.4 done, going for a marathon in 24 hours. Go for it, mate.
Awesome.
Respect.
Peanut butter.
The person who's talking about cheese.
Peanut butter sandwich. What?
Peanut butter sandwich. No, I just realized who that is. It's Don Devaney. I know Don.
Hey, Don.
One of the death race icons, if I remember rightly.
It is indeed. It'll be on in a minute.
This is 2 Don Devaneys, which I doubt.
There's only one Don Devaney. He's a legend.
Don, why aren't you doing this thing? Where are you on you? What image is you? Can't find you.
Right over here.
Yeah, attaboy. He's not moved.
Look at that with his
I don't want to take your time. I got plenty of time on here coming up, and have been before. Why I'm not doing this is because I'm creating it. So you guys are doing fantastic, but I think people are just crushing this. I'm a little frightened here. I'm a little frightened that we may get some people into the death race.
What was your thinking of how many people? Is someone watching TV or playing video games there?
Yeah, it flipped around on someone's Don. His virtual background let him down for a second.
That's awesome.
He's not on a mountaintop.
Oh, fantastic! This is great. So, yeah, Garfield, you have an amazing experience of race directing for many different companies. That's amazing. Who am I talking to? Am I talking to Garfield, or am I talking to Mini Yoda?
Garfield it is. That was terrible. Oh my God, it was the worst Yoda impression. Oh, I Yoda, my boss Yoda is not one.
Sounds like a drunk Geordie. So I kind of what is your best, apart from the million gators you've got stuck or rolled over or thrown down a mountain? What is one of your best stories of setting up an OCR race? It could be Spartan, it could be whatever, but what is one of your best moments? And it can be catastrophic as well, or whatever. We have no limits here, so go for it.
Gosh, that's always a tough one. I mean, there's been so many like amazing things. And it's more, for me, it's a combination of just small moments more than just one race that would be the whole cycle, because, you know, the cycle's nearly 2 weeks. I mean, things like, wow, go back to like 2013. That's when I had my own race company in Miami, and we were doing a race at the Miami Speedway. And it was just, we were a small bootstrap company trying to make it work back in the, you know, when OCR was blowing up. It wasn't even called OCR then. Nobody knew what that was. Mud runs.
Mud runs or assault course races.
Assault course, and it was just mud runs, mud runs, fun mud runs. But and it was that race, and also another one we did at Virginia Key Beach Park, which is right near the beach in Miami. I think we did a hurricane heat there with Spartan once. And we were so just trying to make it work financially that myself and my 5 build crew, we just basically camped on site. And it sounds like, but just waking up at 6 in the morning as the sun was rising, and you like basically get out of your tent, which in theory is right in the middle of the festival area, and like the ocean's there or the Miami Speedway's there, and it was just, I mean, it was just brilliant. I mean, the guys, and we just sat around a campfire just having some coffee in the morning, and then we got up to building the race. And that's, you talked before about 2014, the World Championships being kind of like, you know, the difference in production value, if you will.
Yeah.
And you go further back than that for all of us, not just myself, but everyone in the industry. I mean, it was just, it was the Wild West. And you know, all of that from about 2012 to 14 is probably my fondest memories, I would say, of just kind of the different vibe, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's crazy. I remember setting up a race in, so it was one of my first experiences in Spartan. It was 2013, and we were in the UK, and I was actually racing. It might have been 2012 actually. It might have been 2012, and everybody. It was at Pippenford Park, and it was a Spartan, and so many people got lost out on course, and it was just, it was like we actually had like 80 obstacles. It was almost 20 miles. It was mayhem. And then I kind of finished, and then helped around a bit, and then left. And I remember hearing stories of like people, you know, lost out there. There was like, you know, we had major thunderstorms, and yeah, people were stuck in their cars for hours, even you know, like till the next day. I think mountain rescue got called at one point. It was just like absolutely mayhem. And I remember finishing that race and going, and I was like, if they ever do another race, I kind of, you know, because I wasn't involved at all. I was just a racer coming off one of my rafting seasons, and just decided to do it off a whim. Well, not off a whim. Just a little side story very quickly. My wife, who I'd met in Africa, she's from California, but she had done the Sacramento 2012 beast, and apparently that was a complete nightmare as well. And yeah, just like everyone with hypothermia, just like epic old school racing. It was her first ever Spartan race and her last ever Spartan race. She had one big, and that was it. And she so she kind of said, oh, you would really like this. So I did this one, I think it was 2013, and then the next year, I think it was 2014, I set up the Pippenford one, and I remember telling, you know, it was kind of new to them, and I was like, there wasn't a such thing as a course manager. You know, it was like the race director on a Friday would throw out a bit of course tape and just be like, yeah, it goes that way, and a couple of arrows, and that would be it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so that's kind of how I got involved. But that experience was, you know, to me, like, you know, pivotal, because I was like, I am determined that I will set a course that nobody gets lost. You know, that experience was just horrific for me, running backwards and forwards, having no idea. None of the volunteers knew where the route went. They just kind of sent me backwards and forwards, and, you know, no wonder I did 20 miles. I think it was only an 11-mile course anyway. But it's crazy stuff.
Oh, here we go. Oh yeah, just no. I don't know if you can hear me. I can see Kevin Gelotti's got the way he's biking. He's got the screen facing right at me, and I think I'm like his peloton right now. I gotta Go, Kevin. Is
Kevin
his
Gelati
bike? Oh,
on?
he's going for it. Oh, yeah, he's on. He's on my screen. He's looking right at me. It's kind of freaky and nice at the same time.
I want to find him.
You see, that's how we do it at Spartan, right? Even if we're just coming on to commentate or chat for a little bit, we're still finding ways to get it in. I'm sure Gelati's got us here. He's probably got us live streaming on his own Instagram.
Can you hear me?
Gelati's getting his watts.
Gotta get those watts.
Getting them watts.
I need watts and I need miles.
Gelati, I can't find you. I'm coming for you, mate.
I'm here.
Screens.
Yo, Steve, it's so good to see your face, Steve.
Hey, how we doing, bro? Good to see you.
Doing good, my bro.
Wow, look at Kev.
I've now got you.
My face, Kevin.
Which Kev?
No, I'm hurt now. You've upset me. You went for the ultimate.
Yeah, you just call me Donnie on this one because there's too many Kevins.
Yeah.
Kevin.
K squared.
The Kevin show. That's pretty awesome.
Awesome, guys. So Hammond, Garfield, that was what a chat. I just just when you think you've heard it all from you guys, it never ceased to amaze.
That's some history.
Exactly. No, really appreciate you guys jumping on. It's been fun, but we've got another crew coming on here. Kevin Gelati, Kevin Don here coming back on. We got another one, Michael Mark. He knows a thing or two about the sport, about Spartan. So he's on with us as well. Mike, you around?
No, Mark.
Michael Mark. Well, while he finds his unmute button, I'm noticing there's still a ton of people finishing the beast. There's still a few people out there. It's phenomenal. What time are we starting the ultra? We still have another hour and a half until the ultra officially starts. So ultra will start at 11 p.m. Eastern time. And Gelati, it's kind of wild, right? I feel like this is kind of a big part of this challenge is it's not just a physical test. It's one thing to go for 24 hours straight and maybe just get that in your mind of just going for 24 hours. But this is start, stop. It's pretty wild.
Well, to me, it sounds terrible, but I think after you get to a certain point, for example, after you get this beast done, I think it was pretty much all physical up until now. And this is when the mental is really going to kick in.
I totally agree with that assessment. There's no question by why we have that slogan of you'll know at the finish line, because when these champions are done and we have the people who finish after 24 possibly plus hours, definitely according to Devaney, because you never know what's going to happen in a death race. It's pretty arbitrary, but no matter where people end this, whether it was after 6 hours, 8 hours, 12, 18, etc., each one of these people is going to know, and this is total volunteering, right? They're going to know exactly what they had in the tank. They're pushing themselves past what their limits were, not only physically, but definitely mentally. So it's going to be a championship effort for all of them, and they're going to really test their boundaries.
Yeah, the dark is really going to start cracking people, I bet.
Yep.
For sure.
I was chatting with Morgan.
In honor of that, I wore my Ultra Beast shirt from 2012. I thought I'd break that out per our conversation earlier.
Yeah, well, I got my headband. I'm representing with the headband.
Yeah.
I got my beer.
That's a fit. You don't drink, do you, Steve? I thought you didn't drink.
Is the Pope Catholic?
That's a good question. I'm not sure everybody really knows the answer.
There's just so many Hammondisms out there. My favorite Hammondism is chest deep in a duck mate.
Chest deep. Well, you asked how deep the water is. I was like, I don't know.
I'd have to Google that one.
Just well, yeah, that's a raftism. That is like a lot of people come to a river, and obviously there's the water's ever changing with rocks and all that kind of stuff. And somebody goes, "How deep's the water?" And my answer I give everybody is chest deep on the duck, mate.
Chest deep on the duck.
It's perfect.
I can see Kevin's brain just kind of going, "What is that?"
Yeah.
What?
No, I'm trying. That's just the way my brain operates. I'll dissect that for like the next 20 minutes.
Don't fall off the rollers now.
No,
Well,
it's going to take
Mike
more than
Mark-
that to knock me off.
Good.
Mike Mark right now, I think he might be underwater because we haven't heard from him yet. I know that he's trying to get on here. And one of the topics that we're definitely going to talk about is he has a 10 or 11-year-old son who loves to do obstacle course racing. And he has a lot to add in terms of the kids races that have exploded over the past 6 or 7 years to the point where we now have 2 kids world championships in the books. He's going to have a lot to add about that.
Yep, absolutely. And Hammond, you're still on. So you've been around obviously the sport and courses all over the country and the world. How have you seen the kids product and competitiveness and just engagement as a whole over the last few years?
Well, I think it used to be just a kind of add-on and something that the kids did while the adults went and did the real thing. And now it's kind of, on par in. Seeing what the guys are now doing with the kids race is absolutely fantastic. They're comparing the actual course. So a sprint is looking, more like the 2-mile course that we have for kids now is basically designed so that when they get to 14, they can go onto the sprint without it having a massive step up. So the obstacles are changing, and we now have, like we do for an adult course, we have a sprint, super, beast, there's different levels up. It's the same with the kids, for the younger kids, there's a half-mile course, something that my son will do in a few years' time when he's 4. Which is going to be really, really fun. So there's a half-a-mile course, there's a mile course, there's a mile and a half, and instead of just being just a kind of an adventure park where they just kind of run around, it's naturally a legit step up where they can kind of move up to the next level, whether it be half a mile to a mile to a mile and a half, or to the 2-mile course. And then the 2-mile course needs to be at a standard, which it is now, so they can step up, because there used to be a massive differentiation between the kids course and a sprint, and that's why we standardized the sprint level a little bit, being a 5K, and brought the level up of the kids course. And I think that is going to develop our sport massively by having this gap, so that they can seamlessly come in at age 14 and be able to come into that sprint and be able to come as a competitive side onto that. So it really is a lead on into it. That's where it's grown.
Can I add to that?
Go for it.
And the other cool thing about the kids stuff is if you've gone to any of the world championships, or if you've actually stayed around and watched some of the kids races, I've seen these kids since we started until now. They're taking this as deadly serious as the adults. These kids got coaches. They got sponsors. We're talking little kids.
Hey,
okay?
Gelati, super quickly. I just saw a comment here saying they just did their first race ever, ended up being a sprint, super, and beast, and they're tapping out now. So just want to call out Ezekiel Medina.
That's still pretty awesome, man. Even if he tapped out.
Phenomenal effort.
Great job, Ezekiel.
Just by running.
Yeah, man.
Awesome.
Miles, dozens and dozens of obstacles. What are we, 6.5 hours into this thing? Phenomenal job. It's that's just incredible, right? We're talking about people dropping out now and finishing up beast, and we're just saying it like it's words, right? But this is just it's a phenomenal effort all around. So just want to say congratulations to you. Anyways, Gelati. Yep.
Well, so it's pretty interesting to see the evolution with the kids because, like I said, coaches, sponsors, they're getting gear. They're getting the same gear that some of the top dogs on the circuit are racing in. They're following the sponsors' leads. And I've been around through a lot of endurance sport. I've been there at the triathlon, duathlon. I was there when mountain biking started. Like, I just have never seen some of the things in other endurance sports I participated in that I'm seeing now. This deep of a family involvement on that level, you just don't see it like this.
Hey, Kevin, to add to the family involvement, these kids now also are not just competing regionally. They are traveling the country with their families competing. Yeah. They know who the other kid, like if you're an East Coast kid, they know who the badasses out on the West Coast are, and in the Southeast and Texas. And if you talk to these kids, they'll be like, yeah, like Ethan Tucker down in Florida, like down in the Carolinas or whatever, him and his sister are crushing it. Like, that's who I'm going after. They train all year round and look towards the World Championships now. So many of these kids have been doing this now for 4 or 5 years. And this is the evolution of the sport, which is so cool about these kids, is this sport, for all of us, like this is our second chance, right? Like I played football, track and field, baseball, all that. You were a triathlete, did other things. Hammond was out there whitewater rafting in like Africa and stuff like that, right? Nathan was doing cross country down in Atlanta. But these kids, this is their first choice of sport. This is the first thing that they've done. And we're going to see these children evolve to the point where now, like you said, they're getting into the age group racing, that 14 to 17-year-old. In 3 to 4 years, you're going to be looking at some kids that are absolutely dominating the sport, and they attack it like the adults do. If you watch that first World Championship we had in 2018, if you didn't see how young they were in face, and if you were just watching their body language and how they attacked the obstacles, you thought you would have been watching adults do them.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It was incredible.
In that Kids World Championship out in Castaic, California, Gelati, you were there, I know. Some of those, that was a full 2 mile course.
I was
right?
at both. I was
right.
Our other one was in Laughlin, yeah?
Yep. But in Castaic this past year, that was a full 2 mile course. So the courses that Hammond was describing, typically kids courses, there's a half-mile section, there's an extension to that to make a 1 mile section, and then 2 mile is typically 2 laps of that 1 mile. And in Castaic, it was a full 2 mile course, the muddiest course I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Ever, right? I mean, it was soupy. It wasn't. It was just
chaos.
It was soupy, and ankle deep and calf. It was incredible. And some of those kids, I mean, the top boys and the top girls, the 13, 14-year-olds, very cool.
Let me add something to this that I think is really interesting also that people may not think about. These kids are growing up in a time where they're just hammered by social media. That a lot of them are going into the junior high and high school where things get really awkward. And think about this. They're still choosing to get out there and do a burly sport like this. Makes me wonder how, when you look at the other friends within their schools or the other peer groups, if they're looking at these kids who are staying the course, mind you, and continuing to participate, if they have to deal with any sort of weird peer pressure for the fact that they're doing something that most of those kids would find very unconventional and not within the typical junior high or high school sport.
Yeah, Kevin, John, that you just touched on something that was really impressive. And even to add to that is these kids, they have, in a time where things are awkward, they found a community that sets a great example of what it's like to be a sportsman, what it's like to pick each other up, what it's like to treat each other, with respect. And we've had a number of children that came up to me, and I saw just earlier a young lady named Olivia Miller, and I know her from way back in like 2018 at those World Championships. She was someone who was mercilessly bullied when she was in grade school, had a very low self-esteem, she found her true calling. She found her true friends, and she found her sense of self-worth in the Spartan community. So not only is it doing for them as athletes, but it's also doing it for them as their growth as just people and human beings in such a positive way.
And think about how they can spread that to their peers.
Absolutely.
Straight away, because that's
Hey guys, Melanie and Tammy, can we make sure we're on mute, please? Thank you.
Go get it, Melanie and Tammy.
Yep. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going.
Hey, can
Awesome
I
stuff,
say
guys.
one?
I'm gonna say
Steve, wait.
Yes.
I got a story. Really quick one. So at the very first race that I ever did in 2011 at Temecula with Hobie, who was supposed to be on this call, that's when we all found out who Hobie was, because he was this weird dude jumping up and down in the middle of the coal with no shirt and hat on. It was bizarre. But the point is, in 2011, we had the Elite Wave. They set us off in the wrong direction. So as they set off the other waves, the next thing you know, we're turn a corner. John Clark, myself, all these top people, Jesse Haynes, who you might know from the running community, are running headlong into the other waves that just got released. And the volunteers, like you said, they had no clue. We ended up making our own trails to get off the mountains back there because nobody knew what was going on. That was also when we had a Rubik's Cube. We had a Spartan Rubik's Cube we had to solve.
That's
the only reason why I beat Jesse Haynes, who's a phenomenal ultra runner, like, top 10 at Western States 100. Only because of I solved the Rubik's Cube quicker.
That's crazy. A Rubik's Cube. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried to find one.
Old school.
Yeah.
Very, very cool.
All right, dude, go see your family.
All right, I got to spend a little bit of time with my family, and then I'm back on with Robert Killian a little bit later. So
awesome.
Midnight Eastern time. So catch you guys later.
Later, dude.
So Nathan, I got another Hobie story since he couldn't come on today.
Yeah, hit me.
So in 2011, we had the first tuxedo race, right? So it's the first time I've ever heard of Spartan. Some guy throws me a T-shirt in a parking lot. It was a cop, and he's like, "Yo, you got to do this race." I'm like, "Awesome, show up." And this is when Joe DeSena still came to all the races because it was still like him, Mike Morris, and a bunch of dudes out there hammering to get obstacles the day before the race. They throw it together, and you get out there. So they're like, there's this guy, Hobie Call, and here he walks up, and he's really wiry and bald head, and you're just like, who's this guy? And Joe DeSena, he goes to the whole crowd and the whole corral of racers. He tells us, "Hey, listen, if there's any of you that could stay within any of you that could beat this guy, I'm going to give you $20,000." So the whole place is like, "Oh, I'm going to beat this guy." So imagine a bunch of New York dudes, a bunch of Goombas, and they're all like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to beat this guy. That 20 grand is mine." All this stuff, right? And I'm looking at this guy. I'm like, is he really that good? Because 20 grand, there's no way this guy's going to give this up. And I don't know just said it at that time. So, and he also goes, "I will give $1,000 for any of you who can stay within 2 minutes of him." And I'm thinking like, all right, I actually may have a chance. So I go on, I come in like fourth, I get creamed by like 8.5 minutes, and he jogged through the whole second half of that course. It would have been way worse. But that was my first time seeing Hobie Call and Joe DeSena, and it was basically a $20,000 bounty put on Hobie's head that day in Tuxedo, New York. Welcome to Spartan Race.
Yeah. Hey, Nathan.
Yeah.
So to jump off what Kevin just said, something interesting. He just elucidated a very valuable point if you're an athlete or competitor, that the longer you're in sport, the more you'll start to notice, and that is, more often than not, the people that you see that show up on the race line that look like threats don't tend to be the threats. The threats are the guys that show up with white tube socks, sketchy shoes, and they just rock everybody's world. Now, I'm being somewhat hyperbolic, but the point is, not everybody on that start line that you think is a player because they look like a player are actually players.
Yep. No, it's well said.
Start looking at start looking at the people that you wouldn't consider to be a player, and they're going to be the ones that stun you when they come running by, because it turns out there's some phenomenal cross-country runner from a 2A school or high school.
Yep. And you know what's so funny about that is that same thing happened to Hobie Call in 2013 at a place called Wintergreen in Virginia, when a man named Matt Novakovic came out of nowhere, came off his grizzly bear out of Alaska, came down and handed Hobie his ass in Wintergreen that day. I mean, took it to him, the first person to take it to him in the history of that sport. So, I mean, just like you said, anyone could come from anywhere. And the second you go to that start line thinking you got it made, that's the day somebody's going to tune you up.
Hey, remember, Kevin, we had that conversation last year on the start line in Utah with that guy giving us shit saying we should be in the elite wave. And you and I are like, dude, you need to pay better attention to the numbers, because if you're just mad because we may beat you, but if you really look at some of those top dogs like a Killian or Ryan Atkins, come on, man, you're looking at a whole different level.
It's a whole nother level. I say to people all the time, I'm like, if I had to judge my career against what I do against Atkins and Killian, I could go into the corner, get in the fetal position, have a nice cry, and call it a day. Because it's just not fair.
So we're definitely pointing to some of the top ones of the past and the present, but I do want to point out all the incredible ones that are still out there now. I mean, we've got 330 people in this meeting. You know, some of them are supporters of the athletes that are still out there. You know, friends that have been around for almost 7 hours now, but we've got beasts going on 2.5 hours. Daniel McDonald did a beast just on stairs. He did 8,000 stairs.
Jeffrey Saunder and Haley King just got done. Congratulations to you two.
Man, I'm seeing this guy Eric Garou or whatever up in my screen in the total dark, and it's just like, oh, that just looks so miserable.
And that's what's so special about this. You know, I think I mentioned it before, but we've got over 30 countries here. I think there were 33 countries last we checked, and that's I mean, there's people all hours of the day and night, right? We started this thing at 3 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern time, and one of the first early shots was a guy in Australia showing the sunrise, right? And Ray, it's pretty cool how we've progressed over 7 hours, and we've got, I mean, Europe's been in the middle of the night for a few hours. Australia, they're middle of the day. There's people just all around the world battling through this thing. It doesn't matter where you are, who you are, what your background is.
Well, let me give it some advice. If you're out there battling right now, take your motivation wherever you can get it. It doesn't matter, man. If somebody else is suffering brings you motivation, so be it. That's the nature of sport. If you get it off listening to this, if you get it off watching something that you're watching, just grab your motivation whenever you possibly can.
And we got Ray Dela Cruz right there with his beautiful family, his daughter and his son, and they're trying to give us a little message right now. Good night. He's done with his 21K. Look at that pretty little lady with the big smile on his face. They are social quarantining like it's nobody's business. Great group. Congratulations to you, Ray. Keep going. And we got John Stanley just below him on my screen, plugging away on the treadmill. He's got his arms up. Keep going, my man. Keep plugging away. Get it done.
So we do have Michael Mark. I believe you were calling him Mark, right, Kevin Donahue? It's
well, it's just his last name.
I called him Mark by accident.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's
just like people call
me Donahue. I can call him Mark.
People call me Gelati. It's like I thought we all use last names.
Anyways, whatever you want to call him, I think he's.
I thought your last name was Jackass.
Oh,
Mike, you in?
I'm kidding. I love you.
I don't think he's.
Michael Mark, you here?
Yes, sir. Here I am.
Hey,
there he is. Finally.
How you guys doing?
Doing
nice
well.
Nice to see y'all.
So we've got a few more minutes until we've got a guest going to come on in about 5 minutes or so, and you'll know him when he shows up. But Mike, we were talking a little about Spartan Kids earlier. I'm not sure if you were able to listen in, but you know, Kevin Donahue was bringing up some great points about just where it's come from, where it's going. You know, you've got a little one, you know, in the thick of it. You know, what are your thoughts on Spartan Kids and everything going on there?
Yeah, so Spartan kids, what do they say? Children are the future, right? So yeah, it's the future of quite literally everything, including our sport. The sport of obstacle course racing and Spartan taking the lead in the world to get that into all of our lives has changed so many of our lives, and it continues to do so through and with the lives of our children. So my son Lincoln is he's about to be 8, and he's been racing. Oh, he's been racing since he was 5, and he's done all different brands of obstacle course races. He's done all different formats of Spartan. He's done the stadium races, the 1 mile, the 2 miles, and little man absolutely loves it. And I see the energy at kids races, at all of the kids races. Every time I've raced for years, I see it, and when I take him to go race, I see it as well. The energy with the families, the parents, the pride, the brothers and sisters that may not be racing that day because they're too young, or for whatever reason it wasn't their day to do their Spartan race, hadn't decided they wanted to do it. You can just see everybody getting bought in when they get plugged into that atmosphere and they see that starting to corral with those little boys and girls getting ready to go. It's the same thing that we feel as adults to the sport for the first time. That adrenaline pump, that what if, and then when those little feet hit that trail, man, it is stampede to the finish line. It's a beautiful thing to watch.
It is. Hey, Jess Fitzgerald, I see you want to chime in. You've been working with Spartan kids. You want to jump in here?
Yeah. I just finished my beast, and I reached out to my kids team because I work Spartan Kids, and we haven't been doing races, and we all are missing it for sure. And so I reached out to them, and there's actually 2 other staff members, Bryce and Margaret, that are on here, almost done with their beasts. And then we have 3 of the Spartan kids. I think you guys mentioned Olivia, and then Gabe and Michael are all on here, and they're all working towards finishing their beasts right now, and they're crushing it. And the energy is unbelievable, and I never thought I could just pull them all together and they would be crushing this with us. And they're just killing it.
That's the community.
Yep.
And the level of enthusiasm with the kids to get out and race, even if they don't know what it is yet. Ask any kid that likes to be physically active if they want to go swing on rings, or monkey bars, or I'm up and over something, or play in the dirt. When I was a kid, that's where it was. That's what it was all about. We did that just for fun. Didn't have to be a competition, and so you set that up in a competitive format. Man, it's just stoking that fire that's already there for the kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you ever see some of the younger kids races, that's really interesting, because these kids essentially flip on like an autopilot and just go with the flow. Their parents are like, go this way, and they're following another kid going in circles, and then they finally figure it out, and they're just locked in, moving forward. It's pretty funny and interesting to see that type of behavior at a young age.
Yeah, I was a phys ed teacher before, and I got done with it before I entered a Spartan race. And one of the things that we used to really promote in phys ed class was lifetime activities, things that you could do as a child and do until you're 70 or 80 years old. So, but those activities were generally like, hey, fishing, archery, golf, tennis. Well, now we have Spartan. Spartan is a lifetime activity that you can get into as a kids race when you're 4 years old and do it until the day you die. And we're going to be long gone, and there's going to be the first child who's like, I did my first Spartan race at 4, and now I'm 94, and I've been doing it for 90 years.
Look, we're doing that now. I mean, I did my first in 2011, and it's so fun. Here we are already talking about the quote unquote old days, right?
I mean,
we're already referencing the past.
You and I were referencing the past, for a while today, reminiscing about, 2011. And now, Spartan is in its 11th year. of operation, and think about where it's going to be in just 5 years from now. It's going to be staggering.
Yep.
Well, you know what, too,
And we're
guys?
going to have the.
It's going to be
Go ahead, Mike.
It's going to be a lot of fun too to watch kind of like the evolution of the courses. So we have the adult course that is essentially standard, and we have the kids course that's standard, and finding a way to take those kids from that younger age and transition them into that adult course is going to be a really, really exciting thing to watch over the years. I think finding that middle course design between the youth and the adult is going to be something that's going to break the game wide open.
I hear you,
Yeah, I
Mike. Someone who knows a thing or two about how to set up those courses is Joe DeSena. Joe, you on with us?
I'm on, and we got CT on here too, I think.
Hey guys, if you're not Joe, can you go ahead and mute for us, please?
Hang on. Hang on, guys. We got CT on the phone. CT, can you hear us?
Hello?
There you are. All right.
Hello?
We hear you, CT.
Loud and clear.
Michael, you hear me in CT? All right. CT and I just want to talk a little bit about motivation. CT got a heart transplant 2 years ago. And he came out of that heart transplant and he started running. He started doing the kind of stuff Spartans do, like all these crazy people here. And he fell right on his face. I saw the video. He literally fell on his face. What was that, a couple of weeks after your heart transplant?
Yeah, it was almost a month after, and it just hit me that, and I thought I was still the Superman from Compton. I was going to show everybody that I didn't have to take that long to recover. And I took off running, Joe, and fell flat on my face.
Hang on, we gotta make sure everybody's muted, CT. We got a couple of people crying, I think, because they're tired.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are.
So I saw that video. You fell on your face. Your nose was bloodied and battered. Your face was battered, and then you got pretty emotional.
Oh yeah, yep. Because the reason I got emotional is because I knew people saying, you know, they were talking about me because I put it on. People talking about me, so you're so crazy, you're stupid, you're dumb. You just had your heart transplant and you're out there already trying to kill yourself. You're just crazy, you're dumb, you're old, ignorant. And I said, look, that's when I got emotional, Joe. I'm not doing this. You don't understand. I'm not doing this for me. I have another human being's heart transplanted in my body. She undoubtedly thought that she had a lot more living to do. And she was unable to fulfill her desire to live out the rest of her life. I am living on her time, not my time. I'm living on her time. And I promised to her that I'm not going to waste 1 second, not 1 second of her time. So I had to get up, Joe. I didn't have no choice. I had to get up, just like everybody participating in this 24 hours. You don't have a fucking choice.
Yeah.
You must do this. You don't have no choice. I command you. Fuck up and keep working.
That's my kind of man.
That's what I'm talking about, CT.
There's only one guy that would sound like this, CT. He's just as crazy as you are. His name's Kevin Galati.
I love it. I love it.
You know, I've been through something similar. I was hit by a truck and had a broken back, a broken leg, a broken arm, 2 blood transfusions to survive. They said I wouldn't run again, and I certainly wasn't going to race again. Now, just like you, I said to my doctors, I remember saying, you know, you don't understand who you're talking to. And I didn't mean that in an arrogant way. I meant that in a way that, like, no, man, I don't fall into the normal person group that you're used to dealing with.
Hell no.
Hell no.
He had no idea who he was talking
He had no idea. They came to hate me because I wouldn't listen to all their propaganda and nonsense about how doomed I was and how life was over and I better just find something else to do. And I'm like, nah, man, you don't fucking understand what's going on here.
Woo! Just roll over and take it easy, old man. Sit down, old man. You done already proved everything you had to prove. You can take it easy now.
With that heart, anybody that told you got that transplant heart that you need to ease back and you need to be safe, man, you're doing exactly what you should be doing with that heart. You're living.
Yeah. Oh,
you're living.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I didn't get the heart to sit down and take it easy.
But a lot of people do.
Yeah, I know.
They get scared.
Playing it safe and playing scared. But that's not what Spartans, that's not what we do. Fuck that.
Right on. Right on.
Hey, hang on a second. I got a question for Nathan. Nathan, I'm seeing some people that are still and chewing. And what's the story here? What are the rules? How come everybody's not moving?
We let's see, we've been in the beast now for 3.5 hours. There's a lot of people that finished about an hour and a half. They do need to be on the screen. They do need to have their video open though. I haven't scrolled through in a few minutes. So a lot of them are on breaks. The ultra is going to start in 50 minutes. But if you're not on, we do need the video on. Don's been doing a good job of sifting through.
Are we handing out penalties? Or are we handing out like you've been bumped?
You don't even know how far Nathan and his team have gone, Kevin and CT. But they have been studying it. They assigned one officiating judge to each panel. Okay, wow. Check this out, CT. And they're watching everybody one by one. We know their phone numbers. We know their addresses. If anybody fucks around, CT, literally, we go to their house. We have a black van stationed outside everybody's house.
What?
Yeah.
You're being watched.
We remove all their medals. We remove all connection to Spartan. They'll literally, all their stuff will be gone, vanished, kind of like the CIA. You won't even know that they were ever at a Spartan race.
Dang.
That's terrifying.
Will Farrell and Old School in the black van just throwing guys in and taking you away.
That's right.
You're not accepting no bullshit, huh, Joe?
No bullshit. So 50 minutes, this thing called the Ultra Beast starts, CT. You might not know what that is. That's basically a full marathon, okay? A full marathon with obstacles thrown in. It is a bitch, whether it's virtual or analog. When they come out and do one of our actual races, they're out there for 3 or 4 hours doing one loop, okay? That's a half marathon. Then they got to go through the festival area where they hear music and they smell food and they see their friends, and they got to head back out and do another one.
Dang.
Very, very, very hard to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just a regular marathon. But I want to know what demented motherfucker came up with this shit. Was that you, Joe?
Little bit of me. Kevin, the guy Kevin that was talking before that got hit by the truck, he broke the truck, by the way. Kevin met very early on, right? So Kevin's had a hand in some of the design. But everybody in the community sends me emails on a daily, weekly, monthly basis and gave ideas during this whole thing. So it's really been, you know, it takes a village. It's been the whole community.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Make it harder. Make it harder. Make it fucking harder. That's the cry of the Spartan. Make it harder.
You know, internally, maybe Nathan, you can speak to this, but internally, over the last decade, a lot of our board of directors, a lot of our investors, a lot of our staff has said, Joe, we got to make it easier.
Yeah.
We got to make it more accessible. It's just too hard. You hear that, right?
We have that opportunity. you know, you could do, like, for example, the Deca Fit stuff that we'll be doing. You know, you don't have to go out and spend 10 hours out in the sun and the mud and the dirt. It's a different type of environment.
It's a little cleaner.
Hey,
Little
Joe,
cleaner.
Kevin Donahue, what I will say as far as making it harder is a lot of people that do say, hey, we want it harder, just aren't working hard enough.
Yeah, man.
You could stick somebody in a padded room with no equipment, and if you give them a single exercise and tell them to do as hard as they can for a certain period of time, that will devastate them. So the level of effort some person puts in will determine actually how hard it is.
Dang.
I agree with that. I agree with that. No. Hey,
100%.
not that bench pressing is an exercise we do a lot of in the Spartan community, but Kevin, you'll get a kick out of this. CT benched, I think 315 for 50.
Yes, sir. That was a long time ago.
I was happy when he did that for 3.
But you know why he did it?
Because somebody said he couldn't.
His daughter came home.
That man is the God.
Tell him what happened, CT.
Yeah, well, one of my kids was at school, and her teacher was a power lifter, and she somehow he found out that her dad was a power lifter, and he told my daughter that I guarantee you that I'm stronger than your dad. And I happened to see the guy at the very next powerlifting contest, which he won, by the way. He won it with 315 pounds. So I waited until he got his trophy and accepted his trophy and everything. And I went up with my work clothes on. I came from the post office. I went to the contest. I still had my uniform on, laid down on the bench, and did the shit that he won the contest with 50 times.
That's unbelievable.
You know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of the movie with Sylvester Stallone called Over the Top.
Oh yeah, the arm
wrestling. The arm wrestling movie.
Yeah.
Oh wait. There we go. You gotta turn that hat around.
Yeah.
Switch.
Yep.
Boom.
CT, what I want to know is, if you did that in your uniform, did you end up getting sponsored by the USPS?
Hell no.
You might want to reach out and ask them about that. They could owe you some back.
Yeah. No, they were, the cycling. The cyclist was the big thing for the post office. They didn't give a shit about a power. Not many people did, to tell you the truth.
That's all right. It's you and Lance, baby. Cycling hasn't always been big.
True that.
Yeah, it was big. It was big during my time at the post office. Lance Armstrong was the name.
Lance Armstrong. Yep. U.S. Postal Service.
Yep.
You want to know something crazy about what you just said? This whole thing? The bike that I got hit on is up there in my rafters, broken in 3 pieces. A U.S. Postal Trek bike, the OCLV that Lance won his first couple races on, the tour races on.
Yeah.
So what's the irony of us talking about that? You with U.S. Postal Service, and that's the bike I got involved in my accident.
Ain't that something? Small world. 28 years I spent with them fuckers. 27 I hated.
Yeah. Hey man, that's honest. It's just being honest.
Oh yeah, 27 of them I fucking hated, man. But I had kids. They had to eat, and they needed health insurance, so I stayed my fucking ass right there, man.
That's right. Hey, I got a question for Kevin. Kevin, are you the host? You and Michael?
Which Kevin?
Who are you talking to?
Who's currently leading this thing?
Nathan.
We got myself, Kevin Donahue, Kevin Gelati, and Michael Mark right now.
But I mean, who's winning?
Who's winning?
Who's winning?
Between us 4?
No. Out there in the field, who's winning? Do we know?
Is there a way to actually know that?
We've been tracking.
We're tracking.
Based on the time they tell you that it took them, you're doing it with that math?
Yeah, it looks like John Stanley is showing me an image of something like he thinks he's the winner so far.
He's got some.
Alberto is probably the closest. David Keparak, who just won the snowshoe this year, the 100-miler.
Nice.
He's in there. There's Morgan is women is in there with a Bia. We've got another. I got to look at the other three.
Hopefully, some Neelands are in there.
Yeah, I think in the next few hours we'll have a leaderboard. I think coming out. So
Joe, what are you giving away to these winners? These men and women who are out there crushing it. What are they getting?
they're gonna get the last man and last woman standing will get a lifetime season pass to Spartan, and then I got to give away some other cool. I got these really cool stone Spartan statues that were made by Green Beret, and so maybe we'll give those away, and then maybe we'll even give away like a weekend with CT where they just got to lift weights all weekend or something.
Wearing
Make
that
it harder.
polyester uniform. Make them wear the long sleeve polyester uniform, CT.
There you go.
Wait till the dead of summer.
Right.
Make it harder, man. Make it harder.
Kevin Donahue, who's a standout so far that you've seen doing this? Give me a standout.
Ray Dela Cruz. He's getting his socks on now. He's out there with his kids. They're smiling. They're motivating him. So I would look for him to be in the top 10 when this is all over. What do you say, Ray? All right, he's giving us a double thumbs up, man. He's down. He's ready to go. He's enthusiastic.
What's Ray's backstory, Kevin?
I do not know. Ray, you're going to have to write on a board a little something about yourself. How long have you been doing Spartan, Ray? How many years have you been doing this? Show us up a number.
He's trying to unmute, but I don't think.
There he is.
There he is.
I've been doing it since 2016, and I've done 40 races.
What did you do before Spartan?
What did I do before Spartan? Nothing.
Yes. Nothing. Tell us your story about getting into Spartan then.
So a couple people from my gym told me to join Spartan, and that was in Palmerton. And I thought I was good. I was it was the sprint, and I was like, I haven't run a mile, so I trained to run a mile. And then once we got there, I was done. Halfway up that mountain, that first climb, I was done. And I told them All right, go ahead, Kev.
I was gonna say Palmerton's no joke of a course.
Yeah, so they introduced me to that, and I told everyone, I was like, I'm not gonna do any more Spartan after that. And then next year, I signed up for the season pass, and went from there. And from running 1 mile, and then like the next year, I think I did the ultra at Killington. So
wow, that's incredible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ray, how many races have you done now?
I have done 40 races.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yep. And I've done, last year I went to the Philippines. That's where I'm from, and that was fun. That was fun. It was hot.
Ray, let me ask you a question now. Can you see yourself ever just going back into a gym and doing your weightlifting circuits and calling that fitness?
Yeah. Well, you know what? I go back to the gym just to train every day for Spartan. So now.
For Spartan.
Yeah. Yeah.
Exactly.
So when someone tells me, hey, how do you train for a Spartan race? I was like, just go in the gym, train every day, run, do something. You know?
Nice, man. So you've had the Kool-Aid, the big bucket of the Kool-Aid. You're in.
Yeah, I'm in.
I love it.
It's been 3 years. So 2016. So now I have the season pass for like 3 years. 3 years in a row, 4 years in a row now.
Did you get a race this year yet?
No, I didn't get any races this year yet.
Okay.
No,
that needs to happen.
It's yeah.
Yeah, that needs to happen.
This is my race.
Yeah, cool. That's awesome.
That's it. That's right.
Give us another person. Awesome meeting you, Ray. 40 races. You are a Spartan. You are the CT Fletcher of Spartan.
Great job, Ray.
Who else we
He's
got out there?
way better than I am. That's for damn sure.
Hey,
you
Joe,
tell
we're talking to someone. We're just talking to someone a few minutes ago. Jess Fitzgerald. Are you still there?
Yeah,
Jess, you there? Yeah. So Joe, Jess does a lot of work with Spartan kids. She's telling me some of the ways that she's been inspired, some of the kids she worked with, and just some of the work that she's done. And she's still in. But yeah, so CT, I'm not sure if you know, but Spartan Kids is a product that we have. It's obviously it's for kids, so anybody 14 and under. And they're going through these obstacles, and just like you and Joe are saying, we're making it tough on them. And Kevin and both Kevins and myself were talking earlier about how there's just this explosion of interest by these kids that are 5 years old, 8 years old, 10 years old of getting in the mud, getting in the soup, swinging on, crawling under, not quite barbed wire yet, but they're crawling in the dirt, they're getting in the water, and doing the hard things, and just how incredible it is. But Joe, just wanted you to meet Jess and kind of hear her story a little bit.
Hi, Jess. Jess, when you signed up for this, how long were you planning on being in it? Were you planning on going through the whole thing?
As far as I can go. Taking it one race at a time. But I'm going till I drop.
Going till you drop. I like that. That was Steve, that was your philosophy your whole life, huh?
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
So you just finished the Beast, right, Jess? And Ultra will start in a little over 30 minutes. Have you been doing the running or the biking or jump roping? How have you been doing the cardio?
I did run walking for the sprint and the super, and then for the Beast I did stairs. And then for the Ultra, I was just kind of planning it out. I think I'm gonna kind of split it 50-50 between those two.
Get it in.
Nice. Hey guys.
A beast worth of stairs.
There's a lot of stairs.
Yeah. They call that AT&T Stadium.
Hey guys, I'm jumping off. CT, you're welcome to stay on as long as you want. I'll be back on at 5:30 a.m. I run a little news show. Nathan, I don't know if you know I'm going to do this or not, but we're going to go around the world, talk to a bunch of experts. I do it every day. It's been 50 days. And so you guys will just, while you're running your race, you'll just listen in for a half hour as to what's going on around the world. It'll be fun.
Tomorrow's news today.
Tomorrow's news today. Kevin, you better not get off that bike.
Dude, so I had 2.5 hours earlier, and as of right now, I'm an hour 15 into this one.
Nice.
What you guys can't see is he's got a pillow on the handlebars. He just throws the head forward.
All I heard, Kevin, was that's a little less than half of what all these athletes out there are.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, man. I don't want to have any part of what they're doing, and the focus should definitely be on what they're doing, because it takes a certain type of person to want to do that.
Oh hell yeah.
ACT.
Yes, sir.
At about 1 a.m. also, if you want to see some other ladies and gentlemen that do not give a rat's ass about the hand that they've been dealt in life, whether it was they're in a wheelchair, whether they were injured in battle, whether they got in a car accident and lost their arm. And I believe, Nathan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that at 1 a.m. Eastern time, they're going to be replaying on Unbreakable TV right here the ESPN version of the 2019 Para Elite World Championship for Mountain Laughlin, Nevada. So if you want to get inspired by that and see some like-minded people, that'd be a great thing to watch later on tonight.
Man, I love being around a bunch of crazy motherfuckers, man. I'm at home. I am right at home. Where the fuck you guys been? I've been out there by myself talking crazy. Now I got a whole bunch of other crazy people to join me. It's wonderful.
This is everyday life. Like this is this is.
You guys, I want everybody listening to know that CT has pretty much spent his whole life like as an outlier. Didn't have many friends, just wanted to break cement and get shit done and push through limits. And then we met, and that was cool. We had some fun together. But then I told him, I said, hey, listen, CT, I got a bunch of lunatics that are going to try to push 24 hours. He said, holy shit, I got to be on that call. I found my people.
Yeah. These are my people, exactly. These are my. Where the fuck have you been all my life?
Hey, CT, what if one of the obstacles was you had to carry a mail bag full of mail for 5 miles?
Oh, man. It's still my motherfucking sin. I'd have to do it. I'd hate
it.
But I'd have to do it.
All right, I'm out of here. I'll see you guys 5:30 a.m.
Later.
Joe.
Got it. Thank
Bye.
you.
Later, Joe. Later. Oh.
Unstoppable.
Strong, focused.